Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3. The focus of today is going to be Met Ocean products and services. Unlike the previous days, you'll find that the entirety of today is one session split into an A and a B because it's a very large topic and we're looking forward to digging into it. Before I introduce our moderator for this morning, though, I'd like to turn the floor to the IMO Secretariat for some updates on World Maritime Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to delegates. As we all heard from the IMO Secretary General on day 1, that all participants to this symposium are invited for the celebration of the World Maritime Day. So the further details will follow, and we will make further announcements on how to proceed to the venue, which is on the delegate lounge. But so far, I'm just reminding you that please do not leave when you haven't booked anything yet. We are all invited for the celebration. Further details will follow tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Isamu. Okay, the moderator for this morning's portion of session 6 will be Michael Martins. From 2013 to 2022, Michael worked in the New Zealand Weather Service, eventually becoming the manager for regional and marine weather services, and he is the Met Area 14 coordinator, was the 14 coordinator. Back in Germany since 2022, Michael heads the Marine and Polar Weather Forecast Service for the German Weather Service in Hamburg, and is a member of the WMO Services Commission Standing Committee on Marine Meteorological and Oceanographic Services. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ali, for this kind introduction. Thank you, everyone, for coming this morning to this very interesting session. Before we start, I would like to use the opportunity to acknowledge and thank everyone at the WMO Marine Services Division and the WMO Secretariat for the support leading up to the event and now during the symposium. You have done a brilliant job, so thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be moderating this morning part of Session 6, Better Products and Services for Improved Weather Warnings and Forecasts. It's something I'm personally very passionate about, and I'm looking forward to very interesting presentations and fruitful conversations this morning. Improving products and services for our customers and stakeholders is at the core of what we do as NMHSs and drives our business models and improvements to meet the requirements we face now and in the future. But NMHSs are not able to address and solve these issues and challenges on their own. Therefore, in this session, we will explore opportunities for providing early warnings and forecast services to meet needs for the maritime community as they evolve to include the impacts of climate change on ports and harbors and their operations. The complementary and crucial role of private marine and private weather industries play in delivering bespoke Met Ocean services and messaging of authoritative early warnings and forecasts, particularly during hazardous and severe weather events, will also be presented. We have 4 interesting presentations coming up, and each presentation will be followed by time for questions, like you already know from the first 2 days. We will also have time later this morning to elaborate further on some of those questions during our panel discussion. Therefore, if you don't get to ask your question during presentation time, please take the question with you into the panel discussion. For the presenters on stage, when you get to the end of your allocated time, I will give you a little hand sign. And all the presenters have actually decided to stand up for their presentations, which is completely fine with me and probably makes them more visible on the stage anyways. So I welcome you to the stage. And without further ado, I'll lead over to the first presentation from Dr. Philipp Belcher from Intertanko. He will talk on optimizing ship routing for safety, fuel efficiency, and reduced emissions. Dr. Philipp Belcher is a master mariner and executive with 30 years of maritime practice gained at sea and ashore within oil, gas, and the chemical industry. During his PhD, Philip focused on the role of the human element in maritime safety. He's also a fellow of the Royal Institute of Navigation, a freeman of the City of London, a liveryman of the Honourable Company of Master Mariners, and in 2021 was awarded the Merchant Navy Medal for meritorious service for services to seafarers' welfare during the pandemic. Philip is the Marine Director at Intertanko, and he's a first-class advocate at the highest levels of government and international bodies. So I welcome Philip to the stage.
Thank you, Michael. And good morning to all. Thank you very much to WMO for this organisation and IMO as well. It's quite a privilege to come here and talk to you today. As you might have seen, I do have a PhD. Unfortunately, it's not in weather patterns in the North Atlantic from 1879 onwards. It's in sociology, but it's okay. It is an ology, so there is science there. Right, so just wanted to take you through some things. First of all, I have to talk very briefly about Intertanko, who we are. So we represent the oil, gas, and chemical tanker industry, the owners of them. Not the charterers like BP and Chevron and so on. These are the ones who operate and own ships. Just about 4,000 ships, just under or so. It's a large grouping there. We represent probably about 60% of the tanker industry. We have entrance criteria, so we don't want everyone in, so 60% is probably about right there. But just thinking about, just to scene set a little bit, if we can. So these are today's trade routes. Non-weather dependent, we can move around pretty much as we want, covering everywhere around the world. So we can pretty much go anywhere at any time, non-weather dependent here. Now, of course, go anywhere, any time is caveated. I'm sure the guys in the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico are having some problems at the moment, and same on the other side of Mexico as well, with the other tropical storms going on there. But what we have at the moment is a situation where the shipping industry is a service industry. It's like getting a London taxi, you go from A to B. Hopefully the driver, the shipper operator knows the route, etc., like the London taxi drivers, and will get you there in the right time, the time that you want. So this does allow for just-in-time arrival, but it does create sleek logistic chains, you could say. You can be there when it needs, when you want it to be. But there is volatility, of course, in the whole of this. We've got, as we're hearing, down in the plenary room at the moment, we have environmental legislation on the books already. Shipping was the first area to have that kind of legislation going through, to put those requirements into design of ships and so on. Far ahead of other sectors, including aviation. Just get that a little bit in there, So we've got that. And then we've got the geopolitical issues going on. I'm sure everybody's well aware what's going on in the Red Sea at the moment. So some 60% of ships are now diverting around there, away from that, and facing different weather now off South Africa, for example. And many of us who were at sea in the maybe 80s and 90s or so well remember documents that used to come out about the weather off South Africa, particularly about supposedly these freak waves which would team up with the Agulhas current and so on. You would drive down into things. I'm not sure that's quite true, whatever. And then, of course, we have the accidents like in the Suez Canal there, which has major impacts. So whilst we can go wherever we want, whenever we want, there are, of course, limitations. So what does a weather-dependent trade route look like? This was a lovely piece of research which was done, I've forgotten the university there. They looked at logbooks from UK-registered ships, from Dutch and French-registered ships, from the 1800s or so. There's no Suez Canal trade there, of course, because that wasn't quite open, and there was some very unfortunate trade into West Africa, of course. And I believe IMO is addressing that during the Black History Week in a few weeks' time or so. But what we got here is shipping trade routes dependent purely upon the wind and the current. Now, we're never going to get entirely back to that, but it's certainly going to have to be a factor in it. So weather facilitated trade. We have one of our associate members there, this wing winds situation, which, at a good 20% off the fuel bill of a ship or so, that kind of area, So we do have to have the routes optimized for the wind and weather. You can't just batter into the currents now. You can't just batter into the wind either, you know. So we do have to be a bit more flexible on this. And this is where the weather routing is going to come in and play such an important role in all of this. But we also have to have a look at the legal side of it, so that when you get in your London taxi and the taxi said, well, we could go up this way, but it's going to be terrible traffic. Same thing for charter parties. We could go the direct route, but we're going to really affect things. So we have to be flexible in this. We have to change the legal situation too. So weather routing, how do we optimize? I mean, I'm talking to many, many experts in the room who are dealing with this. But doing it for the speed, fuel, and cargo protection as well. And we've gone out, we polled a lot of our members who talked to our masters, and many, many, many of our members' companies are utilizing weather routing. So we had some very positive feedback. You know, good collaboration, good feedback, good going back and forth with the weather routing. When the master needs something, they can get in there, we get the routing, get the information straight back from them. And the weather models do actually match the weather that's being seen or experienced in the next few days and so on. So many of them have worked. But many also give a negative feedback as too, and there is. So not taking into account under keel clearance, how deep the water is, which is pretty important for ships, you know. The narrow straits, the heavy traffic, you know, routing through an area in a certain direction, which is partly against the traffic flow, can have a real navigational effect and negate any of the savings in fuel, particularly if you're utilizing the rudder so much for anti-collision work. It has a real effect on that. Weather models not meeting the actual weather that's being seen. That's a frequently reported issue. I mean, obviously it's not an exact science, but some of the weather models, it would appear, do not meet some of the issues. And then only focusing upon fuel consumption, that's the number one parameter, which then leads into some situations where if you're only doing it for the distance or what's believed to be the weather in there, you can get into some problems elsewhere. And one of the key things, and we'll come back to this in a minute, is about the qualifications of those who are providing the advice. Seafarers experience the weather, they're in it all the time, they're users of the weather, as it were, and they're the ones there on the deck facing it, rather than somebody in a nice cozy office, nice warm office, looking at the predictive models, etc. And there can be sometimes a bit of a disconnect, and I'll come to at least one of them. And then one of the harder things as well is for the captain, for the master, to go against the advice. So particularly when the charterer, so for example, again, you're back in that London taxi, and you're telling the taxi driver where to go, even though he's got all the knowledge there who should be able to do it. So here is one example of it. So one of our members had a very large gas carrier going through a Sea of Japan to arrive in Ningbo at a certain ETA. Great. Within the parameters of that routing, it was fine. So arriving into the port on the day that it was scheduled for was perfect. Well, it was a little windier, but it was okay. But forecasted the following day, in open sources and well known, was a typhoon coming in. But the parameters for that weather routing trip was ended on the day of arrival. It didn't consider the next day. So that's one thing which was very problematic for that ship. So what we'd like to talk here about, just to talk, to open up the discussion, is to talk about the way forward, what is going on, ensuring that the master has the authority to actually take the decisions that are needed to make sure that the ship is safe, that the crew is safe, and everyone is safe on there. The shipping company itself must back up what the master's saying too, because too often the company is often swayed by what the charterer wants, what the large oil majors, for example, want, and will dictate on this. So undertaking a real due diligence on the weather routing company is a key one here, and particularly that last point, focusing upon the operators, weather routing operators, qualifications, experience, etc., so that we can be assured that the advice being given to ships is of the highest quality to deal with the situations and make sure the ship, cargo, and crew are safe, whilst optimising for all the parameters. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we have to obviously take it into effect and take account and utilise the weather conditions for any future trading patterns. It makes no sense to be going against currents, etc. Utilise them. It can take a few knots off, or it can add a few knots, as it were, to the route, etc. Facilitated weather, where trade facilitated by the weather is obviously a way forward. But the safety of ships, crew, and cargo must be paramount. There's no point putting a ship into danger, ship carrying lots of tons of oil into the way of a lot of traffic, or particularly into areas where there's no underkeel clearance. And appreciation of the weather route operators, what the needs of the ships are, so that the ships themselves, the seafarers on board them, aren't fatigued after 3-4 days of battering through weather, because it's the shortest optimized route, or whichever, because of the fatigue of those seafarers has to be taken into account as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes, Hong Kong.
Thank you, moderator, and good day to everyone. First of all, thank you, Dr. Philip Baker's excellent presentation. In response to your presentation, I have the following comments. According to the International Safety Management Code, which came into force in 1998, the shipping company should establish a safety management system in which master have the overriding authority to make a decision regarding the ship's safety. However, commercial pressure, challenge, and compromise master's overriding authority, especially when dealing with extreme weather. In this regard, I would want to know whether it is possible to add a course to enhance and repeat master overriding authority in the charter party, aiming to have all stakeholders involved in the shipping industry recognize and respect master's overriding authority to make a decision regarding ship safety. Thank you. I believe in this room we have a BINCO here, we have an international group here, and we also have Intercargo, Intertango. We can discuss this master overriding authority further. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Absolutely. We need to enforce it, make sure it's represented there, and make sure it's really, really understood. I mean, there are many cases where, master's authority is not exactly ignored, but certainly hasn't got as much weight as it should do. And the ISM code is absolutely crystal clear on this. And it should be backed up by what the companies say, put into charter parties, put into the thing. We're just revising the best management practices for security at the moment. And we've had to reiterate it in there as well. So yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you. The next question is from the United States.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, just a question. So going back to the scenario where the ship avoided the bad weather, let's assume the reverse happened and it went into the port. Would Intertanko have worked with, like, say, the carrier, the charterer, to help with it, like an after-action report or a case event study, just to, try to learn from that?
Yeah, thanks. We didn't, but it's certainly something we probably should do there. I mean, we contacted our members in the run-up to this and saying, what are your experiences? And this was one of the examples that came through. We've put together a working group in one of our subcommittees to deal with this issue. And what we're developing now is going to be a best practice guide for our members on how to do the due diligence of weather routing providers. So that's the outcome that we're doing, so the longer term rather than the in-the-moment time. Thanks.
Are there any more questions from the floor? Yeah, South Africa, please.
Okay. Thank you. I think this presentation highlights the need for the Met services to understand your operations in your space, especially in terms of ship routing, as you highlighted. But I just want to understand at country level, if we wanted to engage with your members to get to a point where we can understand the needs and be able to provide forecasts that are usable, that will be usable for their decision making. How should we approach that?
To be frank, I don't know. I mean, you've got the work going on at the IHO at the moment on the various layers into ECDIS. We're feeding into that. That'll be very interesting. That'll provide a lot more help to the seafarers on board the ship. You have all the normal forecasts. We don't deal directly. I mean, our members will be working closely with the weather routing providers. So they're the ones which will be providing the assistance to the ships. So I think it's probably through those commercial companies liaising with the national Met offices, which will be a better way to do it rather than individual shipping companies, that's for sure. Thanks.
Got time for one more question. If there's any. Yes, please.
So I would firstly like to appreciate you very much for putting the seafarer's point of view. And ship routing, as you said, the ship routing personnel have to be having some sort of a competency. They have to be well aware of meteorological conditions and the impact on the vessel in the actual scenario. And the psychological pressure a master goes through trying to make the charterers and the ship router understand, because the ship router puts a mail, the ship is delayed by so many hours, that means money to the charterers. So there is a lot of pressure on the seafarer. And in the actual scenario, when the sea state is really bad, say about a wave height of 6.7, 7 meters and all, the ship pitches like anything. If you take it on the beam, she rolls like anything. We are human beings inside the ship. When you roll and pitch and when you are thrown out from side to side, and when the vessel doesn't steer on auto at all, it is not only, some people have the idea that the ship is built to take 10 meters wave so she can go. So this is what we get from the shore. But with a good company you work with, my company has always supported my decisions so that I could keep out of trouble, but there are my friends, this is not so industry-wide. So if we have a criteria like the vessel can take only so much, considering the humans inside, maybe the vessel is very robust, but I don't think any vessel can take a 10-meter wave and arrive. If you go in a rough weather, you consume more fuel. That means more emission. So there has to be some education to the routers, charters, brokers. The pressure, all the pressure comes from that. And master's overriding authority is all overridden. Like this is what I wanted to put. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Absolutely. I remember my first trip to sea, taking my life jacket, stuffing underneath the mattress so that you would upend the mattress a bit so you would wedge yourself in the corner and sleep like that. Absolutely. And we have to take into account the seafarers in this. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Philip. Okay, thanks very much, Philip, for this interesting presentation. I think it's a very important topic, which is not taken seriously enough, in my opinion, weather-dependent ship routing. So I hope that in the panel discussion we will be able to elaborate on this further. The next presentation is from Captain Daniel Peixoto de Carvalho from the Brazilian Navy Hydrographic Center. He will talk about early warnings and impact-based forecasting for maritime safety. As a moderator for the previous session yesterday, many of you are now familiar with this extensive background. However, let me quickly recap the main points of Daniel's bio. Daniel is the director of the Brazilian Navy Hydrographic Center. He had a distinguished 30-year naval career with a focus on marine meteorology, physical oceanography, and maritime safety. Daniel also chairs the expert team on maritime safety within WMO's SCMMO. With more than 20 years' experience as a marine meteorologist that includes 7 sea tours, he's highly qualified to speak with us today about early warnings and impact-based forecasts. So, Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you everyone for this opportunity to discuss one of the topics that, in my vision, is at the heart of what has been talked through the symposium, which is not only to make a forecast or to provide a forecast for mariners, but also listen to them and understand what are the impacts on the users. So I'm going to talk about early warnings and impact-based forecasting for maritime safety. And my objective here today is to explore how mid-ocean products and services will meet seafarers' current and future needs in both content and formats for safe and efficient maritime operations. And my expected outcome is to identify opportunities for providing early warnings and forecast services which meet the evolving needs of the maritime community at sea, in ports and harbors, and their operations. So basically, what I want to do is to explore the concepts of early warnings and impact-based forecasts, or shortening to IBF, and identify opportunities that we can address during the next panel discussion. So we have here our British television weatherman Jack Scott giving a BBC weather report in good old days when isobars and synoptical chart was going over the British map. What was funny to check at Amazon that there is a shirt that says the chance of someone cares about the weather is sunny, rainy, partial cloudy is 0. And why is that? I like very much to talk about weather. I've been working with weather for a long time, but usually my friends that are not weather guys, they don't like to talk about the weather as a science. But once I tell them that the weather is going to have an impact of what they do, and more specifically for seafarers, the impact may close a port. Port authority may decide that they cannot come in, and this will increase costs, or the winds will change and impact weather routing, as long as waves can beat hard ships during a trip. Then they start to care about weather. So that's the impacts that are important at the end of the day. Impact-based forecasting is not a new concept. It has been around for a while, and more specifically since 2015, after the United Nations got their efforts to put out the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. It has been more discussed about forecasters to combine their forecast with a study of likelihood and impact. And the United Nations has been put out the Early Warnings for All initiative, which is a challenge to have everyone in the world have early warnings available when there are weather, water, climate events going on that may impact them. And this is a challenge to be achieved by the end of 2027, to have everybody access to early warnings. So, but what is this impact-based forecast? How is it done? The most simple way to explain it to those that haven't ever been in contact with this concept is an assessment of likelihood and impact. So let's check if something has a low probability to happen and has basically no impact on my operations, then I don't care about it. For example, ships at sea don't care much about rain unless it is enough rain to impact, to restrict visibility. Then we go higher in the impact scale, but it has lower to middle likelihood to happen. That's not that important, so we can get to the yellow squares there. But as the likelihood increase, as much as the impact over operations, for example, if we expected to have heavy rain, that maybe a port authority may find that dense fog may also come into play, and then we start to get the orange towards the red square of this graph. Then impact is really high, with a high probability of happening that was checked on the forecast. So they may start impacting operations, and this is the moment where impact-based forecast can help the most, checking what is going to happen and if the impact is too high for those operations. This is a sample of an image of an event, an weather event in 2023 in March. So in Mozambique and Malawi, Tropical Cyclone Freddy hit them hard and made that against poor infrastructure that caused 360,000 people to be displaced, 750 square kilometers of flooded cropland. UNICEF estimated 4.8 million children in humanitarian need, and there was rapidly accelerating cholera outbreak. So infrastructure of that region amplified the impact of a tropical cyclone, of a bad weather, severe weather event at that region. Another example, but with a little better infrastructure in a big city. This is Porto Alegre in the photo in my country, in Brazil. So at the Patos Lagoon in the south of Brazil, there was this extreme precipitation event last May. Probably those more in contact with weather topics have heard about it. And it was the highest flood ever, because on top of the extreme precipitation event, there were winds in favor of making more difficult for the water outlet to leave the lagoon. So basically the water was in that area and couldn't go out. So the level of the river that you can see in that graph went from the regular water level, about 1.5 meter, up to the 5.33 meter, which was the record for the region. And the city was basically, the whole city, you can imagine, it's a city of 1.5 million people were under water. So this is not good, hard time for them. But the infrastructure of the city they reduced their impact after the water started to come down. And as you can see in the graph, it has not been returned to the regular previous level yet. But the city has retaken their life, and things are going now as nearly as possible to the previous situation before the impact. So the impact was a little bit slower or lower because of the infrastructure of the city. Now that I discussed about we explored the concepts of early warnings and have them already for people, and also the impacts that are related to the likelihood, and then we get to the impact-based forecasts. We can start to identify opportunities to forecasters to take a look at what is relevant for the maritime users. So the opportunities for providing impact-based forecasts start with the warning messages that need to be clearly communicated to those who need them to ensure they take appropriate actions. Also, the impact-based forecast improves the relationships between official forecasting services, emergency response agencies, and marine users. So you can see here that it is important that the forecasters have in mind the impacts that weather can cause to their users, but it's not only them who act on them. So emergency response agencies, also port authorities and private companies that provide services for groups of ships or specific types of vessels. So it is relevant to take a look and improve these relationships before the event comes in. And last, to train forecasters on non-scientific terminology, so it can be used when communicating forecasts and warnings to vulnerable communities, and make sure that they understand the forecast they are getting. Now let's turn IBF, impact-based forecast, into action. And I'm going through a number of opportunities that could be addressed. And I start with collecting socioeconomic impacts data through surveys. That's a way of addressing it. Also research impact models. So this is something relevant to be invested in, to understand what are the impacts in a specific infrastructure. Develop forecasters' decision-making processes to provide high-impact forecasts. So it's not a matter of having knowing the impact, but not prepare for that. So it is relevant to think in advance, or what are the processes that the forecaster had to go through when preparing for a forecast depending on the impact that it can cause in each of one of the regions covered by that weather service. Also to strengthen weather-safe constructions such as dams. This is not much in control of the weather service, but it's something that's been started, that can start from the weather services towards the regular other government institutions in the region. Prepare evacuation plans, also in compass or jointly with the other institutions in the region of that weather service coverage. To train populations and emergency teams, goes in the same path. And to improve impact-based forecasts by debriefing with post-event observations. So impact-based forecast is not something that stops after the forecast is broadcast. There is something that has to be checked against what is really happening. If the event develops as it was forecast, then what are the impacts of that? How high was the flood, or how winds impacted infrastructure? Were ports in that area closed? Do ships had to change their the routes? So these are some sort of impacts that can be assessed post-event and then assist with doing better planning for the next event. And now let's talk about that at sea. So I identified three opportunities to assist marine meteorological services and weather services in general that look at the coastal, river, water body forecasts. So collect ships' behavior data through measurements. Ships have a lot of data being collected every day, not only the movements of the ships like yaw, pitch, roll, heave, but also how the engines responded to winds against the direction of their movements, how they had to change their route. So navigation information is also important to collect. And if we put them together against the weather forecast and weather observations, we can come up with better plans in the future. Research impacts on fuel consumption, route duration. So private companies that collect those informations, that piece of information that put all that have the data available for them can assist and can be consulted to assist with the research of how those impact plans can be thought of. And to present on-screen weather information on shipwrecks, and I'm referring to that considering the session we had yesterday on the weather information going on top of nautical charts, developing we have been following to have for marine users, and this is something useful for them. You can imagine if I have my route planned even before leaving the port, and if I have a forecast that's showing we have winds in a specific direction that don't favors our move, maybe it could be reconsidered. There are weather routing companies that provide this service. There are the official weather warnings from authoritative sources that should be considered. S124 have the navigational warnings, but S41X, most specifically S412, will have the weather warnings on top of their routes, so it will be easier to check the impact of a weather forecast over the plans for that route. And this is my last slide. What are the conclusions of that? And of course, my main objective here was to explore those concepts, but also to identify opportunities, which are the recommendations that can go into our symposium report at the end and assess and help the weather forecasters to better check the impacts of their forecasts against what marine users need for their regular use. So the private sector providers play a crucial role in delivering bespoke mid-ocean services and messaging of authority early warnings and forecasts, particularly during hazardous and severe weather events. And I'm referring here not only those that provide services for groups of shipping companies, shipping industry, insurance companies, but also those companies themselves, which have the power of regulating what the ships under their control will have as forecasts, what they will have access at sea, through many different communication methods, so they have a chance to, or they play a crucial role in this sense. And investing on IBF supports local communities and stakeholders with a deeper understanding of the potential impacts of severe weather events and the importance of planning to mitigate against high-impact weather. So we have to invest on that. and not only, I mean, funding, but also investing time in thinking in advance how weather will impact local communities, coastal communities, shipping companies, the ships themselves, but not only solar vessels, all sort of vessels, fishing vessels, vessels that go only during the weekends. All sizes of vessels have different impacts depending on the forecast for them. So it is exactly what I wanted to call your attention to. Let's think about impact-based forecasts as a whole concept, not only having the forecasts out, but check how the impact they will have on the marine user. Thank you very much, and I'm free for your questions.
Thanks, Daniel. Do we have any questions from the floor? Yes, Canada.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Very interesting stuff. Storms have different impacts on different vessels. I think you hinted at that. So I'm just wondering, maybe you could expand a little bit on your thoughts around how to provide impact-based messaging when potentially every user has a different impact from the same event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very good question. This is something that there's not a ready answer for that, because it depends a lot on the categories of ships that, considering we're talking about ships here, of ships that will be in a port or be in a route where the forecast is put out. So something that we have had in the WMO Marine Services course, the regional ones, the first step is to categorize your users. So you have to know them. And so being contacted with ship companies, with the local ports, with the fishing communities, all of them have different visions, different ideas over what are the impacts, what are the meteorological and oceanographic variables that they care the most. And once we have that, we can think of different channels, because for solar vessels, we have the regular broadcast MSI channels that have to be used, but we can think of like local mobile applications, or put out, for example, for a fishing community, if they have a local administration or a local representative, it can get an email with very local area forecast, or addressing specifically hourly impacts of winds, how winds will develop through that night, because usually fishing vessels leave very early in the morning. So at that time of the day, they are more interested in time. Usually by noon, they are back to the port. So if they get this attention of how weather will develop during early morning up to noon, this is more relevant for them. And they're not so much interested in how it will develop during the day. So that's a way of addressing it. So categorize them, and then once you have them categorized, find a way to communicate directly to them.
Thank you. We got another question from Ramon from New Zealand.
Thank you, Daniel Carvalho. Yeah, my question is sort of a bit like my Canadian colleague here. How early is early? Typically, within 24 hours, forecasters have confidence of an impact. But if the industry requires 48, 72 or beyond, then it probably requires a retraining of meteorologists and an acceptance of uncertainty.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I have this challenge too at the Navy Hydrograph Center in Brazil, because I also operate the Marine Meteorological Service of Brazil here. We are the meteorology coordinator, works under my supervision. And we are also always trying to extend the range of our forecasts. So what I see is that there is a middleman that plays an important role. So I have the forecasts out, I have the weather products, but if I have somebody in the middle, like a private company that gets the authoritative source and translate that to their clients, then we have a chance to achieve better results and customize the forecast for what they will customize our authoritative forecast to their clients. So, of course, all marine meteorological services would like to speak directly to all clients, but at least we have the general information to the whole industry or the whole users, and specifically those ships that need a longer range forecast can rely on these partnerships. And of course, marine meteorological services can achieve or can be assessed by these private companies and work in companies. So what we put out is something that is useful for them in order to pass them on to their clients.
Okay, one more question from South Africa.
It's not a question, but I wanted to add on to the question of impact-based focus for different sectors. We have implemented impact-based warning in our country. Our approach, we started with the public focused, wherein we engaged stakeholders from disaster management and other communities. And then we developed impact tables for different hazards. So we'll have impact tables for rainfall, impact tables for fog, impact tables for severe thunderstorms. And then in consultation with the stakeholders, then they would indicate to us what will be the impacts. So from disaster management, they'll be more concerned about if there will be flooding of informal settlements, if there will be damages to roads. So we then categorize those according to whether there will be minor impacts, significant or widespread. And then we are currently embarking on one for the agriculture sector, where we are engaging the agriculture sector to develop impact tables for them. This one now focuses in terms of will there be risk of diseases to crops or livestock, and then we are categorizing impacts for agriculture. So it will need to be sector by sector. You can't combine all of this into one. And for marine, we did, we were not so much extensive, but we did develop some impact tables for marine as well. And our sort of impacts will be small boats will capsize, depending on what the conditions are. And the hazards are then according to strong winds, and then if it's high waves. So you have to work according to the different hazards for that particular sector, but you cannot do it without the input of the stakeholders.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and thank you for your comment and for sharing the experience. And I know South Africa Weather Service has been a hard time with the increase of the movement of ships around the tip of Africa. So yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Great, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everyone from the floor. I think it's a very important topic that we will continue to elaborate in the panel discussion.
Thank you very much.
So I'm happy to introduce the next presenter on stage, Dr. Alice Soares. She's a marine consultant. She will talk about Met-Ocean support for emergencies at sea, including both safety and environment related, and search and rescue. Dr. Alice Soares is a senior hydromet advisor to the WMO and the World Bank. Alice has nearly 30 years experience in meteorology and oceanography, starting with Portugal's Meteorological Service. In 2006, Alice was appointed scientific officer at the Ocean Affairs Divisions of WMO, and in 2010 she was awarded a permanent position as scientific officer at the Data Processing and Forecasting System Division of WMO. Since 2018, Alice serves as Senior Hydromet Advisor and provides expert advice to WMO and the World Bank and other development partners and government agencies. Moreover, Alice was also awarded a visiting professorship at the Lusophone University in Lisbon and has co-authored numerous research papers, books, and regulatory and technical publications on meteorology, climate, marine meteorology, and oceanography. So, Alice, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here presenting the work of a great team that I'll present it later on. A work that was done over the last 18 months. It was a record that we managed to do so many activities in this time frame. And basically, what I'm talking about is related to the Met-Ocean support to emergency response activities. The first issue that we need to consider is what type of emergencies we are talking about. And to understand what are really the requirements in terms of Met-Ocean support. So we started discussing internally what should be the support required, and we understand that we needed to provide support for marine pollution, non-nuclear aspects. We are talking about oil spills, sargassum, pumice, harmful algal blooms, and other type of releases. We are talking also about marine pollution now in terms of radioclines, radioactivity materials, nuclear aspects, And we are also talking about search and rescue and the drifting of objects. So all these type of emergencies have been considered to understand what are the metocean support required. How we have started? We started by engaging with the user community. So we worked with the Center of Documentation, Research and Operations related to marine pollution. We worked with the US Coast Guard to understand how we deal with search and rescue. We engaged with the IMO committees on maritime safety and also on marine pollution. Environmental pollution. We engaged also through IMO with the joint working group IMO-ICAO with the civil aviation to understand the requirements for search and rescue. We engaged also with the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, to deal with nuclear aspects. I think I have covered all. That we engaged in the initial stage of the process to understand what are the metocean support required. So we understand that we needed, and you can see from the graphic, that we have different types of emergencies and different type of scales of information that need to be provided. Also, different layers that we need in the ocean and also at the atmosphere. So we need meteorological data, lower atmosphere, we need oceanographical data at different layers, we need wave data, both analysis and forecasts at different time scales. Metocean support, we for sure need observations. We heard a lot about observations yesterday. All that is valid here. We need observations to understand the status of the atmosphere and the ocean. We need also the atmospheric and ocean model outputs to have the forecasts. And we have some examples of bulletins also for forecasting and warnings that the meteorologist in duty will need to analyze and come up with some results to support the emergencies. Looking at further support that is required is not just the meteorological, oceanographic and wave data, but also the transport, fate and weathering models that we need. We need to understand when we have an oil spill, where the spill goes, how it spreads. When we have someone that falls in the ocean, where this person goes, or a container, we will need such kind of information. So, looking at these aspects further into the detail and working with the communities that I mentioned earlier, that are the user communities, who went through the process of identifying what are the parameters that we need. And I will not go into the detail here, but I just wanted to show you that for all steps of operations in terms of oil spills, we have identified what type of a parameter we need, if we need wind, if we need temperature or whatever, and what is the level of importance at the stage that is required. That's for oil spills operation, and we have done a similar approach for all type of operations for search and rescue. So these are the details that are in a publication that I'll talk about later on. Oops, went too quickly. Then we need to put some of these issues in practice and understand how the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services support the user community. I'm talking about these centers that deal with marine pollution, or the Coast Guards that deal with search and rescue, and others. So we noted that we have at least 2 gaps identified, maybe more, but the major gaps were international waters. We need to provide support for international waters. Most of the countries provide such kind of support, but for the national waters. The other gap that we have identified is that not all National Meteorological and Hydrological Services have the same capacity to provide such kind of information. So we needed to close the gap, these gaps. How we do it? WMO has a way of establishing a network of regional specialized meteorological centers. We have 155 regional specialized meteorological centers in a number of activities. most of them in atmospheric-related aspects, 122. And then gradually we have been building such network also on marine-related aspects. So there are the regional specialized meteorological centers for marine meteorological services, and these are the Meteria coordinators that you all know about it, but have this specification within the WMO community. We have also regional specialized meteorological centers for nuclear ocean wave prediction. We have for global numerical ocean prediction, coordination of wave forecast verification, and most recently we are establishing regional specialized meteorological centers for marine emergency response. And in this regard, again, as I mentioned, we worked with the user community to come up with the designation criteria and functions of these centers. Primarily, they are supporting the national meteorological and hydrological services that need such kind of information, particularly on the transport and fade and weathering model outputs. But also to deal with the centers that deal with marine pollution and with search and rescue. To make all these connections. So we have identified with the user community the mandatory and recommended products to be provided, the activation procedures, because when we have an incident, how we can activate the process, and we have carried out testing exercises. This is for non-nuclear pollution and search and rescue that are all defined. For nuclear marine emergency response, we are still in the process of working with IAEA and IMO under the joint group that deals with nuclear aspects to come up with the procedures to activate the process. So I want to acknowledge the work of a number of WMO members in doing the exercises that they helped significantly to improve the way the products have been developed and also the way to communicate that information to the national services and to also the user community. So there is a list there: Argentina, Brazil, Dominican Republic, France, India, Morocco, New Zealand, Norway, Philippines, Seychelles, Tonga, and Tanzania. They all participated voluntarily in the process. There are a number of scenarios there for oil spills or for search and rescue. Some of these countries acted as regional centers, others as national. They have engaged with Coast Guards and also centers for pollution to make sure that we got the feedback and refined the procedures. Some results that we have done, we noted that there are graphic products that needed to be provided, so I'm just showing you some examples. We have the drifting and spreading of an oil spill, for example. We have that together with the wind information. We have that together with the wave information and also with the currents. So these are some of the graphical products that are ready to be provided. There are also products done as a bulletin, and we have here a bulletin that describes for the next few days what will happen in terms of weather and ocean. We have an explanation, and that information is also something that can be provided. We also have other bulletins here where is a mix between graphical products and further explanations. Communication of the information is critical, and particularly this candidate center for regional specialized meteorological center for MARE is working on something that I found very important. That is dealing with uncertainty. We have been talking about uncertainty. Yesterday, I heard a few times about uncertainty. There is one of our candidate, RSMC, that is working on this issue by working on multimodal ensemble, bringing together the different models to come up with a better solution and provide that information. We are still far to have a proper way of communicating that information, but it's a good step because particularly when we are talking about transport and fate models, we are combining uncertainties of wind, uncertainties in waves, and uncertainty even on the transport of the spill. So we need to bring all together and come up with a better solution and also on better communicate that information to the user community. That is not an easy task, but we will get there. So it's a work in progress. Finally, I mentioned that we were closing the gap by establishing the regional centers, but we are also closing the gap in building the capacity at the national level. So a team, and everybody is listed there, this team put together in the last 18 months a WMO guide to marine emergency response. This guide, we were supposed to launch it here. Unfortunately, is not available yet on the website, but it will be in the next few days. So we'll make sure that there will be a link in this presentation so that you can use it later on. I want really to acknowledge this great team, and by saying the names of everybody that contributed. Øyvind Breivik from Norway and myself, we have been the technical editors. We have the chapter co-authors. We had Arthur Lallen, Øyvind Breivik, Pierre Daniel, Bruce Sackett, Nadal, Knut, myself, Greg Sunderland, has the authors of the chapters, and then the peer reviewers, we have Christopher Becker, Vittoria, I can't see, it's too small, but then Andrew Schiller, and also all our colleagues that are in the SERCOM, the Services Commission, and the Standing Committee for Marine Meteorology and Oceanography, the leaders. We have Jan Lisk here, we have John Parker as well, we have Sang Young Hu and Val Swale. They all provided a great contribution. And a big thank to the WMO Secretariat, to Sarah Grams and Nayan King, that provided a great support to develop this guide in a very short time scale. I will not go into the details, but just to give you a flavor of the content, we have some information that is more theoretical, but also practical. We have a dynamic part of the guide where there is information that may change with the future, that is the access to data, meteorological, oceanographic, and wave data, also access to the models that can be implemented by the National Met Services. Next steps are to put together a course so that we can support capacity building of all national meteorological and hydrological services. So with that, I thank you for this presentation. I would like also to invite you to see a video that WMO put together on the role of the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services in support of marine emergency support. Thank you.
Until we brought the video up on the screen, is there maybe a question from the floor? Yes, in the back, the UK.
Thank you, and thank you, Alice, for that. I'm interested to know how much interaction there was, even in defining the RSMCs, with national Met authorities who have the responsibility for search and rescue and pollution, counter-pollution, only insofar as if we have declared RSMCs and expect them to do things, is there a danger that some national maritime authorities may actually not want to know about that, but will always use their local NMHS anyway?
Yeah, that's a good question. In fact, there are no designated RSMCs yet. We are in process of doing it in liaison with also the IMO members to make sure that we are not passing by the process. There is no actual danger in putting the issues in a different context, because the primary goal of the RSMC is to provide support to the NMHSs. So it will not go directly to the user community, but it goes through the National Meteorological and Hydrological Service in the country that is supposed to provide the support to the user community in that area. So these issues have been carefully thinking about it by the WMO community, and we hope that there will not be a problem going through the process.
Okay, thank you, Alice.
To keep to the schedule, I see the video is almost 4 minutes, so we'll leave any other questions for the panel discussion and now watch the video.
When accidents happen at sea, it's critical that rescue and cleanup operations begin quickly to save lives and prevent an environmental disaster. Key to these efforts are accurate marine weather observations, forecasts, and warnings, which can involve a range of national, regional, and international actors. They form part of WMO's efforts to support operations for search and rescue, SAR, and Marine Environmental Emergency Response, MEER. Let's take a closer look at an example. A ship carrying 50,000 tons of oil with 20 crew members is sailing near the coast. While trying to avoid large floating masses of seaweed, the ship accidentally runs aground on a coral reef and 2 crew members fall overboard. The accident occurs about 10 kilometers out to sea, within an area governed by a nearby country. The ship contacts the local Coast Guard to let them know there's an emergency. They describe what happened, where they are, and how many people are on the ship. Once the Coast Guard has all the relevant information in hand, they send out emergency response boats and aircraft, both to find the missing people and respond to the potential oil spill. The Coast Guard also gets in touch with various national authorities and organisations, including the National Meteorological and Hydrological Service, NMHS, of the country governing these waters. This NMHS, working alone or in close collaboration with the Oceanographic Service in the country, provides the Coast Guard and Pollution Control Centre with marine meteorological support. This covers met-ocean observations and forecasts, such as the condition of the sea at the time of the accident, along with a 3-day weather forecast for the wreck area, including wind and wave predictions. This is important as changing sea conditions can affect search and rescue operations and impact the size of a potential oil spill. The Coast Guard searches for the 2 missing crew members, using information about ocean waves, currents, and wind to figure out the area where they are most likely to be. The Coast Guard helicopter finds the 2 people. Once rescued, the 2 crew members are transported to hospital. Although the ship is not yet leaking oil, the NMHS requests assistance from a WMO regional centre to provide oil drift model outputs to support potential cleaning up operations at national or international levels. Under specific arrangements, these model products from WMO regional centres can also be made available to relevant international and regional centres. These models show that a potential leak could reach the coastline very quickly. With drift information in hand, authorities in the country governing those waters activate a national anti-pollution plan. This means they are ready when the Coast Guard identifies an oil leak 2 days later. All this time, the NMHS has continued to deliver 3-day forecasts twice a day, and at any other time required in case met-ocean conditions change suddenly. Within a few weeks, the oil has been contained and cleaned up, and the ship has been towed to shore. WMO's approach to collaborative and effective marine emergency responses helps save lives and protects the environment.
Great, thank you
¿Quieres
very much.
transformar el entorno en el que
Yeah, it just highlights the importance of these forecasts and to look after our oceans. So thank you very much, Alice, for this presentation. So the final presentation this morning is from Mr. Craig Setzer. Mr. Craig Setzer is with the Royal Caribbean Group. He's the chief meteorologist for the Royal Caribbean Group, the company tasked with overseeing Royal Caribbean International Celebrity, Silversea, TUI, and Hapag-Lloyd cruise line brands. He's responsible for monitoring nearly 60 cruise ships worldwide for voyage or port weather impacts. Craig has a degree in meteorology and is an American Meteorological Society certified consultant meteorologist. Before joining the Royal Caribbean Group, Craig worked in television for the National Hurricane Center and law firms as a forensic marine meteorologist. I welcome Craig to the stage.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege to be here presenting in front of all of you today. So when I was invited to present and I saw the subject line here, it said, oops, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Okay, there we go. So it said, bridging the knowledge gap towards safer shipping. And I thought, safer shipping? I'm a cruise line company. So what happens with safer shipping and cruise lines? Well, let's talk about what is a cruise ship. It's like a container ship, except instead of containers, we have passengers. And unlike containers, passengers let us know when they're unhappy with their voyage. So more than that, it is literally like a resort on a ship, an all-inclusive resort. There's a marine side, which I'm part of, and that's all things nautical and navigation and the operation of the vessel itself. And there's what we call the hotel side, and that reaches to the guests, food and beverage, housekeeping, everything that interfaces with the passengers. That's considered the hotel side. And literally, we have a cruise ship that looks like an all-inclusive resort. Our largest ship, Icon of the Seas. It had 5 water slides, but they said the definition of a water park is 6, so they added another water slide to make it a water park at sea. They also added another reverse osmosis plant to create enough water for the water park. Here we go. So what is why a cruise line meteorologist? So mentioned on the first day by Joe, there was an incident called Anthem of the Seas in 2016, where winds were recorded of 146 knots, reduced to 10 meters. And one of the recommendations was, you guys hire a meteorologist to help you out. I'm the second of the meteorologists. The first meteorologist was there for 5 years. He moved on. They hired me. And these are some of the things that I have to think about and deal with. One is known as, everybody knows here that deals with marine affairs, is parametric roll. Parametric roll is very dangerous. Fortunately, our ships are equipped with stabilizers. This is just an example of a stabilizer from a yacht. But we have fins that deploy, and over about 8 knots, they become effective in dampening the roll on a ship. Our ship also has pools, so we're very sensitive to list. In fact, on the bridge, there's a button that can drain the pools very quickly if the captain feels there will be some list. This is video from Harmony of the Seas. It's one of our Oasis-class ships. There are neighborhoods on the ship. This is called Central Park below. The pools, of course, are on top because that's where the sun is. Unfortunately, if there's a significant list and the pools are full, you get this effect, which is basically a waterfall from the pool into Central Park. Now, fortunately, nobody was injured, nobody was hurt, but we did have to replace a lot of the trees and the vines because the pools are chlorinated. So we deal with waves of all different kinds because we do tendering operations in some of our ports. So we're not only concerned with large waves, but also small waves, because if we can't get the passengers on and off the vessel, then we've got a problem. So we're very sensitive to very small waves in tendering operations and very large waves, of course, as we're underway. So my job is to provide 24/7 voyage and port critical weather guidance. I don't do the daily forecast. I'm a second set of eyes for the captains. I help with the captain's messaging to shoreside and as well as the hotel. I create and find tools to improve our forecast skill. My goal is to equip the ships with enough tools where they don't have to call me for weather decisions. and I'm also creating a marine weather training program. As of November 1st last year, my role was expanded to all of our fleets from 26 ships to 68 ships. We also hired a second meteorologist, thankfully. So I said critical weather, global cruise critical weather. When I first joined the company, the captains were saying it was bad weather, it was bad weather, it was bad weather. But I realized they were conflating a lot of different types of bad weather. We have voyage weather and we have port weather. Both of those are very different the way I view it. In terms of voyage weather, we have what's called predicted. That means we're going to deviate around a tropical cyclone or a big storm system. And we have unforeseen. That means we're underway and all of a sudden a squall line hits us and we suffer a bit of a list. We also have predicted port weather. This is where maybe the winds are blowing too hard across the entrance of the channel and our ship's crab angle won't allow us to enter, or we couldn't maybe stay alongside in a port because the winds are too strong to stay alongside on a pier. We also have unforeseen, which is problematic because when in a port, there's nowhere to go to get away. Unforeseen is like a severe thunderstorm microburst, things like that, which might cause us to lose our lines or blow off the pier. So in terms of voyage weather, I kind of learned quickly that you need to use long-range forecast models to correctly predict impactful weather, which basically for us is 50 knots of wind or 4 meter seas. We use a multi-model approach, probabilistic. I'm trying to get our ships away from just thinking one model, think probabilistic mini models, assist the captains in the bridge how to use the tools effectively. My first big challenge was Hurricane Hillary in the Eastern Pacific last year on August 17th. We had our navigator of the seas departing from Los Angeles going to Ensenada in 2 days, and the hurricane was moving north. All of our ships are foreign flagged, which means in the United States we fall under the Jones Act, which means if we leave a U.S. port, we must visit a foreign port before we return to the U.S. If we don't do that, it's a fine, and in this case, it would have been a $3.3 million violation for not going to a foreign port. So there was no pressure on me, of course. My goal was to convince the company we would still sail toward a hurricane without going into a hurricane. So we had what was called a SITREP, or situation response call. Lots of important people on the call. Captain, hotel, guest communications, port ops, excursion director, provisioning, fueling, air and sea. All of these people have to coordinate when we do an itinerary change. So this is the way the SITREP went. We used some of the Hurricane Center's HAFS models, Hurricane Analysis and Forecast System, to define the area of the tropical storm winds. It did a very good job predicting it. I said we can get down to Ensenada, get the people off for 4 hours, which is considered a meaningful call, and then sail back full speed, which is what we did. And thankfully, it worked out very well. There was no fine. The guests were happy. Everything worked out very, very well. I had an Atlantic weather challenge a few days later where we had Liberty of the Seas sailing from Bermuda back to New York. I spoke with the captain before the departure. There was a prefrontal trough. The OPC text forecast included a gale warning and winds to 40 knots, and I discussed with the captain that we would go as fast as we could to get through the trough axis ahead of the 50 knots, which was expected later in the afternoon. So there was the path there, the voyage track, and the forecast there was for 40 knots, seas up to 15 feet during the afternoon. Our vendor also supported the same thinking, winds around 40 knots. I checked in with the captain that morning at about 8:30. The winds were around 37 knots. We were within our forecast expectations. Within an hour, the captain sent me a picture from his phone showing 65 knots. This was 6 hours before it was forecast and about 150 miles from where it was expected. I thought, this is a problem. What happens when the wind, because our ships have a high profile or a large sail area, when we have a strong crosswind, the ships literally start being blown sideways as they're going forward. So we're heading in one direction, but the ship is tracking a different direction over the ground. The highest wind recorded was 72 knots, seas built to 4 meters, and then things calmed down. So I wanted to learn, why did this happen? Why did we miss it? Why weren't we expecting this? So I did a pretty detailed analysis into the satellite imagery, and I found that under the convective canopy, there was a gust front that raced out just as Liberty was approaching the trough axis. That wasn't forecast in the models, so my lesson from that was, when there's convection in the models, anticipate higher winds from that activity, even if it's not in the models. So last year I had a challenge which is very similar to what my challenge is now. It was Hurricane Idalia. It was the end of August. Multiple ship itineraries were impacted. We used a multi-model approach, used NHC cone and wind speed probabilities to inform the guests. And this was our itinerary. The storm was forming down in the Northwest Caribbean. We were sailing from Galveston, from Tampa, and a ship going back to Tampa. So I literally printed the itinerary, and on the itinerary, I just by hand looked at each ship where they would be and wrote, go slow, wait for the storm to come out, go slow maybe, we'll have to watch you closely. One ship, I was like, you've got to get there soon, so go full blast, go as fast as you can, get through the Caribbean, get to the Caribbean on the other side of it. And these are stressful things we go through, and right now I'm dealing with Hurricane Helene, or Tropical Storm Helene right now across the area. This is from last year, and it's very similar to the way Helene looks this morning. We used the HAFS model again for details. We talked about uncertainty using probabilistic models as well, and we used ensemble models to detail the area of the tropical storm wind field. So it worked out well. All of our ships, despite some delays, didn't have any problems. But one of our big post-hurricane problems was the port of Tampa, which has an 18-mile channel from the sea buoy to the pier there near the city of Tampa. And one of the things that happens when a storm moves up the eastern Gulf is there's significant storm surge, and that's the Sunshine Skyway Bridge there, which is a pretty big bridge when you look at it. It extends well above the water, about 53 meters. Unfortunately, our ships are just about as big as the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. So we're very concerned about air gap, which is the distance between the water and the tallest point of the bottom of the bridge. And in this case, the storm surge literally pushed our exceedance up. We need 2 meters clearance for safety reasons. We only had about 1 meter, so we had to wait until the storm surge went out before our ship could go back in. So these are some of the crazy things that I found that I deal with all over the place. I've dealt now with tsunamis, I've dealt with icebergs, things I never even thought I would deal with. I thought it was mostly going to be tropical cyclones. So sometimes things still happen, but when I joined the company, we were only flagging the bad events. A bad event, we'd do a discussion, we'd do an investigation and everything. And I found that we weren't flagging any of the events that didn't cause a problem. So recently we started keeping track of all winds recorded by ships that are over 60 knots, and we have a lot of those. It's surprising how many true wind, and on the ship it might be 70 knots of wind, where nothing bad happens. So I figured we have all of these success stories to compare that to against the incidents to really learn how good we are, and we're actually very well. For these hundreds of high wind, low list events, because that's another way to qualify it, we only have about one where the weather really does cause a problem. So in that way, I feel like it's a metric where we're doing very well. Finally, with port weather, I've had to kind of create some of my own tools. We have a private destination called Coco Cay. And what we were having was a problem determining wave height going into Coco Cay. The products that were available on the internet didn't have enough granularity, so I contracted a programmer. We developed some graphical plots. The first time we determined that there would be 1.5 meters sea at Coco Cay, which looks like that, and this is the way it looked on the day that the forecast came true. And it worked out very well. We can now predict within 3 or 4 days if we are going to miss a port. So now, in terms of port unforeseen weather events, I'm working on creating, with the help of the National Weather Service, an alerting system for impactful events, a 3-step approach: detection, notification, action, and leverage 24/7 government agency support. These, my friends right here, because I don't work 24/7. So we're taking an existing policy for airports, modify it to a policy for seaports in the United States, duplicate the airport weather warnings to port weather warnings. So it'll be a framework that's already in place, and we can use the template. Other cruise lines immediately expressed interest in it, and including SpaceX, the Navy, and the Coast Guard. It would be a port-defined area where if there was a certain weather threshold, that port would get an alert for both shoreside and ship-based operations, and all the coastal offices would have the opportunity to issue these port weather warnings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Craig. From a mariner's perspective, very interesting presentation. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes, from the US.
Thanks, Craig, thanks. A quick question about a lot of those, the wind incidents of 60 knots or greater. Many of those deep convection thunderstorms or not quite so much?
So that sheet that I showed you was from a couple of days ago. It was brilliance of the seas near Alaska and into strong winds that are just north of Vancouver. And so what happened was, because we were basically sailing into the wind, we didn't have a problem with waves or anything. We were near shore, but we had to increase our speed and depart earlier to make our turn in Vancouver because the wind was so strong it was slowing the vessel down. So a lot of them are synoptically driven. There are some, the dangerous ones are, I think, the thunderstorm ones.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the floor? Yes, the UK.
Thank you. Very interesting. I know that it's the situation in aviation to a large degree, but how many major cruise lines have an in-house meteorologist? I say this sitting in Southampton, where Carnival Cruises sit next to me, and I may be looking for a job in retirement, but that's by the by. But I didn't know if it was common policy these days.
It's not common policy, and before I hired a second meteorologist, I was the only meteorologist in the entire cruise industry.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Maybe I have one question as well, Craig, is what do you find, or what would you like from national meteorological services? You know, what would you expect us to improve? You showed some really great examples how you work together with national meteorological services already. Is there anything we could improve on for you?
That's a great question. So one of our policies that I've written is that the ships where we're sailing must at least reference the authority of the waters for which they're sailing in their weather forecast. So if you're in Italian waters, then you should look at the Italian weather forecast, as well as our vendor, but don't go to windy first, okay? Go to like whatever the local authority is. The problem I find is it's difficult finding like a place where all of the authorities are available and you can click on Greece, Italy, Argentina, all these places. You have to do a Google search to find the meteorological agency and then kind of tunnel down to the maritime forecast.
Great, thank you, Craig. We'll elaborate on that later in the panel discussion, because I think there's, from WMO, there's a platform, severe weather platform, information way.
WMO website.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in the panel discussion.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so very interesting morning session, I think, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion, which starts at 11:30 until 12:30. We'll make another announcement for the side event. Do we want to do that now, Ellie, or do that later?
Yes, just a reminder that we will have a side event today during lunch, and we will we'll announce the timing a little bit more, but essentially, after the panel concludes, we will invite those who are going to lunch to go ahead and do that. And then for those who are going to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll start as quickly as we can. And then you'll have about half an hour after the session to go get some lunch, a sandwich or something.
Great. Thank you once more to the four presenters this morning. We heard from Philip about routing and how routing can actually have an impact on the environment to reduce emissions, but also on the cost effectiveness of companies to save on fuel and other things. Then Daniel talked about the impact-based forecasting, some very great examples there. Alice talked about the environmental impact on how to respond to emergencies at seas. And there's quite a variety of emergencies at sea, so you have to respond appropriately to all these different types of emergencies. And then finally, Craig gave a very interesting and engaging presentation about how a meteorologist can contribute to the operations of large cruise companies. So I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Yes, so the next thing we'll have is a coffee and tea break. There's a slide I think we can bring up for the coffee and tea break on the screen. Yes, so it's my pleasure to lead over to the coffee and tea break, and I'm very happy that DWD is sponsoring the next coffee break. I want to encourage you all to use the break to exchange thoughts, ideas, and use the time for networking. It is my strong belief that national meteorological services won't be able to address and solve future challenges and requirements on their own. NMHSs need to work closer together on a regional and global scale and build mutual beneficial partnerships with scientific organizations, the private marine and weather industries, to become more agile and to modernize. So go on and enjoy drinks and food and have great conversations. Thank you.
We will reconvene at 11:30 in this room. Thank you.
So welcome back to the panel discussion around midday, just before lunch. I think we have another weather briefing, though, before we start with the panel discussion, and I'll hand over to Ellie.
Thank you, Michael. You all heard yesterday from the National Hurricane Center in the U.S. about Tropical Storm Helene and the anticipated impacts, and we thought it would be nice to have a complement briefing from a user about how that information is being used in real time with the event that's happening and unfolding right now in the Caribbean. So with that, I'll turn it over to Craig for a little bit more.
Thank you. I haven't done many of these live in front of the whole world, so I'll try to get my locations, my geography correct. But typically when I do a briefing, one of the first things I do is I just try to find out where the ships are. When I go in at work, I come in, I'm one of the first to arrive because we have ships in the Mediterranean. And so we use a platform to help locate basically the ships. And let me get out of this full screen. And and basically the ships are plotted. This would be like a fleet overview of all of our ships, and you can see they're spread around all across the Eastern Pacific. We have ships now crossing because we're in what is called shoulder season, which is between the North American summer season and the Northern Hemispheric summer season and the Southern Hemispheric southern season. So we're starting to send some of our ships that are up in Alaska now south. So these are crossing. Some of the crossings will go across the direct route from north to south, stopping in Hawaii and Vanuatu, and then on down to Australia, New Zealand. Some of the ships will take the longer route and go down and visit Japan and over there. So typically I just try to find out where my ships are and just plot them against the European wind gusts just to get an idea for where any systems are. Also any tropical disturbances are there as well. We have Spectrum of the Seas, which turns out of Shanghai. So they were a big issue a couple of weeks ago with Bavinka, the typhoon that went into Shanghai. We had to keep Spectrum out and cancel the next cruise. Thankfully, the guests received it well, and they said, thank you for taking care of us. So the bookings are up, surprisingly, even though we lost money on that cruise, which is fine. It's all about safety. We have Celebrity Millennium and Silver Muse there, and Silver Nova coming over too. And so I can advance the map here and kind of get a sense for the ships as they're moving on their itineraries over time. And already I can see there's another potential typhoon coming up off of Taiwan there, moving north. So we might have another issue with Spectrum of the Seas there. So I'll be dealing with them when I get back. In the North Pacific now, it's become active. I looked at the calendar, and you can clearly tell that the time is changing. So I was talking about the one ship Brilliance. It was coming down here north of Vancouver and encountered the 70 knots of wind because of systems like this. So Radiance of the Sea, I'll probably have a call with. If the captain reaches out, he might not. Usually when they're going into the wind like that, it's not as big of a weather challenge. And once he gets into Vancouver or Seattle, they're pretty protected there. Sometimes we deal with fog up here in the north, and that's really not much you can do with that. So that's going forward into time there. We did have a ship, Summit. So we have Navigator there, and Brilliance of the Seas is coming south now. We did have this ship here, Summit, and Summit had to deviate. They were coming down from Puerto Vallarta, and they had to go way out and then go around to avoid Hurricane John. And now I've got these ships. Now, some of these itineraries are no longer current because we moved some of the ships around. Wonder is not there. Grandure's not there. Harmony and Enchantment are there. We sent them. They were able to get down early before storm came in. So the big challenge is, and I meter waves, so in the Mediterranean and Bay of Biscay, obviously there's lots of activity. Let me back it up here. We have a lot of ships there still. They will soon start venturing across the Atlantic. But because it's still hurricane season in the Atlantic, I'll have to be watching very closely what transpires there. Sometimes we do deviations south or north, but usually these are a little more foreseeable as opposed to when you're kind of trapped in a Gulf or a sea like that, the Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico. So I started moving most of my ships on Sunday. Today's Wednesday, and now the storm is formed, but on Sunday we were already moving itineraries because one of the things we have to do is there's not a lot of alternative foreign ports in this area, and some of our ships are so big so they can't even fit into some of the ports. So what happens is that the competitors' cruise lines also start moving to those ports. So basically the parking spaces fill up. And once again, we can't do a cruise to nowhere because of the Jones Act, and so we have to go to a foreign port and come back. So that's kind of an overview of how I do my job, which sometimes is more stressful than not. Situations like this, it's a little bit stressful. In fact, the National Hurricane Center has issued a tropical storm warning now for South Florida, for Miami and Broward, where I live. And so now I have what's called shoreside responsibility, because everybody in the office, the 3,000 employees there, want to know if they have work tomorrow from office. I think I'm going to tell them no. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Craig. Very interesting. Just a follow-up question. That platform you're showing there is great. Have you developed that in-house, or how was it developed?
So we really wanted a shoreside fleet overview. We needed to know, because the itineraries change and they move around, and we needed to know where the ships not only were, but where they were going to be to anticipate weather events. So this one vendor helped us build it, giving the itineraries. One of the problems we've found is that if we upload the published itinerary, which are the departure and arrival ports, sometimes the weather doesn't match because the ship might take a different route from those two ports that the weather's calculated across. So we try to provide the waypoint files from the ships off the ECDIS, and that's always a challenge because the ECDIS is isolated from the rest of the bridge because it's so important. So literally, they take a thumb drive that's scrubbed, take the CSV file off, put it onto another computer, upload it, and things like that. We're working on creating a navigation station that is tied, but isolated from the ECDIS, that will then distribute ECDIS information.
Great. Is there maybe a follow-up question from the floor about Craig's presentation? Yes.
Thanks. Good day, colleagues. Thanks to the panel for great presentations so far. Chair, I have a number of questions. Should I pose all at the same time?
Let's keep it for the Craig presentation for the moment, and then we carry on to the panel discussion. Do you have anything for Craig at the moment?
No.
Okay, let's carry on. Is there anything for Craig? The Bahamas, please.
Thank you and good morning. Craig, in terms of the hurricane coming up into the Florida Panhandle, how does that impact the ports, like Port Canaveral, and of course, in Tampa? Are you going to keep your ships in port, or are you going to relocate them before the approaching hurricane?
So we never keep our ships in port with an approaching tropical cyclone. In fact, the ports themselves are closed by the U.S. Coast Guard. They go through these conditions, which are Whiskey, X-ray, Yankee, and Zulu. At condition X-ray, or Yankee, I guess it's Yankee, is tropical storm force conditions are expected within 12 hours. They close the port. All ships must vacate the port. So then we go out. The question is, so there's no issue there, and we're well away from the storm. The question is, when can we get back in? Because after a storm passes, they want to do a port survey and a channel survey. Tampa's channel is 18 miles long. It has 7 sections with 22 specific points that must be analyzed and reviewed to make sure they're navigable and meet requirements. So that takes a while. So our ship, even though the storm might be past Tampa on Friday, our ship Serenade, which turns there on Friday, probably won't get in. We turn 2 other ships, Enchantment and Grandeur, on Saturday. They probably won't get in. And there's a Carnival ship that's expected to turn on Thursday. They're going to be first in line when the vessels start going in. So this will lengthen the cruise that the people are on right now, but it will shorten the upcoming cruises. And some of those, if they're already short cruises, may have to get canceled.
Great, thank you. So maybe we move on to the panel discussion itself. It is, in one way, it's great that we have a situation like that because it shows us firsthand what's going on, how it affects operations, how can we react as National Weather Services. But of course, on the other hand, and my feelings go out to our American colleagues, this is quite a high impactful situation. So yeah, let's move on to the panel discussion, and maybe I'll hand over to the gentleman who already
has many questions.
Yeah,
for us.
thank you. I have several questions. I have 3 for Alice, so I'm going to ask them. Then I have 2 for Greg. My question, Alice, thanks for a wonderful presentation earlier today. How does a National Meteorological Service gain access to the marine emergency response models in practical terms during or at the start of an emergency event? Let's say an oil spill. And how well does these models scale to small island affected areas and their coastal communities? Sometimes we also only know of the spill when it hits the coastal area. Can we track where they origin? Because recently in the Caribbean we had a major incident and it was difficult to track until we found the ship by satellites. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. So I'll start by the one how the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services can get access to the tools and models to use at the national level. So we have put together this dynamic part of the guide. It is not yet available on the website, but it will be very soon. In a week time, the information will be there. We will make sure that all National Meteorological and Hydrological Services will receive the communication where to find the information. And then we are putting together a training course that would allow the NMHSs to make use of these tools. And we will take the advantage of regional institutions like your own institution to help the other countries in the region by having trainers of trainers to pass the information to the other countries. Now, when you talk about small island developing states and how these tools perform, as I mentioned earlier, we had a number of exercises with some of the small island developing states like Dominican Republic, Seychelles, and Tonga, one in each of the oceans, to gather the feedback from them on how these tools were performing. And we got feedback that we would need much higher resolution, customize it to their regions to make sure that the information is appropriate to them. So again, through the training courses, we will be helping the countries customizing these tools for their own purpose. I think your last question is related to identifying eventually a vessel that has released an oil spill, for example, and you had difficulties in identifying which vessel was doing it. So these tools allow looking forward, predictions, but they also allow backtracking. So we can use with backtracking and narrow down the number of vessels that are in the region where we can identify those that can basically release the oil, for example. So these tools allow doing the two-way mechanism. So hopefully I responded to all your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, you did wonderfully. Thank you. I'm very much interested in the downscaling of the information because it's a challenge that remain for us. There has been significant improvement in the global numerical and ocean models. But the value of that has not really transcended to the local scale, and we're looking forward to those downscaled outputs. Greg, you spoke about the challenge, again, this is related, about granularity and having to bring in a program to make the information useful. I know that you travel, or your ships, your liners go to the Caribbean. In the absence of appropriate marine model outputs, how do you treat with those sea conditions to really be safe in the ports and coastal areas of the Caribbean? And also, does your liners have their own weather instruments? And if so, are they part of the VOS? And lastly, with that wonderful safety product that you just showed there, is that marine model output freely available to you, or are you paying for it?
So the last question first. The fleet overview, we pay for that. That's part of a service that we had developed through a weather provider that does a little bit of maritime weather routing, but we pay for that. The thing that I've found is that there's a lot of vendors that do a lot of things, and they do each of those things well, but there's very few vendors that do all of the things well. There's some vendors that do very well with the voyage part. There's some vendors that do very well with the port weather part. But it's hard to find a vendor that seems to have it all going on and then gives you the fleet overview as well. So in lieu of that, with respect to your question for the Caribbean, we are going to be developing our own SWAN model for some of our more challenging ports. The SWAN is a nearshore wave model. We would probably use the GFS wave as a background initialization field. And then our company is very eager to explore all aspects of AI. And so one of the things we would probably do as well, we've got a buoy at one of our private destinations that also measures current. So we're taking the data there and we're comparing it to the models. And eventually, when we have enough of a data set, we're going to develop an AI correction so we can predict better how the models are biased high or low. And we plan to do that also with some of our more challenging ports. There's a port in the Northwest Caribbean called Costa Maya, and it's a very challenging port because of the long fetch, and sometimes Costa maybe for us. Sometimes maybe we get there, sometimes maybe we can't go there because of the waves. So we're trying to create our own tools to help bridge the gap from where there's not enough granularity. And I don't know if I answered your second question.
Yes, but just to put the spotlight on the regional Met services, is there a role for them, and do they play a role in your own decision-making? I think that some of them may have information at scale that may assist you.
Yes, no, that's correct. And in fact, the pilots that escort our ships in, they don't necessarily drive the ships, but they provide a navigational aid. Their local knowledge is invaluable, and because they've got the history, they've been there. And sometimes the local Met services will reach out to the pilots and back and forth, and they will say, we don't think that ship can go in, you can't escort them in, which is fine. The local authority takes over. Of course, the captain or the master has the final word, but if we can't get a pilot to come on board, we can't go into a port. So in that case, we do defer to the local Met authorities.
Great, thank you. We have a few questions from the floor. I didn't see the order of it, so I'll start off with Norway first.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all panelists for a really good presentation. And I have a question to Daniel. And thank you for your presentation about early warnings and impact-based forecasting for maritime safety. And I'm quite sure that all here agree that Earning for All initiative is an extremely important initiative. And I would like to come back before I will, I'm not sure if it's a question or comment, but before I will go to that, I would like to come back to the CIRCOM meeting in 2022 and the technical conference between CIRCOM and INFCOM, the UN Global Early Warning Initiative for Climate Adaptation, Early Warnings for All. It was a really interesting session, the role of big tech in early warnings for all, where IBM, Google, Alibaba, Microsoft ran extremely good presentation about the use of artificial intelligence, perfect models, and so on and so on. Absolutely useful and a lot of good information. And of course, we all discussing different forums, not only here, but other meetings around the dissemination of maritime safety information, what kind of products, what kind of models, use of mobile application, iPads, different software, S401X, and so on. So back again to CIRCOM meeting. I remember that after the session, there was a woman from one of the African countries, raised her flag and said, "Thank you for an interesting session. It was really good discussion, but are you aware of that a lot of the African countries doesn't have access to the internet?" That was the first question, comment she did, and it was quite of some wake-up call for me. And according to Statista, around 66% of the world population have access to internet. That means that one third part of world still struggling with access to internet or or other, and probably some kind of information. So I'm not, again, not sure if this is a question for us or you, Daniel, or generally, but I'm sure that we will not probably solve this here, and but how we make sure that users receive that information. All information we produce, all models, all warnings, how we make sure that users will receive it, and not only receive it, but will make any actions. And do we have enough dialogue with users which do not have mobile phones, access to internet, enough access to data, operating with small, not non-SOLAS vessels? Are we sure that they will receive it? Because I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Justina. That's a very good question. And I believe it is even a question not only for me, but for everybody in the MetOcean community. I would say, if I would summarize in just one word or two words with one meaning, it would be to reach out. We heard very interesting experience from South Africa about the tables with the community, local community, and so we have to hear from them. I'm sure the internet connection and connectivity in general is not everywhere. There are, for example, in the United States, when I spent some time there, I lived there for 2 years, and I had this radio that was capable of getting information, weather information, and it is sold in every store, so it is available for everybody. Like, this is a way of having communication, and when we reach out to the community, we're going to learn from them. What's the best way to deliver information for you? Because the intention of all marine meteorological services and weather services in general is to keep people safe. And the way of doing that is to find the best way to reach out to them. And we can only learn from them what is the best way to reach them. And be ready, prepare, plan in advance on how to have products that will make them aware that severe weather is incoming. Thanks.
Thanks, Daniel and Justina. Definitely a very important point. And before I hand over to Chile and Indonesia, I want to add something to that as well. I think it is also important for us to be aware that we don't overwhelm the mariners with information. How do we make sure that we stay concise and that people actually understand what we want to convey with our messages? And also what I realized during the last few days is that impact-based forecasting for the marine industry is very challenging because it's a very heterogenic industry. So it's all kinds of vessels, all kinds of sizes of ships. So how do you actually do that? I don't think there's a National Weather Service could do it. It's probably the private industry. I think what we can do is provide the best data possible, invest into modeling systems, and provide the data that the customers need. And then they tailor those products, like what Craig showed us with their platform, to what they need. I don't think we will be able to do impact-based forecasting as National Weather Services for the whole marine industry. So I'll hand over to Sheila next.
Yeah, my question is to Alice Suarez about the Maritime Emergency Response Guideline. Do you know the number of the publication? I haven't found it.
The publication is still not available on the website. It will be in a week or two time frame, but we will make sure that everybody in the room will be informed of that. By memory is 1348, but we'll make sure that everybody will get it.
Great, thank you. Indonesia is next.
Thank you very much. First, for all the panelists for the very interesting presentation that really enriched me. My question goes to Philip and Craig. I'm wondering, has any calculation ever been done to determine how much the weather impacts the cost of your operational activities? Because with the climate change, we understand that extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. So I think we need to understand how these disruptions are affecting your business operation and cost. And in addition to that, maybe you need more meteorologists to your company. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, climate change is real, it's a fact, it's here, absolutely. And so the extreme weather conditions and extreme events are certainly becoming more common, you can argue. And there has been a massive increase in world trade, the number of ships, size, speed, etc. So it is having an effect, it's having the impact there. One of the major concerns that we do have is some of the pushes for environmental legislation are reducing the power requirements for ships. We're getting some pressure to reduce the strength of ships due to different modeling of wave heights, etc. That could be having an impact further down the line, actually reducing the scantlings of the ships, the amount of steel that goes into ships. So all of these impacts there. So you could end up with a ship, a tanker, with slightly less steel on board, quite a lot less power on a lee shore. So we do have to take that into account. So the better routing of the ships will certainly, to get a greater margin of error, as it were, margin of safety off some coastlines, will be key. But there's also the support in and out of ports, particularly the provision of tugs, provision of salvage tugs. We're seeing in the Red Sea at the moment, you know, the problem of having a lack of salvage tugs is one of the issues there. Not a weather-dependent issue, but it's certainly a problem there. So contingency planning going forward will have to be increased, and I think that's what we'll have to be focusing on. Thanks.
Great. Are there any other questions from the floor? I have many questions written down, so I'll just continue for the time being. Yes? Pardon? Oh, yes. United States.
Oh, thanks. Alice, I just wanted to say thanks a lot. With you think about the RSMCs, I did a look online and found the website. I did a search on RSMC, Marine Emergency Services or whatever, and found our 4, the Med Area 4 in there. And so the contact information goes to people right down the hall from where we are, our senior duty meteorologist, who would take that information and very likely send it to us 100 feet away down the hall. So it's just a good reminder to see that information to make sure when I get back, share it with my forecasters so that they're aware if a contact comes in, they could be first in line for support. So, looking at that website's, just, again, very good. I know it's going to be filled out, I guess, more in time, maybe more med areas on there. But thanks a lot for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. So, in fact, the RSMCs for Marine Emergency Response are not yet there, but they will. And it will be a combination of other RSMCs that bring all the information together to make sure that the forecaster will have all the information to provide it to others. So it's still in a phase of developing, but it will become available soon. Yeah.
Yes, we have South Africa as well.
Thank you. My comment is on the impact-based forecast for the maritime sector, that it is actually doable. We have done it for the coastline mostly. And like I said, you can't do it without engaging the stakeholders. So we have done this for various hazards, and some of them I just pulled up one of the impact tables for storm surge, where we had positive surge and negative surge. And with negative surge, one of the impacts was that large vessels will then be at risk of touching the bottom whether they enter or they exit the port. But all this information came through the consultative sessions that we had with different stakeholders in the sector. And then we developed impact tables for fog, but mainly for the coastline. So I want to state that it is doable, but it can only be done through consultation with the various stakeholders, so you understand how particular impacts, weather phenomenon and also considering thresholds would impact their different operations. We also undertook consultative sessions with the ports because we do provide high resolution forecasts for all our 8 ports along the coastline. So with this, through the consultative sessions, they provided us with the thresholds, and they differ from port to port. and our warnings then take into account. We need to warn them based on what, if the wind, for example, in a particular port exceeds 25, they will highlight what will be the impacts, and then those impacts are kind of listed as part of our warnings as additional information. So I want to just emphasize that it is possible, but the most important thing is the consultations with the stakeholders. But while I'm on the floor, I also wanted to check on the marine emergency response process, whether the process would require centers to apply to be designated as RSMC, or will the WMO be the one that will be designating specific centers to be RSMCs? And if this process, obviously, as and when it gets to be implemented, do you foresee Med Services as a potential RSMC, or will this particular function sit with other departments in the different countries? Thanks.
Well, let me go first about the impact-based forecast, and thank you so much for sharing that experience. Most specifically, giving us examples of impact tables and products that can be put together, and you are completely right about reaching out to those that need to receive the warnings, most specifically the early warnings, and it is doable. That's a great message for us. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your question. In relation to the designation of RSMCs, there will be a circular letter from WMO to all WMO members, inviting them to present a proposal to become an RSMC with the demonstration of capacities and capabilities to provide the relevant products. So there will be like a form to fill in where you can provide all the information, and based on that, it will be assessed by a technical group under CERCOM to make sure that everything is valid. And once there, it goes through the process of becoming approval through the WMO mechanisms, through the Technical Commission and then Executive Council and Congress. So there is a process in place to become an RSMC, but starts with a circular letter that will be sent to all members. To check who has the capacity and willingness to take the responsibility of becoming a regional center. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I see a few flags up across the room. I just wanted to comment as well on the comments from South Africa. As, yes, I do think that we can learn from each other, and it's very important, and it's great that you made those experiences. I still think, though, that to capture everyone in the marine industry will be very difficult. You probably have to focus on certain groups to be able to do impact-based forecasting. At least for them, you can do impact-based forecasting. But I do think the key to the solution is the private industry, and that we work closely with them. Because I know from DWD, we just don't have the resources to develop platforms for all the different customers. And we have many different customer groups, you know, land-based, aviation, so on. And there's just not the resources to do it. So it's where we rely on the private sector to help us with developing those tools. So I'll hand over to IMO Secretariat.
Thank you, moderator. I have a couple points for your consideration. These are rather an observation. The first thing that we have touched upon the very good initiative of our sister WMO. Thank you for progressing the work to enhance the regional capacity for meteorological provisions. That is, of course, a part of the implementation of the SORAS Convention. I deal with search and rescue in the IMO Secretariat. And what I'm hearing from IMO member states, particularly the developing countries, is that they can't really calculate where the object for search is drifting to. And that is obviously because perhaps we may be able to give them some tools that, okay, use this. By you inputting this necessary information, including the type of object, here is the calculation for the drifting. That is possible. What they are missing quite often is that meteorological data. Some of them have access to by interagency cooperation that they talk to Met offices in their country. Sometimes there are no Met offices or competent Met offices which can provide wind, current, directions, these forecasts to the Search and Rescue Authority. That element is very important, but unfortunately, in many parts of the world, this is missing. And I can see the good initiative of WMO for the regional initiative, including these centers, that is quite welcoming, and I perhaps can suggest for those who are involved to approach to the Search and Rescue Authority of their region or their country, and perhaps in order, having just heard that the circular letter, WMO circular letter is being prepared, it might not be a bad idea if you could possibly consider the possibility of also preparing for something like another circular letter to the IMO, informing the IMO member states of the availability of such centers, such initiative, as well as the new WMO publication for WMO publication number 1348 that I have just heard, and I'm pleased to learn from your presentation that this is what we were missing. That could also be, as another alternative, or you can do in addition to that, is the consideration of submission to IMO organs, namely Maritime Safety Committee or the NCSR subcommittee, to give the awareness of this good initiative. So that's the maritime authorities, in particular search and rescue ones, should become aware of. What I have a floor, sir, one another thing that I have just observed is a good consideration and discussion on the weather routing. And I can see the intent of this discussion really is for the purpose of optimizing the route, or rather, perhaps, the voyage. In IMO term, this is the voyage planning. And when you say ship's routing, it means completely different thing. And I thank you, Phil, for actually using explicitly the term weather routing. By you saying weather, it is very clear you are not talking about ship's routing, because when you said that in the maritime world, it automatically means that ship's routing systems in accordance with SORAS regulation 510. That really means completely different thing. So my perhaps suggestion to particularly the meteorological community for the purpose of discussing on weather routing, just specify weather, and perhaps the consideration may well be worth to be had for, where possible, not to use the term routing included. So I'm not suggesting that. It is your term, so it's up to Met community to decide. But it may, because I was once confused when I heard that for the first time, because ship's routing in maritime world is very different. So for your awareness, that we may have to harmonize the term as well for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments and suggestions. I took note of all of them, and I would say that we will have an interesting time from now on in working together. I feel that there are a number of exercises that we should do, or we must do together to bring the meteorological community with the search and rescue, and eventually on the marine pollution as well, in testing some of these tools and making sure that everybody is aware of what we are doing, and also gather further feedback from the user community. So I took note of all your suggestions, and we will follow up accordingly and working together. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate your comment with respect to weather routing. And when I present the weather, I don't take into account the navigational challenges or things like that. I present simply the weather, and from that, the master of the vessel will make the choice as to what to do. He may ask more questions. I never tell a captain what to do.
Ian, is this in reply to the IMO?
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, one of the big take-homes from this week is that at the top level, IMO to WMO, we need some significant conversations about roles, responsibilities and supporting regulatory frameworks for everything we're talking about. My first visit here, great being here as the President of the Services Commission, but it's been really, really enlightening the fact that there is clearly a lot of common ground on issues that we've been talking about today with, let's use the word routing, severe weather, carbon emissions and what have you. And then us on the meteorological side throwing in regional specialised Met Centre considerations and all the rest of it, which clearly is something that the seafarers community, the IMO, have got very little visibility of or understanding how it actually works or will work into the future. So for me, we'll come back to this tomorrow, but top-level consultation to more clearly understand respecting roles, responsibilities and supporting frameworks is a fundamentally important next step if we're going to build on momentum for actually taking some of these initiatives forward. Just one thing on RSMC specifically, though. Their primary role is not to provide advice to the public and the marine community or whoever. They are there to support the national Met and hydrological services in discharging their international responsibilities. That's the way the cascade system kind of works. So just to be clear on the RSMC responsibilities, that does not mean there's going to be a whole load of new information out there going directly to the shipping industry. It will still have to be discharged through the sovereign states. But again, that's another thing we need to look at from a WMO perspective for those members who have got capacity challenges, of which there are a significant number, as Justina earlier emphasised. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Before I hand over to the Bahamas and the UK, I wanted to talk about a one-stop show for warnings and information from the National Weather Services. Justina earlier said there's this platform for the Med area coordinating countries, but there's also another platform. I hope this comes up. Yeah, it's still driven off Craig's computer. It's called the Severe Weather Worldwide. Let me just bring it up on my screen as well. Severe Weather Information Center. Probably best for WMO to comment on, but I think this is like a beta version or a test version. It's not meant to be something that's official, or maybe Ian, you can comment on that.
It's hosted by our friends in Hong Kong, China. Basically, it looks to consolidate officially sourced warnings information in kind of one-stop, one-shop thing. It's not official. It's still very much in demonstration mode, but I think we have a similar capability in Europe, which is called Meteor Alarm, which does something similar. It's gathering together the authoritative information from NMHSs, RSMCs, and what have you, and then trying to colour code it in terms of levels of impact and what have you. It is not sector specific. So going back to impact-based warnings and forecasts, of course, one size most certainly doesn't fit all when we talk about marine, aviation, agriculture, disaster risk reduction, energy, etc., etc. Thank you very much, Chair.
Great, thank you. So I'll hand over to Bahamas next.
Thank you. I just wish to congratulate all of the panelists on their very insightful and thought-provoking presentation this morning. They were eye-opening in many cases. I just wish to prefer my question to Dr. Alice. When you mention your type of emergencies at sea, we here at the IMO are now looking and focusing on alternative fuels. And in that mix, of course, is ammonia. Have you begun to model what that would look like in terms of spillage or anything at sea? Thank you.
So we have not done it so far, but it's something that can be done because the tools would be used in the same way, but with different input data required. And it's something that we can further have a dialogue with the IMO community to understand what's the requirements and do some testing and provide some results. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next question is from the UK.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, really. One reflects on IMO's comments about making the new status of RSMCs better known. And I would take that, and Osama could contradict me if he wants, but that really doesn't require anything more than an information paper into NCSR or MSC just to make people aware that we're actually doing something. My next question is, we've heard a lot about impact-based forecasts, and I just wonder if we all know, if we're all thinking the same things about impact-based forecasts. And taking Michael's comment on board about engaging with the private sector to provide some of this. I mean, as a Met Area coordinator, it's virtually impossible to see how we could provide forecasts, impact forecasts for Met Area 1 for all the users, bearing in mind that all those users range from a huge number of yachts of various sizes up to, yes, the Anthem of the Seas and things like this. And the impacts on all of those are going to be very, very different. And I would just question whether we actually know how we think that we're going to provide impact-based forecasts to all of those users. Thank you.
So I'll start with the first point. In fact, a paper through the IMO groups is critical, and we will make sure that such information will pass through the groups. I also see the involvement of the user community doing the exercises as an important aspect. And taking the comments from Jan earlier, saying that the primarily route for the information from the RSMCs is for the national Met services, and also taking the comment from IMO saying that there are some NMHSs that are not capable to provide the required information. So by going through these exercises with national Met services that still don't have the capacity, making sure that there is a liaison with the RSMC to make sure that at the national level they can support the user community is critical. So bringing all together is an important aspect. So a paper, yes. I think we can also work on practical examples to also show how the whole system can work. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for bringing that up. And what I foresee when I envision when I say impact-based forecasting and talk about that is raising awareness of forecasters that we have to take into account that there are different impacts to different users. So, of course, this is a two-way conversation. So it's not only weather services thinking about all categories and ways of communicating to different users and providing them customized forecasts, even because they are the authoritative source and their main reason of existing is to put out the weather warnings. Forecasts is something that is done in conjunction with local regular services. So they are really more aware of what they are doing on their local, or what are their local users. So since we reaching out or are available to be reached out from users, then impact-based forecasts can be thought of, and they are on the minds of our forecasters. So reach out, listen also have from users what they would need us to, and consider that there will be private service providers that can customize even more. If they are large shipping companies or large groups of fishing ships, probably they will have the chance to have the forecast well customized for them. But for those that do not have easily access to the forecasts, as Justina mentioned, those that do not have a regular connection to internet or can only be reached by radio or far from regional centers, then those are the ones that are more in danger, and they are the ones that are more in vision for the early warnings for our initiative. So this is, I believe, the space that the weather services have to make an impact for them.
Thank you. John, you have a question as well, a comment?
Yeah, really a comment on the IBF question that was just asked by our colleague from the UK. Speaking with my standing committee expert hat on, as well as that of my former service in Canada, we talk about, and through the WMO, they talked about impact-based forecasting. It's not that everything we do is going to change to impact-based forecasting. It's what makes sense for us, especially in the marine environment. We'll still have thresholds. The Met area bulletins will still have indications at gale strength and at storm strength and at hurricane strength, because that's embedded in a lot of our doctrine that we have. But at the same time, as Met Services, we can look into potentially more vulnerable communities in the coastal areas, those vessels that aren't covered by SOLAS. And then it shortens the list of clients and customers, and we need to work through use cases on where impact-based forecasting works in the marine environment. But just because we're stating we want to look at impact-based forecasting doesn't mean we have to transition all of our products to that. There will still be some traditional and well-known products that we use and still disseminate, and there'll be opportunities. And I do think, Michael, there'll be some things that National Met Services could do with potentially local fishers or recreational boaters, that then the gap is not, or the breadth of client is not as large, and potentially it's not a place that the private sector might be interested in. And so there could be roles for the National Met Services in those areas, but we have to work through the use cases to see what makes sense, because we can't be everything to all, as you did mention. But I think there are applications for IBF in the marine environment, but it doesn't mean everything that we've traditionally done needs to transition to that.
Great, thank you, John, for those comments. I do agree, and that's a question that National Weather Services have to ask themselves as well. It's something we ask ourselves in Germany at the moment, is to who customer groups do we need and want to cater? There's a law that governs what the German Weather Service has to do, and that's something we look into at the moment, and what can we leave up to the private sector, because I often find that the private sector is much more agile and innovative when it comes to developing platforms and solutions for customers. So we'll see what that could be. It's also very interesting to see what Royal Caribbean developed, the platform Craig showed, but also hearing that they work on a SWAN model. I remember from New Zealand, we extensively work with this a SWAN model there. Works great, and we develop all these tools, and the MedOcean Solutions from the New Zealand Med Service provides that worldwide, but then also other private companies develop something with the same model. So again, comes back to what I already told a few people in conversation the last few days, is I always find we double up on work. The National Weather Services double up on work, private industry doubles up on work, so we're kind of wasting the resources we have available. So I wonder if at some stage the symposium is great, but if we need something more targeted, like a workshop where private industries and National Weather Services come together and really talk about how can we work together to use our resources in the best possible way. And Ian, is that a comment from you?
Just very, very quickly on that. I mean, the workshop that Justina referred to back in 2022 between the Services Commission, Infrastructure Commission, was just that. It was a workshop for early warnings for all, which heavily involved the private sector, because we do recognise, particularly at the downstream side, you know, the communications, dissemination, even the application of social science, that is something. We're idiots if we think we can do all that as well as the private sector. It's just not the case, all right? So we've got to do that. My second thing was just on impact base. The oldest impact based scale that I'm aware of is the Beaufort Force, going up to 1 to 12. So we've been playing the impact based game for a very, very long time. And everybody's pretty familiar with what a Force 5, 6, especially in the marine community. So, yeah, let's not give it too much of a harsh rap, that one. I mean, in the hurricane states, we all know if we get into a Cat 5, you know, what the impacts associated with that will be. If Helene goes that way as well. And then I've got one little question, actually, and I'll do this with you, Craig. I'm not wishing ill on your health or anything like that. Here we go. What would have happened with Royal Caribbean this week if you'd have been incapacitated for a week? What would they have done? Thank you.
So, thanks for not wishing ill health on me.
I'll take that for drink instead, that would just as bad.
Okay. We do have a second meteorologist on staff there. She's a bit younger, not as experienced. No disrespect to her. She's much smarter than me. She has a master's in meteorology and a bachelor's in physics and mathematics. So she's brilliant. I think they would have done what they did in the past before, which was have very, very wide margins. And so they probably would have spent twice as much time getting out of the way because they're just not used to dealing with it. And sometimes an unknown threat, you just give it a much wider berth. So they may have canceled cruises on the front and the back side of the storm. But because I'm so familiar with tropical cyclones, I could say, no, we're good now, but we need to watch out what happens in 2 days, things like that.
Unfortunately, we have to come to an end with the panel discussion. It's 12:31 already, so unfortunately I can't take any more questions, although it's been a really interesting discussion. So thank you everyone on stage, and one more applause to the panelists. So for the side event, I just hand over, I think, to Ellie, to you.
Sure, thank you. At this time, those who are adjourning for lunch are invited to go ahead and take your lunch break. We will reconvene here at 1400. For those who are participating in this side event, we're going to do that as quickly as possible. So just, we're going to shuffle the room quickly. The panelists, please come on up. And we will make sure that we adjourn with at least half an hour so that you all can grab some lunch. Thank you all. Hello, everyone. Excellent bell ringing, John. Welcome to the Polar Side event. Our moderator for this panel is Eric de Groot. Eric is the Associate Director of the National Program and Business Development Division within Environment and Climate Change Canada. He also serves as the Met Area Coordinator for areas 17 and 18 and is one of the vice chairs of the WMO's advisory group for the Worldwide Met Ocean Information and Warning Service, WWMIWS subcommittee. Eric?
Thank you very much, Ali. And I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us and giving up a little bit of your lunch break. I hope you can agree that this is definitely the coolest session of the week. All right, sorry, I had to. I know we're in for very interesting discussions and look forward to your engagement. We'll start off with a set of micro presentations by our panel, then jump right into questions from the floor. So without further ado, let's get going. Our first panelist is Ian Lisk. Ian is the first president of the WMO's Commission for Weather, Climate, Hydrological, Marine, and Related Environmental Services and Applications, CERCOM for short. Since the Services Commission was established in July of 2019, Ian has led the development of the new structures and partnerships to develop, to better coordinate and oversee the delivery of useful, usable, and used services to better protect and save lives and livelihoods around the world. Ian has worked for the UK Met Office in a variety of forecasting, training, and senior management roles for over 35 years, and has been involved in the work of the WMO since 2003. Ian is also a member of the WMO Executive Council panel of experts on polar and high mountain observations, research, and services, ECPORS? Right, okay, thank you very much for that challenging bio. Ian, go for it.
Okay, so I've got a few slides which I am going to zoom through. Just another word on what I do. SEMMO, this group, reports up through the Services Commission, as we were told earlier on this week. I've been involved as a meteorologist with the Met Office now actually for 38 years. I don't know where that time has gone. My father was also a master mariner, so actually shipping is very much in my blood. And if I wasn't colourblind, I would have taken the same path as my father into the nautical route. But, you know, weather was my second love. So there you go. So I'm going to give a real helicopter view here without going into lots and lots of detail. So let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to start with some depressing statistics, I'm afraid. 2023, warmest year on record. Paris Agreement has an undertaking to try and keep global temperature rise to within 1.5. As of 2023, we're already knocking on that door, okay? The last 10 years has been the warmest 10-year period on record. And when we're talking about on record, this goes all the way back to industrial times, 150 years of records. But you know, we're all aware that, you know, using ice core data and all the rest of it, the temperature rises we have been seeing over the last few decades are unprecedented, going back over hundreds of thousands of years. Next slide, please. Ocean warming, also off the scale. Ocean heat content reached its highest level in 2022. Strong increases over the past 2 decades. What's the impact of that? Well, the oceans are becoming more acidic. They can supercharge weather systems. We are seeing that live right at this moment in the Caribbean with that fast developing tropical cyclone, soon to be a hurricane. I was talking to Mike last night, and we're going from a scenario where the watch for strong winds is going in straight into the warnings level at, you know, incredible speed, supercharged by those very high sea temperatures. Next slide, please. And unfortunately, the impacts in polar regions are amplified. The Arctic is experiencing temperature rises much, much faster than other parts of the world, disproportionate temperature rises compared with the global average. So twice the amount, 3, 4, 5 degrees increases in average temperature, and even, you know, heat wave sort of experiences over recent years as well. Next slide, please. Sea ice, no surprise, rapid decline, with projections indicating Arctic going to be ice-free at times before 2050. So, you know, the potential there for opening up routes across the Arctic, albeit with all the hazards that that will entail as well with our old friends, the icebergs. Next slide, please. Look at this. I think this, again, is, if I was just to put one image up about looking at what's going on, impacts of climate change on what's going on in the Antarctic. You've got a scale there of daily Antarctic sea ice extent going back to 79. Look at 2023. When we talk about numbers off the scale, this is a real graphic illustration of, you know, climate change in reality and how it is impacting, you know, the polar regions of our world. Next slide, please. Just some examples of what we're doing within the WMO community. I'm not going to labour too much on the services side because I haven't got time, and a lot of the talk we've had this week have related to activities of the SCMMO in the polar region, sea ice forecasting, just to give one particular example. A lot of research going on, the polar couple analysis and prediction of services, looking to improve coupled weather and climate forecasting models. What do we mean by coupled? That's drawing up the cryosphere with the atmosphere to the ocean so that we actually have a complete value chain, as it were, in the way in which we do our NWP. Next slide, please. Lots of changes in the polar regions. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip across this one as well, but the thawing of permafrost will have a sort of accelerating impact on global warming as well. So more bad news from Mr. Lisk at the front. Next slide, please. And also important just to highlight this, if there's one takeaway I'd like you to take away, is that in 2025 we'll be raising awareness through the International Year of Glaciers Preservation 2025, which will also include a Glaciers World Day in March of 2025 as well. And we'll be looking to celebrate that once a year, you know, going forward. I think that's my last slide. I did promise it would be helicopter, is that right, Catherine? Last one? Beautiful. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So next up, we've got John Parker. So John, I think most are familiar with, but he is a current member and former chair of the WMO Services Commission Standing Committee on Marine Meteorological and Oceanographic Services, SCMMO, appointed in recognition of his knowledge and experience in the international marine services. John has been an expert within the WMO structure since 2007. In 2022, John retired from a career of more than 35 years with the Meteorological Service of Canada. His most recent position was Director of Prediction Service Operations for Atlantic and Ice, which included responsibilities for operational meteorology, services programs, and applied science activities for Atlantic Canada, including the Canadian Hurricane Centre and the Canadian Ice Service. He is a former member of the North American Ice Services and the International Ice Charting Working Group, and continues his association as Secretariat for the IICWG. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So we'll wait for the slides to pop up here. So I'm going to remove my WMO hat, and now I'm going to put on my International Ice Charting Working Group hat. They are separate entities, and I am representing the latter at this moment in time. So the International Ice Charting Working Group, we were just celebrating our 25th anniversary this year, formed in '99. It successfully has worked as a forum for operational ice services and other like-minded organizations to support and better meet the needs of their national and international maritime clients. The IIC is an advisory body to the WMO, doesn't sit within its subsidiary structure, but it coordinates its activities with a number of the subsidiary structures within the IMO, both on the CIRCOM side as well as through our infrastructure group referred to as INFCOM. It's led by two co-chairs. Again, this is sort of voluntary roles that they take within their organizations. As of 2024, we had the following ice services from the following nations. We have 15 what are referred to as charter members, but a number of other ice services around the world still join us at our regular meetings, as well as workshops that we hold. And we have groups from other government organizations, research community, academia, and the private sector also involved and are welcome to participate in our IICWG activities. We just actually, with our 25th anniversary, renewed our terms of reference as well as our strategic and vision document. Those strategic goals are, as one can expect, number one, the maritime safety focus. We also look, though, at technical resources and personnel. It's an opportunity for ICE services to get together and understand if there are things that we can share, things that make sense, and there's actual forecast models that we share between agencies, even some software and applications. So that's that technical resource piece. But also on the personnel side, with the new competencies that we've heard of earlier this week, the IICWG is working on an initial workshop that we hope will become part of the lexicon within the WMO of training workshops available for members. Science to operations. There's a lot of activity with regards to transitioning applied science into operational activities to help potentially reduce the burden on some ICE services with regards to certain analyses, but also at the same time introduce new products and opportunity. We're definitely looking in the forecast timeframes. ICE services have traditionally been more of ICE charting from an observational purpose. Standards and competencies and support situational awareness. Contributions to to maritime safety in polar regions. These are just some of the things that IICWG has been working on together with the ICE services to help move forward as a community. And that comes down to things like harmonizing the ICE charts availability and appearance, common formats for exchange and archival of digital ICE charts. The ICE logistics portal. I know we heard, I believe it was from Craig, about agencies looking for information in one single location. This ICE Logistics Portal is a partnership with our ICE services as well as with the British Antarctic Survey to host as many of the accessible ICE charts that are available. We're still working on some ICE services whose ICE charts aren't necessarily completely open and available, but we're working together with that, as well as satellite imagery that's free and open to the public. This ILP will be posting that information there for folks. It's very brand new and just been launched. We pushed for the creation of the Arctic Med areas and established protocols to coordinate ICE information across the Arctic Ocean. And the ICE Analyst Forecaster workshops, sharing best practices of training. ICE information products for ENAV, improved availability of ICE information in the Antarctic waters that we're working on with our southern services now. Contributing to ICE information requirements for the IMO mandatory polar code, as well as connecting with maritime training institutes. And I believe that may be my last slide. Oh yeah, I'm doing that. There we go. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, John. So, our next speaker is Darren Figursky. So Darren has been the Forecast Operations Branch Chief for NOAA's Ocean Prediction Center since 2015. He has over 30 years of experience as a meteorologist throughout the United States. In his present role, Darren is responsible for the operational forecast and warning services for the Ocean Prediction Center's area responsibility, covering the high seas of the North Atlantic and North Pacific Oceans. Darren chaired the joint WMO-IOC ship operations team from 2017 to 2023, responsible for increasing the participation of ships in various ocean observation programs. Go ahead, Darren.
Eric, thank you very much. And we have just a few slides that I'm going to show. We have a lot of thanks for the slides I'm going to share in a moment. I got to thank the two people right next to me for their contributions, Eric down at the end, as well as our members of the U.S. National Ice Center, which is now part of the Ocean Prediction Center's Ice Services branch. Started, that transition by my former boss back in the back, Tom Cuff, wrapped up by Allie to my left down at the end. And, they're really one of the goals there of that U.S. National Ice Center with us as an ice services branch is to provide more decision support services, impact-based forecasting, if you will, for wind and waves and ice. And I think, looking at this slide right here, when it comes to impact-based forecasting, especially over high latitudes, one of the things we're going to be doing more and more of is reaching out to core partners. And so while we'll be obviously providing some more general decision support services to the mariner, for those that are providing, I'll call it incident command, or more emergency response possibilities like the U.S. Coast Guard. There's going to be a lot of tactical, detailed support for them. And it's going to be needed to help shepherd vessels through ice-covered areas or potentially ice-covered areas or where the ice is moving back and forth. And so I think that the U.S. National Ice Center and other agencies like that will be doing more of that. In addition, seasonal to subseasonal support. On the right, sometimes at where I'm at in the north, I think about the North Pole areas, but we can't forget about the south. And so there's an example over there about the Ross sea ice recession outlook and providing more information about the ability to be able to do a navigable periods there is going to be important. And in the case here on the right, they talk about be advised of numerous small icebergs scattered throughout the Ross Sea that can pose a hazard to navigation. And so talking about icebergs, we go here to this slide with climate change and bringing in unprecedented changes with new challenges and risk. And I had the great opportunity just kind of coming from Vauxhall near the underground, getting a Starbucks, and who do I meet down the road? Kjeld. And Kjeld had a great comment. He said, we're talking about ice going away and we talk about ice-free. But maybe it'll never be. It probably won't be completely ice-free because of the presence of icebergs there. And so, lessons of the past, I think I looked online overnight and, there's been maybe just a very few ships that sunk since the Titanic, a couple, 3 or 4. That's still 3 or 4 too many. And we got to keep in mind those lessons because as more people navigate those waters in the north, that's definitely going to be a danger. So it's something that we'll be providing, again, more decision support services for, making mariners aware of that danger as they're going through those areas. And then lastly, I'm not going to go through all of this information here. Talk about, ice pressure information, something that's going to be important, loads on ships, how that's going to impact coastal areas. Observations are going to be important. We really hit that a lot yesterday. But that information in the far northern latitudes as well as the far southern latitudes of all types is going to be very important. We talked about e-navigation. John just mentioned that a little bit ago. Service modernization with more impact-based forecasting, seasonal outlooks and the like that I already mentioned. And I think the last thing that I'll mention besides getting feedback from the customers in that area of how we can tailor more products to them, especially focused on those high latitude areas, is the possible implementation, maybe some things like in a more automated sense. What we do right now in surface analyses and analyses of snow and ice, very labor intensive. And how we're going to be able to do that, coupled with more IDSS or impact decision support services, there's not going to be enough time for the forecaster to be able to do it all. So hopefully through the advanced technology, maybe things like AI, we'll be able to do more things in a more automated sense to free people up to provide the decision support services that customers are going to need more and more. And with that, appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darren. Okay, so our next speaker, and maybe the most anticipated one of the panel. Sorry, guys.
No pressure.
No pressure at all, yeah. Is Caroline Eichler. So Dr. Caroline Eichler is currently the WMO manager in the International Affairs Division of DWD, the German Weather Service, as well as the WMO RA6 representative in the Services Commission, CIRCOM Management Group. Her passion for the cryosphere brings her regularly to the polar regions where she works as an expedition guide and lecturer on small vessels operating in the Arctic and Antarctica. As she engages in many citizen science projects, science projects as possible.
Thanks, Eric. First of all, I have to admit I don't have a PhD. I don't know where that came from, but I'm very honored that someone thinks that I have one. But I wanted to take us back a little, and similar to Ian, the polar regions are more my first love, but I never managed to work in that area. That's not because I'm colorblind, it's more like unfortunate, but nevertheless, I made it there as an expedition guide. And just to start, we had really, really nice presentations already, but just to take us back, and I know you are all aware that the Antarctic and the Arctic are really, really special places. The polar regions are a great place for peace research and cooperations. They are similar to other regions. There are always dangers, but the ice makes it more complicated. So this is why even there we need, or not even there are not many observations there. This is one reason, but we still need more observations. And it's a very big place as well. It covers many countries. In the Antarctica, even the countries are further away, so search and rescue activities are a big challenge. So we always hope that there's nothing, no accidents, nothing, because it will take a long time and it will be difficult, and it's also the waters are much cooler, so if there's a man overboard or anything like that, that has to happen fast to rescue those. There's nearly no infrastructure. Weather is probably a more limiting factor than it is in other regions, and this is what Darren just said. There are large seasonal variations. We are not sure how the ice is. It can be different every year, and so this is why you can't say in summer it's always possible to go to take one of the routes along the east or west in the polar regions. And also, this is close to my heart, the ecosystems are very, very special. So if anything happens there, that also impacts the ecosystem, which is the same for other ecosystems, but in the Arctic and Antarctica, everything takes a bit longer to recover. So far, there are quite some successes that are also helpful in the polar region. I'm sure I forget some. These were just some thoughts that came to my mind. So we heard already that the internet coverage is a lot better nowadays. In particular, in Antarctica, you are far away from countries, so there's no mobile network coverage, and you're dependent on the internet on board, and it makes it much easier to communicate, to check forecasts, etc., on board of ships. There are many collaborations ongoing already. There are many agreements, also thanks to IMO, agreements like the Polar Code and things like that, that set standards, and it makes it possible to operate in polar waters. There are also some, I really like the Antarctic Treaty. This is something really special to me, and it shows that you can cooperate in peace for research, and I hope when it runs out, it will be prolonged as well. Ian already mentioned that the International Year of Glacier Preservation is coming up. We also had the International Polar Years. We had the Mosaic expedition that had been mentioned already. So many things are ongoing in the polar region, and it's not possible without collaboration. And another thing, more satellites with higher resolution are available, and we have a number of receiving stations in the polar region. That means information can be dumped very fast, they can reach the ships faster, and also the size of the images is less a problem than it was before. Nevertheless, there are many challenges, in particular when you think of, if you think of tourism, they won't go there in the dark, or not yet, maybe they will in the future, but they use the summer, they use the places that are ice-free. But if you think of other ships that might operate more in the polar regions in the future, you always have to think about the ice conditions that are challenging, but also the operations in the dark, and the weather is, we heard that, if you operate and work in bad weather, that's a challenge for all the people working on the ships as well. It also has an impact on the indigenous people living there if we increase the infrastructure and the ships going there. So all these environmental challenges are probably something you have to take into account into the future. There are also other challenges, like we saw it with COVID, that made it a lot more complicated. People were stuck on ships. This can happen again in the future, and I hope we learned something from that. There are political influences, as we all know, that also cover logistics and partnerships that changes from one minute to the other. Tourism is increasing, it's impressive. Even after COVID, it picked up, and it's more than ever before. Then from the meteorological side, I already mentioned the observations. So we only have a few measurements there, and every measurement, every observation can help. Satellites are still important, getting better and better, but cannot replace observations, and also the vertical soundings are missing. So there's not much vertical information, which makes it more complicated to forecast the weather. There are fewer models available, and also, as we all know, models depend on observations, so the performance of the models will be worse in the polar regions. And this is most difficult also for flight operations, when we think of research stations and also supplying other places in the Arctic and Antarctica. Flight operations are important, and so they have to have good forecasts, and they have to be safe. And for the forecasters on board, if there are any, there are not always people on board, or also in the research stations, sometimes they help with that. They have long shifts, they have high pressure, because they have to decide if a flight can take place or if you can go in a certain area. So it's a lot of pressure on them. Most of the time they are alone, or maximum 2 people, or even, as we heard before, there are no forecasters on board. So in the future, there are many things we can't predict right now, or we can't foresee, but I'm very sure that the shipping in polar regions will increase, just because the ice will open up, there will be more opportunities, it's a much shorter route. So it's logical that it will increase, and the forecast will still be a challenge, and the political and territorial challenges might also influence that, so it should be a safe environment to sail there. And there's also the risk with climate change, that there's a higher, or at least the it's already there now, but it will increase to extract minerals and petroleum, oil and gas in the polar regions. And this will also have an impact on all industries, basically. This is why I think tailored services competence is crucial, and it's becoming more and more important. There should be an increased interaction between seafarers, ship owners, shipbuilders, equipment manufacturers, and service providers. This is partly what we are trying here, and it should be increased in the future to basically make sure that everyone is safe who's there, and have the best information possible available. Have the best information available. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carolyn. So we can go to the floor for questions. But since they're slow out there, I'll ask one of my own. So for the panel here, so how can the shipping and forecasting communities work together to ensure safe maritime operations in the face of climate change in the polar areas? I don't know if anybody would like to talk to that. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thanks. So a group like the IICWG that I mentioned before, we have been fortunate enough in the last number of annual meetings to actually have the members from the shipping community, not just the Coast Guards, but the private industry join us often in an open discussion session, open forum, panels. We've heard a lot from them, and I think that dialogue needs to continue. We need to understand their expectations. Just in the few short years I've been with the IICWG, from about 2016 or so, I've had ship captains come and say, yeah, I don't think we're going to be going through the Northwest Passage that much, which is that strip of channels that goes through north of Canada through the Canadian archipelago, to more recently them saying, yeah, I think we're going to be there more often. So it changes from year to year, but I think more realistically, we're understanding there are more voyages. Our Southern Hemisphere colleagues tell us about more cruise ships going into more vulnerable areas. This piece about icebergs, with less sea ice, the icebergs become more mobile. And the challenge with detections just continue to increase, because as icebergs get more the size of vessels, they're harder to detect or differentiate between the two. So we got to work together with the industry on where they plan on going, to do our best as we can to provide seasonal information, even though we know seasons are more variable now than they have been in the past. So it's a big challenge, and I think the dialogue needs to continue to understand where they plan on traveling, when they plan on traveling, and how we can best support them.
Thank you, John. Others that might like to comment on that? Yeah, go ahead.
So I think what John said is the key: communication and exchange. Also, when I talk to the captains of the cruise ships, sometimes they do not know about information that is available. So to have that dialogue, and also to invite them to our community and show them what's really available, and also to ask for their requirements and to get to know them, because quite often we are happy to provide whatever we can provide, but if we are not aware, that makes it harder.
Yeah, so just to build slightly on that, the WMO now has a strategic objective 1.5. I'm not going to give you loads more abbreviations, we've got quite enough of those, but that talks to polar issues and just make sure that we've got a critical mass for our work in that area. One of the outputs will be the development of a services white paper, which will take a kind of helicopter view of all the various sectors and application areas operating in polar regions. And to actually do that justice, we'll obviously be in consultation with our colleagues from the marine industry to gather those, those requirements, those issues that we're talking about, not just today, but through other parts of this week as well. So that, if you like, will be one specific sort of output from the WMO side that we will be necessarily engaging in conversations to inform those requirements from a services perspective. Thank you.
And just lastly, adding about requirements, I would be really interested, from an operational standpoint, about decision points. As you learn about the customer and where and when they make these key decisions, our forecasters, they might not be issuing forecasts based on every decision point, but the more they know, the more they can work to emphasize some of the hazards that they have in their forecast to help amplify what the critical decision maker is going to be doing at that critical decision juncture where they have to do something like go, no go. So I'll definitely be really interested in that.
Okay, thank you all. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Yep, thanks, Eric. Hey, just a general question for the panel. Carolyn, you put a great slide up where you talked about a lot of the considerations for forecasting, and I'll finish the sentence, in the winter season, right? The darkness and all that. So as we have more sea ice-free areas and I'll talk particularly about the Arctic at this point, as we have more sea ice-free areas in the Arctic in the summertime, what are the kinds of considerations that need to be made for forecasting there? Fog is one that comes to mind, and I'm sure the tourists on the cruise ships that are steaming around the Canadian archipelago and the Northwest Passage are just loving that in the summertime. But what other considerations are there? Thank you.
Yeah, I think even if it's ice free or if there's, it's harder to predict, because before, when you had a good ice coverage, that was maybe easier to predict, and now with the wind and the currents, the ice is moving as well, and it can be. I mean, we heard many stories of cruise ships being stuck. In Greenland, quite often they go into a fjord and then they can't get out again because it's really narrow and the ice came in or something like that. That happens still from time to time, and I'm not sure about their decision making, but this is, I think, this combination of still having ice there and maybe having ships that are not ready for being in ice. That makes it most complicated and most dangerous. I'm personally not a forecaster, but I think what I always hear is visibility. What you said is a big thing, and also the fast changing wind conditions sometimes in the Arctic.
Yeah, so just very quickly on that, top level really, Tom, I mean, there's the environmental considerations there, of having more ships with all the associated impacts of, pristine conditions with lots of, whether it's tourist, commercial craft or what have you, there's that. There's also the consideration, if there are incidents, you've got the environmental impact, but the search and rescue, these are remote areas, and actually deploying the necessary resources quickly with an incident occurs will be special cases given the very remoteness of these particular regions. Thank you.
Just to add a little bit more, and John could probably speak to this a little bit, but better than me, but you think about the moving ice. So envision you're going through the Northwest Passage or somewhere, for example, and then the ice moves very quickly because of a wind change in a place that you didn't expect, and all of a sudden your ship is stuck. What facility, who's going to come and help you? It could be ages before somebody gets there. And then kind of thinking, Carolyn brought up about mineral exploration. So with moving ice again, we had an instance back when I first started at the OPC where we were asked by, I think, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to help them out with a fixed platform that really wanted to start to look at extracting some minerals, basically oil, out of the northern, I think the Chukchi Sea. And they were really worried about ice. and how that was going to move. And they needed to know fairly far in advance whether ice might impact them so they could shut off operations. They can't shut off at a flip of a switch, but they had to take time to get all that stuff taken care of. As a result of that, under Joe's leadership, we started producing a 72-hour forecast for the surface conditions, which was very useful to them. So in response to that, we were able to make actually some service enhancements, to help, which have continued today.
To add to that from a weather perspective, with my former role in our Marine Services group within the Canadian Met Service, just from a weather perspective, we'll have pilots, and not pilots so much as sort of operators, who have been doing the sea lifts, moving cargo around when the ice starts to pull back, that have been doing this for 20 or 30 years. And I know Carolyn used the word unpredictable wind, but I'm going to say unprecedented. So I think we'll be able to predict them. Our ocean models will work in the Arctic when we see them, but we'll have just so much more open ocean. We had a quote at IICWG, there's just so much more water there now than there was before. And so what they're going to start experiencing are winds they've never experienced before. They're going to experience waves they've never experienced before. They're going to want to lay pipes down along the water to bring fuel into shore because they can't bring their vessels up because there's no dockside. And so they're going to have more challenges with all of that, as well as now experiencing ocean currents they hadn't experienced before, and some of the areas are not charted. Many of the areas are not charted. So it's just, there's going to be a broader ocean and shipping challenge, even if the ice peels back. So the ice itself isn't dangerous. The weather will become more problematic for them. And then at the coastal infrastructure, things like storm surge are going to impact coastal infrastructure that they haven't had before when they were used to fast ice, protecting the coastline. So there's going to be a lot of greater challenges that we're all going to need to experience. And, meteorologists issuing warnings they never thought they would have issued for places like the Beaufort before. And these operators who are well experienced in these areas are going to be learning new things as they go.
Thanks, John. Other questions out there? Yeah, go ahead, Canada.
I guess kind of building off that, guys, Darren, you mentioned a point of integration with the public and marine weather services under OPC with the ice service. As we kind of transition to providing data and to providing a seamless suite of information for all these services together, I guess symbolically merging the ice center under OPC makes sense. We've done that in Canada to a certain extent as well. But how do you foresee a stronger integration happening and conveying almost in a one-stop shop approach all that information that John just talked about that's needed to provide that enhanced service for users up in the north or for people up in the north under kind of moving in that direction? Do you have any comments on that approach?
It's a constant work in progress for us. Right now, the U.S. National Ice Center is located at a different place than the Ocean Prediction Center, partly, actually I'll say mostly, because they're still, tri-agency responsibilities with the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Coast Guard, and so they need a place where they can have a secure location to brief people about strategic interests. At the same time, though, we're continuing to build the relationships, not just with OPC in the oceanic domain, but actually more importantly, recently with some of our coastal weather service offices in the Great Lakes, providing a lot more decision support there. It's all one weather service. So while they're part of OPC, why not get more involved with the coastal WFOs to do things like help the National Park Service when they're doing wolf studies out over the Great Lakes, or especially in Lake Superior for Isle Royal. So it's a work in progress. I do believe that as we do a bigger suite of products in the Arctic, in addition to ice, I can see, we're already doing charts up there. Will we do gridded forecasts? I don't know the answer to that. But as we evolve maybe more into that digital paradigm, I think you'll see I'll call them the synergies grow and grow.
And if I could just add to that, I think, Jeff, this is one of our bigger challenges, I think, for Met Services, particularly those working in our north that I can speak to, is that transition between public and marine. In the wintertime, we felt mariners left And so we would shut marine forecasts down. We'd still do ice work for climatology purposes, but we wouldn't do operational ice charts for everywhere. And the public forecast was the public forecast, but it really stopped where the land met the ice. And over the last decade or two, we've been learning, of course, of the traditional activities on sea ice during the wintertime, which are simpler because the ice is, as thick as it's supposed to be. But in the shoulder seasons, it's changing now. And the traditional knowledge of the indigenous people is starting to fail them in that they're starting to see more open water or more dangerous ice. And so we tried by helping them understand our ice charts, but that's not what they need them for. Like the aid codes and such, they're created to allow mariners an idea of where they can go, whereas now they need more of a stoplight impact-based for those folks who want to use it to cross the ice. So basically turning into the red, green, red, yellow type impact-based forecasting. So we had to kind of pivot on products that we had, but it was easy to work with the community to really understand what they needed. And now they're engaged in monitoring thickness of sea ice with their sleds called Cometics that go across, and with some private sector funding and university funding, we're helping this two-way communication street to then help modify our ice charts so that it can be used for simpler interpretation than the really complex polygons that we use for mariners to interpret, to work through the ice. So we definitely have to change the way we think when it comes to including more people, because traditionally ice services were meant just for navigation. That's what our plan was. And now, of course, we find there's a lot of other use purposes for the information we have, and how do we get that in a format that they can help understand and use in their decision-making processes.
So let's just go over here. I don't know if that was Kjeld or Alejandro. Go
ahead. We have a marine training center very close to the Chile Navy Weather Service. We work together with the maritime authorities, but for us it's very easy to participate. And there's a IMO model course of Antarctic safety navigation, or 711 and 712. So we take some teachers and lecturer for that, but the course is most interesting. So we have the opportunity to take as an observer. They talk about the Antarctic Treaty, the Camelar, the accidents in Antarctica, the pilots, the accidents. So if you have the chance to take an agreement with a training center, try to take the entire courses, because it's very much interesting and wide for the forecasters, and to take the chance to be with the users of the information every summer. There's every summer we have a different team of students and different team of captains and officers. So for us, has been a very good experience. Also, we have applied the Polar Code to the shipping. So there are some 2 or 3 ships already certified, and they show the passengers as an upgrade, as a advantage to the other competitors for the Antarctic operators. From the view from the Maritime Authority, they are also aware of search and rescue, maritime pollution, but it's very different to attend an emergency of a sailing vessel or a cargo vessel with a crew of 10 to 15 or 20 than a passenger vessel that we have 200, 300, or 1,000 passengers, and most of them with old age. So it's a very difficult operation, and all the media focuses on that kind of decrease.
Thank you very much. We've got a question right here, if we're good. So go ahead, Joe.
Thanks. And this is sort of playing off of Jeff's question and also Darren's statement. Is one stressor that really, to me, is evident in Arctic challenges and services is that all of a sudden distinct disciplines are all coming together. It's distinct in a way that we're all structured either nationally or even internationally in tradition. And now all of a sudden we're relying, it appears, this is a statement, my thought, I mean, I'm dealing as much with the International Hydrographic Organization, because of S100 than necessarily the traditional discipline of marine meteorology, kind of thrown into that, but, because it's necessary as an example. But I'm just curious as to if anybody wants to respond on how better do we communicate outside of our comfort zone in order to provide better services from this perspective of high latitudes.
It's a good question, Joe, and really it's about the investment we want to take in this matter. So in my former Met service, we had a group of people called warning preparedness meteorologists modeled after the U.S. warning coordination meteorologists. So these are people knowledgeable of weather forecasting, who understood our processes and our alerts and our warnings, and then work with the emergency management community and the media to help communicate that better, but also understand what their needs are to help them. And similar to what Alejandro talked about is attending these model courses, is our folks would attend emergency basic management courses. And so to understand what they needed. We're trying to do a similar thing with marine and get them to the decision makers in the marine environment. And I think that's really how it has to start, is to try and bring these multidisciplinary groups together because we can't answer all of those questions on our own. And it becomes a level of effort piece and a resource piece of what we want to commit to do this to help improve our services. And that's not a simple question to answer.
I just wanted to add, I really liked your point. It's all about integration, and this is also, for instance, why we have a service commission now. I know we are moving slow compared to the other world, to the outside world, but this is where it goes also in the Met services, that we need more integrated services and include everyone as well.
Building off that a little bit, I'll never forget when I first started the National Weather Service now back in 1990, and at a local WSO in Flint, Michigan, small little office. And when the media would call there to ask a question, I could still see it, a forecaster or actually an observer pick up the phone, answer the question. I'll never forget, just slamming the phone on the receiver just because it's like, why are they bothering me? And we've evolved in the warning coordination meteorologist program in the Weather Service to, again, reach out to more people. By reaching out to more people, we understand as meteorologists in the Weather Service that they really need us, and that feedback helps us to want to provide more services to them. So I imagine the same thing will take place, in the higher latitudes. It's going to take time as we have customers that we've never seen before. There will be more demands on our time because there's more customers that we haven't seen before. But I think I'm really optimistic, very optimistic, that in reaching out to those customers, and some of them are the indigenous communities, they need us, they want us to be there. And the mission-oriented focus that we have will just press us culturally to want to provide more services. And so, I'm actually looking forward to that. It's going to be more demands on our time, but then maybe through some efficiencies that we gain in other ways, we'll be able to provide those services better.
So just very quickly on that as well, partnership's really easy to say. It's really, really hard to do because it is, more work to coordinate and all the rest of it. Certainly just for once, talking with the Met Office hat in, we have something called the Natural Hazards Partnership in the United Kingdom. It's 22 different agencies, nothing to do with sea ice, I might add. But the trick there, and this is where the model can be translated, is to convince the partner organisations that this isn't an overhead, this is a vehicle to better achieve what each organisation wants to achieve anyway. And that, again, is very easy to say. It's really, really hard to do. But if we don't do it, and this is opportunities like this week, this workshop, this panel, are classic examples of building those partnerships and relationships to take forward and build some momentum, That has to be the way that we go. Otherwise, we've got this disparate duplication, confusion, and all the things we've always talked about for as long as I've been involved in the international community. Thank you.
Thanks. I see Nick's finger is twitching. So go ahead, Nick, and then I think after that we'll have to wrap it up just so we can make sure people have time.
Okay, let's just add in a following piece of information on that is that what's helped with building understanding with the Arctic cruise ship industry and the search and rescue practitioners is a series of tabletop exercises. So some of these instances we've heard about in this conference, going through those, understanding what the issues are from the point of view of the mariners, and then what information they need to support their decision making. For a question, I was just going to ask, where do the panel think that the maritime community could potentially help us? We've heard about the sort of lack of observations, particularly sounding data. Where would the maritime community potentially help us there?
We've got a couple minutes.
Yeah, I know. So where can the maritime community help us in the polar regions? They can help us from there. So more observations, more information, the exchange, not just to help us produce the forecast, but to help us in forecast verification, to help build the confidence in the forecasters. Forecasting for sea space they haven't forecast for. I mean, there's areas that have been traditionally, ice choked that we haven't even bothered producing marine forecasts for. So having information as they apply these new navigable areas is going to be important for us to grow as a service with them. So really, it does come down to observations, and not just the classic typical observations you'd get from a VOS or an AVOS. It is about the ice information. Iceberg spotting is important. It's done very well and traditionally through the Northwest Atlantic with the International Ice Patrol and their partners. But as Darren pointed out in his presentation, we now have an iceberg issue in the west of the Canadian archipelago and in the Beaufort Sea now, with glaciers cleaving off big chunks of ice that are now floating and breaking up and potentially getting into the future shipping lane. So, yeah, what we need to do is work with them and get information from them as best as we can and as quick as we can in near real time.
That was clever, wasn't it? Just very quickly, from a services perspective, help us to help you in terms of defining the very basic levels of service. And when I say basic, I do mean basic. What we're not going to be able to do is to give you what we would say in the United Kingdom is the moon on a stick in terms of everything that you want. But the definition of what is the basic level of services that we should be providing, for the Arctic regions, the Antarctic regions, because that gives us the best hope of giving you, the basic level. There is a lot then that can be added to that. That's how the weather industry works. We in the public service, we do the basics. In some areas, we go a lot further than that. But the basic level and defining those levels of requirement for services. That conversation, very much is one that I would encourage. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I think we'll finish up. I want to thank Ian for setting the stage, John for talking about the ISUWG, Darren, operations that are happening, and Carolyn for an understanding as to what it's like to actually be there. And so thank you all. And I allowed to release everybody to go for lunch? Yes, I got permission to do that? Woohoo, I have the power. So just a reminder, you do have to be back here at 2 o'clock, though. All right, thank you all again for your time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to part 2 of session 6, where shortly Ramon Oosterkamp, yeah, I'm struggling since this is a Dutch name, but yeah, there's a story behind it, let's say it that way, will be our moderator for this afternoon. But first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who took a rapid, very short lunch, so they were able to participate in the polar side event, following up on the morning session. So again, welcome back to session 6. The moderator for this afternoon's portion will be Ramon Oosterkamp, who is the General Manager for the meteorological operations at the New Zealand Meteorological Service. And he has 14 years of experience in operation and has managed severe and public weather forecasting units. And Ramon is the Vice Chair of the WMO Services Commission Advisory Group on the Worldwide Met-Ocean Information and Warning Service, and is the coordinator for Met Area 14. So Ramon, please take over.
Thank you, Joris. Thank you, and firstly, thank you everyone at the WMO Maritime for organising this event, equally the IMO for hosting us and organising as well. Thank you for that. It's been an extraordinarily and lively symposium so far, especially on the weather exercise on Monday, which I really enjoyed. So, just a few opening comments. It was being really apparent that mariners are points on the journey, and we need to make sure that we provide actionable and useful information and warnings to ensure the safety, but also the societal well-being and benefit, as well as commercial benefit of those organisations and participants, as we drive towards efficiency and reductions in carbon emissions, hopefully. So I think we will need to consider whether our products and services that we are currently offering via WMO 558, what would be our Bible, if you will, are still useful and as valid as they were when I first started forecasting nearly 30 years ago. It is really clear that the WMO 58 sets the standards but not the requirements for the delivery of marine services. And I think we should really look at continual improvements and employing what we call customer-centric design in our future products. Lastly and importantly, I'd like to develop a synergistic and effective as well as professional relationship with commercial weather providers. I think they are typically much closer to industry than we are. And this way we can enhance the data and forecast provision and remain a valid and essential part of any product and service we might provide. I think it's really key that as an NMS and a commercial weather provider and the users, if the three of us come together, we can provide some really fantastic products. So let that guide us in our discussion this afternoon. And now there's been a slight change. So we were going to have Dr. Anita Markkanen to do the next talk on polar codes. Anita was the Chief Advisor to the Finnish Transport and Communications Agency, however she's not well. So I will hand over to the esteemed Chair, Meneer Joris Brouwer, to take us through Anita's presentation, followed by some short questions. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ramon. And to follow up on that, please allow me to wish Anita a speedy recovery from unfortunate illness. And further, I should emphasize that, like all other contributions, parts of the content have a factual and more objective nature, for example, when related to SOLAS requirements, whilst other elements could be addressed from an expert, more personal and therefore subjective perspective. for me, stepping in at the very last minute, it's nearly impossible to have a clear and full understanding of the contribution and conclusions provided by Anita. And therefore, I will just quote Anita in her absence. So, for all of you, please don't shoot the messenger. In Anita's view, and I don't think we have a presentation available, so I need to do it from the notes provided. In Anita's view, it's clear that metocean needs in both application areas of the Polar Code are not met to its full extent yet. As we have heard similar observations earlier this week, there's always room for improvement, and in cooperation, like Ramon said, we should keep working towards it. Anita mentioned that the webpage of the Arctic Shipping Best Practice Information Forum, also known as the Arctic Council Papa Alpha Mike Echo Working Group, established during the Finnish Arctic Council Chairmanship in the period 2017 to 2019, could be a useful site for mariners doing the route planning for information when sailing or about to sail the Arctic waters. And the development of standards for the S111 ice information, S412 weather and wave hazards, as well as the S413 414 weather and wave conditions or observations of metocean products in S100 should be prioritized to have these products in use as soon as possible. And I may remind ourselves again about the urgency by emphasizing the need of action by coastal states to have those products ready as soon as possible, recalling that ECDIS compatible with S100 are expected to become available from January 1st, 2026 onwards. So all in all, according to the IMO theme of the year 2024, which is navigating the future safety first, the IMO Polar Code was developed. Associated services are key, and that is what needs further development now. To be more concrete and on topic, ice and weather services should be developed further to make shipping safe in remote areas like the polar region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joris. That was great at short notice. Any questions? Norway.
Thank you very much, and I will try not to shoot the messenger. Okay. Despite the hazardous weather and sea ice condition, Arctic shipping has grown by 7% per year over the past decade, and the data from 2023. As a result of a strong increase in winter sailing, so the same ships operate in these extreme conditions has even tripled. Fishing vessels operate year-round. We observe increasing amount of the cruise ships around Svalbard, and sometimes there are even 4,500 passengers on board. And if you compare it to the population of the Longyearbyen, the biggest city on the Svalbard, which is just under 2,600 people, so it's a little bit overwhelming. And in contrast to regions at lower latitudes, high latitudes pose operational risk due to harsh and often hazardous weather conditions and sea ice conditions, darkness, remoteness, and limited communication and search and rescue infrastructure. I don't know if people here in this room are aware that there is no hospital in Longyearbyen. There is only emergency service, also medical service, and if something is happening there, it takes approximately 3 hours to fly with emergency plane from Svalbard, also to transport patient from Longyearbyen to mainland, and there is place only for one person on board. Governor of Svalbard has only 2 helicopters available and one ship which is operating around Svalbard whole year. So, in 2017, IMO adopted the International Code for Ships Operating in Polar Waters, Polar Code, to enhance navigational safety in challenging Arctic conditions. I'm almost finished. The code outlines functional requirements for vessels regarding environmental and human safety. However, limited experience and understanding of hazards in the weather in the Arctic often lead to gaps in the risk assessments. So, regards limited infrastructure, hazardous weather conditions, a lack of communication, are there any plans to work more on Polar Code requirements? Should Polar Code include restriction of the onboard capacity to, for example, 500 persons in Svalbard waters? Should fishing vessels also be included into the Polar Code? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Norway. Yeah, these are the tricky questions, huh? when you step in. But I will try to answer this from my experience, both as a navigator myself, but also from the discussions held during NCSR, which I'm way more familiar with. So again, please take this as my personal opinion, not from IMO's perspective or whatsoever. And I think you're addressing exactly one of the subjects which could be addressed and discussed under, I would say, those associated services. So the Polar Code was developed and agreed upon, let's say, as an umbrella document, goal-based document, so not to be too prescriptive, since we have a lot of uncertainties in the developments, and we've heard several examples this morning. I think you're addressing interesting situations here, and I truly think it's not only up to us, policymakers, decision makers here at IMO. Again, I would be very eager to have all parties involved. When you, for example, are discussing a cruise line with nearly 5,000 passengers or 4,000 passengers, I expect the companies to take some responsibility themselves as well in risk mitigation, whatsoever. How do we act if something goes wrong, or if we end up in unexpected situations, including search and rescue whatsoever? Related to search and rescue, I hear what you say. And for me, it's obvious that you can't rely on, let's say, very low density areas and population amongst that route. But I wouldn't see it like that. I would be more in favor to see it as a remote area. For example, when a vessel crosses any ocean, it's not likely neither that 25 helicopters, whatever, will be on top within an hour. And I think, and that's where my experience as a navigator comes in, you should take these aspects into account as a navigator, commanding officer, whatsoever, before departure, and make sure you have secondary options available if something happens. So, yes, I think these are certainly subjects to be discussed in this community. More in particular, in
under the associated services, so more expertise, etc. On the other hand, it's not new. So we face similar situations around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joris. Any other questions? IMO, please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the presentation and hearing an excellent question from the floor. I just wanted to remind those who may be familiar with the Polar Code, as well as those not necessarily familiar with it. When the Maritime Safety Committee adopted the Polar Code, there's a very important paragraph that was inserted in that resolution that states that the Maritime Safety Committee invites, I quote, also contracting governments to consider voluntary application of the Polar Code as far as practicable, also to ships not covered by the Polar Code and operating in polar waters. And I myself have been involved in the development of the safety of navigation chapter of the Polar Code. And the observation I heard from various member states and contracting governments to SORAS in the discussion was, we are happy to apply our own rules to our own non-SORAS vessels. Therefore, don't put any binding requirement to that. Again, just like Joris, I'm not saying that this is the IMO's agreed view. This is some of the views expressed during the adoption process. And in the end, the committee decided to insert this important paragraph in the Polar Code, well, in the resolution which adopted the Polar Code. So don't just look at the Polar Code itself. There is an important invitation which was extended to all SORAS contracting governments. Just for your information, thank you.
Thank you, IMO. Any further questions from the floor? Okay, if I don't see any, then we will move on to our next speaker. Thank you for that. Great conversation, and thank you, Joris, for stepping in at short notice and for fielding the excellent question from Norway. Long, but excellent. And thank you, Osami, for clarifying the Polar Code and the application to non-SORAS vessels. So the next one, I am pleased to introduce Derek Cardno sitting next to me here. Derek is a commercial fisherman, has been so since 1987, and is presently chief mate on the fishing vessel Grateful, a 70-metre pelagic trawler. Since 2009, he has been the Marine Safety and Training Manager at the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, while also working as an active fisherman. In 2018, Derek was awarded the Merchant Navy Medal for Mauritius Service for the service to fishermen's safety and welfare by Her Royal Highness Princess Royal, the first fisherman to receive this public award. Derek is also the first active fisherman to be an Associate Fellow of the Nautical Institute. Please, Derek, go ahead. Do you have a presentation?
Yes. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and I appreciate that after lunch is always a tough session to be in, so I hope you can just give me 12 minutes of your time and stay with me. I've just got pictures, I've got no writing, so just to really appreciate if you can stay with me. As Roman said, I'm an active fisherman, and it's a real privilege and an opportunity to be with you today at IMO. Fishing industry, to get an opportunity to come to IMO is huge, and we really appreciate the chance to do that. As said, I've been a fisherman now for 37 years. In the last 15 years, I've been privileged to represent the members of the Scottish Fishermen's Federation in everything to do with safety, training and welfare on my time on shore. So all my spare time I dedicate to that pursuit, whether that was in European, UK government or in Scottish government processes. However, this afternoon I feel I'd like my presentation not to be just about Scotland or not about the UK, but to be a little bit international too. As a director of the Fish Platform, which is the only international organisation that represents the safety interests of fishermen across the world, and in that organisation we have 120 members from every corner of the globe. You see, every fisherman is affected by weather, and getting good data is vital. The fishing industry is global, and it's the largest maritime sector by people in the world, with a conservative estimate of 33 million fishers harvesting from the oceans and seas in every continent to feed the nations of the world. As a maritime sector, we are here and we are alive and kicking. And that is the words I shared with the Secretary-General in April this year, when the IMO graciously accepted 2 fishing vessel models, and one is outside on this floor. And there was the first fishing boat models that IMO have displayed since the organisation was set up. So, wrong way. So that was the title, that was the title I was given, Enhancing Meta-Ocean Support for Non-Soulless Ships. I'm going to deviate a little bit from the title, but the objective of this next few minutes with you today is to share my thoughts and that of the fishing industry about weather data and the importance of it. But before we crack on, however, I want to use this opportunity to say I have been troubled for a very, very long time with the term non-soulless. I totally understand that although vessels in the fishing industry across the world differ in size and shape, safety of life at sea is imperative for us as an industry. We get that Chapter 5 is applicable for us, the fishing industry. It's applicable for all vessels in soulless. But to describe us as non-soulless, non-safety of life at sea, sends out a very negative message. And as an industry, we would like to discuss this with IMO. We think it's gone on too long. You see, this is my place of work. Oh. This is my place of work. That's where I was last week at sea. That is our fishing vessel. It has the capabilities to fish for anywhere in the world from our home port. But our fishing pattern allows us to go north of the Lofoten Islands to the Bay of Biscay, and we can fish anywhere in between there. We are a family-owned and a family-run business, and this vessel cost us over 20 million in 2017. We are all about safety of life at sea. Harvesting from the sea is our job, but getting the crew home safely is what fishing is all about. Next one, please. So, a beautiful day. This picture is the height of summer and a scene that all seafarers love. The sea is like glass, and for us, the fishing operation is much safer. The fishing vessel you see here is actively fishing, and he is catching cod and haddock. And if you have a fish supper in London tonight, there's a good chance that it's come out of the North Sea, and it's come from a vessel like this. And the question I would ask this afternoon is, who needs a forecast? Who needs a weather forecast when it's days like this? Next one, please. But the day changes, and summer can quickly become a distant memory in the North Sea. The job risk factor goes up a notch. The boat you see here is still fishing, and at times like these, the master has a huge responsibility to gather the best weather data that he or she can get their hands on. You see, in a situation when the weather comes worse than was forecasted, and it does happen, decisions need to be made. In my career, I have lost friends and we have lost fishing vessels that left the decision to run for the safety of home, for shelter, too late. For some of those vessels, staying on the fishing grounds and taking preventative measures would have been a better option. Next one, please. In preparation for this short talk today, I was approached by a journalist writing an article for the symposium or on the symposium. The journalist asked many questions, but one of the questions he was looking at was the impacts of climate change on extreme weather and the challenges around data gathering and prediction from a fishing perspective. It took me half an hour to understand his question, but I tried to give him an honest answer to that. But it made me think about today and what to share with you. You see, on the screen there is the vessel, the Brea, an oil tanker. This picture was taken on the morning after the Brea hit the rocks on the south side of the Shetland Islands. The previous night, we were only 20 miles from the Brea, and we were making for the Brea at our hardest to offer any assistance that we could. But the Coast Guard reported to us later on that night that the stricken vessel was ashore and we were stood down. It was a very bad night, and the call to take the crew off the Brea early was the right thing to do. That night will remain with me for the rest of my life. We had departed home port on the 5th of January in the early hours of that morning, and we were sailing to seek shelter for 24 hours in Shetland waters because we would be closer to the fishing grounds. We had made that decision on a forecast that we had received. We arrived in Lerwick in the early hours of the 6th of January, just as daylight was breaking and that photo was taken. But we never left Lerwick harbour for 14 days. Shetland was pounded by storm after storm. Shetland, for January 1993, of the 31 days of January, experienced gale force winds for 25 days of those 31 days in 1993. The strongest wind recorded was on the 16th, when over 100 miles an hour was recorded. Nature did a job for us. Nature dispersed that oil with the storm winds that blew against Shetland, and it dispersed the oil. But many seabirds and those on land had a hard time. My point to consider and to leave with you on this point this afternoon is, as a fisherman for 37 years, I have never experienced anything like that again. I have been fortunate, because I do the job that I love, to spend 30 Januaries at sea. And not another January have I experienced what we experienced in 1993. I don't doubt that there is evidence to prove that there's a climate change happening. I can only share with you this afternoon my experience. Next slide, please. As a young fisherman on watch in the wheelhouse, we were taught how to take a shipping forecast and the importance of it. We learned the sea areas around the UK and the information to note down. And those sea areas are ingrained in my mind. Viking, north at Sira, south at Sira, Fortes, Cromarty. It was imperative that 4 times during the day we recorded the shipping forecast that was broadcast by the BBC on Radio 4. To miss a forecast was a huge mistake, but some of the presenters did talk very fast. Back in the day of the 80s, we would run for cover ahead of the weather coming based on the forecast from a sea area perhaps 200 miles from where we were. For example, if there was a gale and a low pressure in Shannon and we were fishing in Fair Isle, we were running for shelter. Because as fishermen, we understood the direction that deepening low pressure would take. Did we get it wrong? Yes, on many occasions. Do I have memories of running for shelter in a storm? Absolutely. But that's what we had to work with then. But the world moves on, and in 2000 we built a new fishing vessel, and it coincided with the ability to have satellite TV and satellite communication at a huge cost on board the boat. Internet was moving quickly, but one of the huge advancements for us was getting a BBC weather forecast displayed on a synoptic chart. Sounds really exciting, does it? But for us, it was a game changer. Next slide, please. That, for us, gave us so much information. And these next 4 slides are 4 continuous days. So as you can see there in the North Sea and around Shetland, lovely weather. Isobars are wide apart. Great place to be. Next slide, please. But the next day, there's a deep low pressure growing over Iceland, and it's going to track our way. But we can see already that the winds are beginning to pick up. Then we go to Saturday. Next slide, please. We see that depression moving along, and then the winds went into the northwest. Still not the best place to be. But then we look into the Bay of Biscay and we see a ridge of high pressure, and we think, oh, happy days. And the next day on the Sunday, next slide please, the ridge of high pressure is there. And we are fishing like Billy-O, because that's a lovely, lovely day. You see, since 1988, fishermen achieving a certificate of competency, which is a command qualification, have had meteorology unit. They've had a meteorology unit to pass. From 2005 to 2011, I lectured in nautical science to fishermen in my spare time. And it was one of my favourite subjects to teach was meteorology. I don't stand before you today and profess to be any kind of expert. But my goal when educating fishermen was to give them the understanding and the knowledge to make informed decisions based on the forecast they got. If you know the wind, how the wind works around a low pressure system and a high pressure system, if you know that isobars parked close together means strong winds, it can make a huge difference. It can save your life. For those perhaps in this room whose job is to issue or create those forecasts, the responsibility on your shoulders is huge. Next slide, please. But what we get today is very, very good, and we've seen this slide this morning already. And weather forecasting has become a business. It's become big business. I pulled this detailed analysis down last week when we came home from sea. And it's an area in the North Sea. And it's a company that provides a detailed forecast. And it's very good for that specific area. The fishing industry today in this country accesses lots of weather forecasting services from different providers as in other countries around the world. For many, there is a subscription to be paid. It's great for us that in this country, the BBC still do a shipping forecast, but they do it 3 times a day now, not 4 times a day. And it's more important, but more importantly, our Coast Guard service still issues gale warnings on the working channels. And it's really good to have that if you're at sea. As an industry, we appreciate the complexity of forecasting on occasions. We do get it. Understand that we do get it. As an industry in Scotland that operate in the North Sea and the North Atlantic, we understand that when the forecast is northerly winds or southeast gales, it's always underestimated by the forecasting community. We always add on to those 2 wind directions, and it's always more. What I want to leave with you today with my talk, and thank you for listening to with me, is weather forecasting distribution, particularly around gale warnings, should always remain free to the end user. The complete blow-by-blow detail doesn't have to be there, like on the sheet. Next slide, please. It doesn't have to be there, but there needs to be enough detail for my fellow fishermen and for other users of the sea so that they can make safe choices and they can do their job and get home to their family. Next slide. Thank you.
A most excellent presentation. Thank you, Derek. Questions from the floor? Ian.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to put a different hat on just for once. I'm Met Office, UK Met Office, 38 years. I have to say, with all due respect to all the other speakers this week, that has been my absolute favourite talk. You have absolutely hit on the nail on the head what we should be talking about here. You know, the existence of a basic level of service with the gale warnings provided freely public, the absolute basic, crucial service, and then beautifully describe how you as fishermen exploit private sector paid for services over and above that to give what you will. I'd just like to congratulate you on a fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Much appreciated. Darren.
Thanks. Yeah, great presentation. I work with the Ocean Prediction Center at the National Weather Service in the U.S. and just curious in terms of the types of services that you look at. So you referenced the charts You referenced some, maybe service providers. Just kind of really quickly, the scope of information that you use. And I'm thinking about anything graphical besides radio fax, anything over the internet, nav text, for example, just kind of the scope of things that you might use in your day-to-day.
Yep, really easy to answer. We will access every available means possible because, and it's simple, when we go to sea, we are unlike other sea users, other maritime people, is that our journey is not from A to B. So a cruise boat leaves one port and he goes to the next port. When we depart port, we're going to fishing grounds. We need a period of time in the fishing grounds to hunt for the fish, to find the fish, and then to do the fishing operation. We're working on deck. So that whole period, so it's not for us good enough to get a 6-hour window or to go around the storm. If the storm is in that area where the fish was the last time, then we can't go. So we have occasions being caught out where we've been on the grounds and the weather has increased dramatically while the net's been in the water. It's not a great place to be. And it sticks in your mind a long, long time. So it makes you, the next time you go out, you're even more cautious of what we're experiencing. I suppose the slight downside for us and my job is that often we've got to travel during bad weather so that when we arrive on the fishing grounds, it's nice weather to fish, so it's safer for the crew. So that's why we've got a boat like that. So we've got a boat at 70 metres by 15 metres that, although we treat the sea with a lot of respect, it gives us the ability to get from A to B, B being the fishing grounds, before that activity. But to answer your question, we use every available means as possible, and we don't like when one's contradicting the other. So please don't do that.
UK at the back.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Derek. I'm a little like Ian, although I've done 50 years in the UK Met Office now. But the serious question was, you mentioned the Brayer, and my question was really, has the information you receive now improved or changed significantly since something like the Brayer incident? And leaving aside the BBC with dropping one of their shipping forecasts a day, which was not our problem, mate. I just wondered whether you felt it had improved in any way since then.
It definitely has. For the information we had in 1993, prior to departure in port, it was a mile wrong, an absolute mile wrong. If we knew that we were going to be 14 days of storm force winds, we would never have departed port. So that the world has moved on a lot, and I think it's probably one of the things that we are very prudent about now is looking very long range, but appreciating that a long range forecast has got its problems. But we will try and look more into the future. So I think the data that we can access now as a fishing industry is so much better, so much better. I suppose for us in this country or in our industry, we can afford to pay for that service. And other parts of the world, fishermen are not so fortunate enough to do that. And they will totally rely on that free forecast. And that's probably why I put that in at the end, is that ability to disseminate gale force winds to every fishing industry, wherever it's in a small coastal community, anywhere in the world, free is critical.
Thank you. And I'll agree with Ian that this is why we're here, basically, is the talk you just gave. And I worked the night of the Brayer. I was on the Pacific side in the room. Our Atlantic forecaster, I believe, was the deepest load in the Atlantic that we've analyzed, that I've seen analyzed. I think we had it as 914 millibars. We didn't know about the Brayer till it was reported in the news. I want to get back to you made a distinction at the end there about thinking about the gale warnings, and in the future, that's something that is going to resound, for those of us in the room and then the agencies that we work for, is that very basic role as a public service, as a free public service, has to continue, even though the presentation of the information and all, in my view, has to be modernized to facilitate decision making and the challenges of the science that we're dealing with. That what was is no longer, because we see things differently. Observations are better, maybe not as frequent in some places, but satellite is at higher resolution than the numerical model data we have. So anyway, I want to thank you for making that clear distinction about the warning services that we provide, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Joe. Any further questions from the floor? Michael.
Yeah, great presentation, really brought home the main points. Thank you very much for that. And also I liked very much what you talked about non-SOLAS vessels. I always ask myself the same. Why do we distinguish between those two types? There's probably reasons for it, but I totally get your point too. You said you're using everything that you can get your hands on, but I would be interested, what kind of comms means do you have on board? Can you receive, what's the kind of bandwidth you have available if you're fishing out in the open oceans? Is satellite connectivity, things like that would be very interesting. And then another question I have, coming over from New Zealand to Europe, I was shocked how many countries do forecasts for the same sea areas. There's areas in the North Sea where 5 countries do forecasts for. Do you ever notice those contradictory forecasts, or do you only receive the forecast from the UK Met Office?
Norway's going to love this one. On our vessel, we've got 2 independent satellite systems giving us internet access. For the privilege of having that on the boat, that costs us about £2,300 a month to have that. So anyone complains to me about their broadband charges, you're wasting your time. But that's just to get 1 megabyte of download. So when you're accessing weather forecasts that are a detailed map and it's moving across, you need to be a little bit sensible. But to counteract that, we have the switch in the wheelhouse that we kill the internet to the rest of the boat. So that in the wheelhouse, we can access a proper forecast and a moving forecast graphic. Because it's quite good, because if the area was to change a little bit for the centre of the low pressure, you can still make a judgment on what you think is going to happen. So that's what we do, so 2 complete systems. But we always listen to Coast Guard. It's always on, Channel 16. I've just spent a month fishing around Orkney and Shetland in the Fair Isle Channel. The Fair Isle Channel for seafarers is a very, very busy area for vessels coming from east to west and west to east. Shetland Coast Guard is always very good at putting out gale warnings, and we unload lots of fish in Norway. One of the apps I use a lot is YR, which is a Norwegian meteorological site. For me, in the last 10 years, it's been really, really good, and I've gauged that being at sea and what they predict. And we've done it with other forecasting systems. So I've been in an area in the sea and just had a look to see, is it really what they said it was going to be? So we've done that too. Just because it's an interest to see how close, but we understand that when you're forecasting, and although people like to stick the knife in when someone stands up and says, this is what I think the forecast is going to do, when they get it wrong, but no one stands up and thanks them when they get it right. And I think for us, the fishing industry, we have been very thankful. Well, I've been very thankful for my 37 years at sea. There's been occasions where I'm really glad I'm in my bed in my house and we haven't went to sea.
Any further questions? Yes, Moira.
Hi, good afternoon. Very interesting. I had just one question. Do you have weather observations on your ship?
No, we don't record any weather observations on board, and we haven't got anything to record it with. Just we record wind speed and wind direction, but nothing else. We don't care if it rains.
But it would help a lot your weather forecasters if you would record those and hand them back.
We've probably got enough going on trying to catch fish without having to worry about a weather forecast.
Okay, on that note, 2 things come to mind, that discussion there. I like the way you used the many data sources available to you to make good, useful, effective decisions, which clearly keeps you safe, which is awesome. The other comment you made, and absolutely, this is how forecasters work. It's that safety of life responsibility, that purpose. We all wear that very well to ensure that we provide the best possible products for for the users out there. So thank you for that, Derek. Please congratulate Derek on his presentation. Thank you, and with that we move on to the third presentation. For that we will have Nelly Floridayama from Indonesia. Nelly is presently the Deputy Head of Geophysics at the Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics, or better known as BMKG. Some of the key training roles she's held at BMKG include Director of Centre of Education Training, Director of Centre of Research and Development, and Director of the Centre of Marine Meteorology. Nelly also chairs the WMO-IMO Data Buoy Corporation panel and is a member of WMO's SCMMO. The floor is yours, Nelly.
Good morning. I hope you're still awake. Good afternoon, but with morning spirit, of course. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here to present on our experience, how we serve our domestic ferry operator. So I will start my presentation on the fact that Indonesia has a complex system interaction between the ocean and atmosphere, as almost 70% of our region consists of the ocean, and we lay between Pacific and Indian Ocean. So we may mention monsoon, El Nino, La Nina, and also Indonesia through flow, even tropical cyclone, and even local condition will affect our weather condition. And we also consider about the influence of climate change, that extreme weather are becoming more frequent right now. And actually our agency, BMKG, is the agency that has the authority to give weather and climate information to the public. And we have around 30 stations that responsible to give the information on marine weather based on their area of responsibility. With this background, we do realize that Indonesia heavily relies on ferries to connect different regions, given its archipelagic nature with thousands of islands. We have almost 17,000 of islands. Ferries plays a crucial role in transporting people, goods, and vehicles across the country vast maritime routes. And this is the example how our state-owned enterprise operate our, we call it ASDP Indonesia Ferry. They operate a ferry fleet more than 226 vessels, serving 307 routes and 36 ports, and it's only cover 50 to 90% of the needs of our ferry services. We do have our private ferry service, and in a remote area, the citizen itself operate their own local ferry to serve the community. This is what we already mentioned over the 3 days, how severe weather disrupts ferry operation, impacting safety, schedule, efficiency, accurate forecasts become very important to minimize the risk. At least, I may say that at least 5 components related to maritime weather and impacts for ferry safety. The first one is how the service disruption, or we do experience with cancellation with the severe weather. And the second one, of course, of safety concern, how the hazardous weather condition can pose safety risk to ferry operators. And then, of course, the schedule delays, even if ferry services not fully cancelled. Hazardous weather condition can lead to delays in ferry schedule. And of course, we are talking also on economic impact. For our case, the economic impact dominantly arise when essential goods like rice and other staples are transported by ferry. In the event of bad weather, these services are disrupted, causing delays and shortages, and this can lead to increased costs, price fluctuation, and supply chain interruption, especially in our region that heavily dependent on ferry transportation. And of course, we need to also consider on passenger comfort, because stormy or raw condition can lead to discomfort our passenger on board. And this slide, we may see how several extreme weather events that affected our ferry operation. This is the case, I think it's the case in all over the world, but it's also the case in our country. So we have high winds and storms, heavy rainfall and reduced visibility, high waves and swells, tropical cyclone, and also changing currents and tidal condition. And for your information, because of right now, the tropical cyclone more closer to our region in tropical area. So we need to also consider about this also to our ferry operator. This is how we have our collaboration with our main stakeholder. We spread our information through the VTS, to the harbor master, to the search and rescue agent, and also directly to the ship agent or ship crew. So we do hope that they receive our information in advance, so they can make their decision based on our forecast. And how we as the med service do our role. This is the example how we maintain our communication or collaboration to the ferry operators, because as I mentioned before, we deliver real-time weather data and alerts to ferry operators and other stakeholders. And in addition to that, we conduct a monthly visit to vessel, ensuring the ships receive our information timely and accurate weather updates. So this is the business process that takes place right now in our country, especially in our agency, how we conduct from the observation system, monitor and data processing, analysis, and forecasting process, and at the end we need to we have the product and we need to disseminate our product to our stakeholders. And this slide show that already mentioned by Daniel in this morning, how the concept of impact-based weather information focuses on not just providing weather forecast, but also communicating the potential consequences of weather condition on ferry operation. This means that instead of simply telling operators about expected storms or winds, we need to explain how this weather might affect safety, delays, or operational efficiency. And this allows also ferry operators to make better informed decisions, such as rerouting or postponing trips to minimize risks and other activities. And this approach aligns with the standard that we have, and of course it will enhance safety and ensure smooth and more reliable maritime transportation. And with all we have, we need to know who is our users, who is our stakeholders. So BMKG learned from our experience that we need to make sure that our user also understand the information that reads to them. So this is this activity actually we conducted for the fisherman community, but we do realize that this activity also need by the ferry operator, so they understand our fancy graphic or our very technical language, and they know how they react based on that information. So this activity already endorsed by the UN IOC of Decade of Action, and from our experience, we already reached more than 15,000 of participants that consist of fishermen. But we want to replicate this approach also to reach the ferry operators. So we need to expand this activities, not just for fishermen, but how we do this weather fit school for ferry operators. School is not school like normal school, but it's like activities that we deal with the. In this example, we deal with the fishermen. We introduce them with our graphics or our information on weather forecast, and we need to teach them how they understand on the graphic. Then we do think that this kind of activity also can be useful for the ferry operators, because our ferry operators not just consist of the big ferry, but also the traditional one. So at the end, as the conclusion, that I want to emphasize that how we need to understand the weather information, and it is very essential for planning and mitigating disruption. And we need, of course, the accurate and timely weather forecast as crucial tools for ferry operators to manage weather risks. And also, we need effective communication and coordination between stakeholders. It is very vital to ensuring that all parties are informed and can respond proactively to adverse weather conditions. And we need to develop impact-based weather information services as outlined by the WMO to provide a comprehensive approach to assess risks and inform ferry operator and about the potential consequences of weather condition. I think that's my talk. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and still have a morning spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. Very nice. Questions? WMO?
Thank you very much. Just a quick question, Nelly. Great to see you again. Enjoyed my time in Bali earlier on this year. What's the funding model to support all those services? Does that come from government funding of BMKG, i.e. it's within your national mandate to provide all those additional services? Thank you.
Yes, most of our services are funded by our government. And of course, we need to also involve others. And we try to encourage a private sector also to help us, because it's very because it's from maritime countries, that this sector is really very dominant in our countries. And of course, we need to have collaboration more also with private sectors. Yeah, thank you.
Bahamas, please go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. Coming from an archipelago although not on the same scale or size as Indonesia. We realize the importance of sea transport, especially the ferry service. Do you also, your weather forecast, is that also provided to the private ferry service providers as well? Thank you.
Yes, of course, because as I mentioned that only 50 to 60% that covered by our state-owned enterprise, but for the rest, we also count on the private ferries companies. So this weather forecast also broadcast to all stakeholders, not just for our state enterprise, but also for the private company, of course.
Any further? Oh, Germany.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. Very impressive, the training program you showed us with training of the users of your forecast, which I think is very important. I do know, though, from experience that it's quite costly and resource intensive to run workshops like that. So how do you do that? You know, how do you scale up things like that with the community and with, and what support do you get to run these workshops? And the second one is, you had one slide where it showed rain impacts ferry operations. I would like to know, how is rain impacting ferry operations because of reduced visibility, or what's the impact? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For the, we call it a weather fit school for fishermen. So for the first one, we do the training of trainers to the fisherman leader. Like in one village, they have one as a leader for the fishermen, and we try to organize not a long workshop, but maybe 2 to 3 days to inform them on our weather forecast, both in graphics or both in statement like that. And we want them to spread the knowledge to their groups, to the fishermen, so that it will imply. I mean, it's like in marketing, it's like multi-level marketing. So we just count on one leader, and the leader will spread the knowledge to the fishermen. So that's our strategy, because it's very large number of fishermen in our country. And the second one is, especially for the visibility, because it's very important for them how to have the clear visibility to do not interrupt their operation, of course. Thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions from the floor. Thank you, Nellie. It's a great example of a well-connected, collaborative environment with key stakeholders to deliver a really bespoke service for ferries in Indonesia. So nicely done, thank you. Next up we have Amy Buell from Weather News. I'm really excited by this one. So Amy is the General Manager of the Marine Group Operations for Europe and Americas for Weather News Incorporated. Amy has been working in the Weather News America since 2004, when she began her career as a voyage planner in the Marine Division. In 2017, Amy was named to her present role, where she's responsible for leading effort to provide weather risk communication and environmental target group, with safety of mariners as the primary goal. The floor is yours, Amy.
right, thank you very much. Before I start, I want to say thank you to everybody for the really good discussion these last couple of days. It's been very interesting for me to hear from where I sit in this kind of sector. And anyway, I'm looking forward to the discussion as it goes on. So the purpose of my discussion today is to talk about the role of non-governmental service providers in support of maritime operations, which I think actually, based on the discussions we've been having over the last couple of days, there's a lot to discuss. But to begin, I'd like to share about the founding of our company. Weather News is a Japanese company. It was founded by Hiro Ishibashi in 1986 in response to a marine accident. Earlier in his career, he was working as a vessel operator, and a vessel that he was operating encountered a bombing low-pressure system. The vessel and all the crew on board, all 15 members of the crew on board, was lost. Ishibashi-san felt a sense of responsibility and believed that if truly useful weather information had been available, that accident might have been avoided. So he decided to found a company built on the premise of protecting the lives of mariners, such that a tragedy like that would never happen again. Since then, Weather News has grown as a company into other sectors, including aviation, road, rail, recently climate, and others, with 32 offices in 21 countries with over 1,100 employees. Our core value is safety, to help out in times of need by providing weather information, to empower stakeholders to make informed decisions, and offering solutions for both adaptation and mitigation of climate change to support sustainability. As a private sector service provider, our role within the value chain is to provide value-added products building on data provided by national weather services, as well as working with national weather services and advocating for investment. WNI is engaged within the context of the public-private engagement, which defines the roles and responsibilities for dissemination of weather information and to enhance the growth of weather services in Japan. We're also engaged on the academic side. Our office in the US, which is where I sit, is on the University of Oklahoma Research Campus. And we've been engaged with the School of Meteorology, the School of Computer Science, and other research entities to collaborate to adapt emerging technologies to support our customers' issues. So WNI is dedicated to cooperating and collaborating with government and academia within the weather enterprise to understand how to utilize emerging technologies to support our users. Now, starting with a basic example, this is a view of ocean storm information for a low-pressure system in the Bering Sea. On the left-hand side, the system is visualized on our platform with the associated warning. You can see the accompanying corresponding text issued from the Ocean Prediction Center for that storm on the right-hand side. The storm information is available for reference in both areas. But our role as a private service weather provider, in this case for voyage planning services, is to distill that information into risk analysis for a particular situation. In this case, it's a route recommendation for a voyage from Long Beach to Shanghai. And the suggestion is to remain south of a Great Circle route, both to avoid the storm in the Bering Sea and to avoid the adverse conditions that may slow the vessel or cause her to burn more fuel and create more emissions. To do this, in addition to information provided by government sources, we develop our own forecast information for each sector that we serve. For voyage planning, WNI develops our own high-resolution weather and forecast model using input from observational sources, the ones you would normally think of, including typical sources such as satellite, buoy, and upper air, but we're also able to assimilate data from reports from vessels that we provide service to into our model as well. Using that data and input from global models from various agencies, we can calculate our own model output. We can then apply various post-processing schemes, including machine learning, to cope with some of the areas that we know that global models tend to be weak, to create risk content relevant to the sector. So in this case, wind, wave, visibility, sea spray icing, tropical cyclones, sea ice, currents, and so on, all relevant to the risks of voyage planning. This forecast data is then used as the basis for voyage simulations, simulating vessel performance in the forecast weather conditions in order to create route content for route recommendations for both safety and efficiency. We can make simulations of multiple route options and multiple speed settings using the simulation engine that we've developed over the course of many years to help both the master and the operator understand the available options and what they mean for decision support. Similarly, for the offshore energy market, we've developed an application of a regional high-resolution model. It has a 1-kilometer grid. This has the global forecast models as input for the boundary conditions, and it can be tuned using available observations and machine learning processes. This was developed with offshore wind farm construction and maintenance in mind, but as we discussed earlier this morning, maybe has some other applications as well. Taking this to a finer scale, the risks in port areas. Most of the marine accidents that occur happen between pilot station and berth. So we're also experimenting with applying a large eddy simulation in port areas. And let me emphasize that this is currently experimental. We're playing with this right now to see if it's appropriate for this type of risk information. We have an urban weather forecast model, has super high resolution of 10-meter mesh. But you can see in this example, maybe we can understand how complex wind flows, for example, around large buildings, can affect safety in port. All of this content is designed to address the specific needs for safety with a number of maritime applications by applying technologies developed within the government and academic sectors. However, as we've discussed maybe at length so far already this week, high-resolution forecast data is not enough. Uncertainty is an inherent risk of weather forecasting. And I don't need to go into detail here. We can just use the very succinct way of putting it that we discussed yesterday, which is there's not enough dots. So you can see the lower graph is a snapshot of WMO reporting vessels. The upper graph is a snapshot of the vessels that we receive data from on a daily basis that are under our service. But as you can still see, not enough dots. So therefore, we're also exploring how we can use weather forecast technology such as ensemble forecasts and probabilistic forecasting for data-driven risk management in order to enhance safety and risk communication. And I think just as an aside, on this point in particular, obviously I don't need to explain this issue to this group of people, but I think this is an important message maybe to start to share with users so that they can understand more deeply the challenges that we face as weather forecasters. In general, probabilistic forecasts provide the additional risk context to the main model output. So when you're trying to make strategy decisions regarding safety and optimization, this information offers a critical additional component to forecast confidence and understanding how forecasts can change. In these examples on the left-hand side, this is from our offshore energy wind farm analysis. This is a calculation of how much the forecast will exceed for wind and wave for various types of, by how much. What this tells us is there a likelihood that the forecast will be worse than expected? On the right-hand side, this is the probability of wave heights exceeding 5.5 meters. So that's in the shaded colors. And you can also see the deterministic model in the dark black lines. And you can see the combination or comparison of those two values. Now, if you look here, especially in the Northeast Pacific, you'll notice that the areas of high probability of exceeding 5.5 meters is not where the deterministic forecast says that those waves should be. Now, this is an important piece of context for me if I'm developing a voyage optimization, for example, for a vessel sailing into the Pacific Northwest. Now, this is all using ensemble forecast information from NSEP, so tailoring it specifically to the needs of our voyage planning sector. Now, the second concept can be applied to systematized voyage optimization as well. This is an example of using probability thresholds for determining a voyage optimization. So avoiding areas where the likelihood of exceeding particular wave heights is high, instead of the traditional wave height, which is often used for these types of systematized voyage optimization. Using the probabilistic output in this way can help account for the risks of forecast change in the overall voyage strategy. This is similar to the way a person would develop a voyage optimization strategy, thinking about how the forecast might change and what kind of trends there have been recently in terms of how they might wish to make the optimization. But it has the benefit of being able to apply specific risk tolerance. So as opposed to maybe that one individual's judgment based on the risk profile of that particular situation. In the context of voyage optimization, this allows for managing safety concerns, but also minimizes consumption and emissions by accounting for how the forecast might change in the route choice. This simulation technology can also be applied for business decision support. We can use the ensemble members to make voyage simulations. So instead of one simulation from the deterministic model, we can make 31 simulations from the ensemble members, and then do probability calculations of the outcomes of those simulations. So in this case, you can see calculations associated with the ETA of the vessel, fuel consumption, CII, so you can see them all here. The possible range of outcomes can then be used to understand the likelihood of a vessel, for example, arriving within a laycan period, or understanding maybe the fuel consumption needs for that particular voyage. I also think that this is one way of demonstrating that safer route options can also be economical. By combining data associated with forecasts, observations, and related to voyage operation, we can systematically identify risks associated with the weather, navigation, and for example, vessel motions, which is the leading cause of cargo damage, something that I wish I had more time to get into, and I wish I had made a slide for it, but we can talk about that later. But the point is to systematically address together the many risks that exist for a vessel underway, supported by simulation technology for voyage optimization and emissions reductions. This also sets the stage to develop systems to support autonomous vessels as technology develops in the future. Now, while data and forecast technology are critical for data-driven risk management, arguably communication is the most important part of our role as a private weather service provider. Therefore, it's vital to focus on enhancing the user's weather literacy through communication. This means proactively incorporating input from the community of users to strengthen relationships and contribute to the industry as a whole. We embrace this concept of community to be able to fully take advantage of technology together in order to mitigate risk and adapt to climate change together. And I think this is maybe a theme of this whole symposium, but we're working together. We're also working to find ways to address the challenges we face by collaborating within the weather enterprise. And I maybe won't go into detail here on what the issues are, but we, as a private weather service provider, want to collaborate with you all to enhance an open data policy among agencies so that we can improve forecast accuracy and services can be seamlessly made available to users in any part of the globe, and so that we can further engage that sense of community, which I think we are all a part of, to address the challenges of climate change and to help people in times of need. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Amy. That was very interesting. Questions from the floor? Oh. Okay.
Thanks. Curious in terms of deterministic forecasting, probabilistic forecasting, what is the item for you of greatest need from an agency like the National Weather Service, JMA, whomever it is that you're using information from, the item of greatest need?
Wow, that's an interesting question. Greatest need. I mean, we use so much, right? We are kind of constantly interested in what's new, what's emerging, what new technology can we maybe think about to use in different ways than it is being used currently. So I think maybe that more than anything is like, what's the new thing are folks up to? What are we kind of playing with and trying to learn about? And can we then work with you to maybe develop it together or find kind of a new, way of using it?
Joe?
I have two questions, if I get quickly. The first one is the 5.5 meter threshold number. How did you arrive at that?
So one of the things that we've developed for our services in the context of communication is how can we understand or convey in simple terms, things, weather conditions that are bad. So we have what we call a DASH threshold, dangerous, severe, and heavy. And for your average ship at sea, this is going to be different based on the cargo the vessel's carrying, how big she is, all of these things. But our average ship, the severe threshold is 6 meters. So that's our kind of number in there.
It's a loaded question because we had an intern several years ago that worked with us, and we set her upon investigations. And any investigation that was engaged with with waves basically came up with the average was 5.8 meters. So we're both, I think, spot on, you know, coming at it from different views. The second question I have is gaps in observation and parameters in addressing the issues that you're dealing with. Are there any really large gaps still to be improved, particularly with observations?
Yeah, I mean, I think the discussion that we had yesterday is the same issue that we face, to be honest with you. It's the lack of real data in particular areas to verify if what we are seeing is actually true or what we're forecasting is actually true. So I think that, you know, we're all in the same boat as far as that's concerned.
Okay. Thanks. The reason why I asked that, and I'm going to stop right after this, is that there is a move afoot to remotely sense current at high resolution. And that's why I was curious as to that we have current, but the way that it's derived, it is what it is, but it isn't current.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And, you know, it's very hard to know even if current forecasts are even close to correct. And so, yeah, that's definitely a need that we have for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Germany.
Sorry, it's me this time, just for a change. Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting to see how you add value to basically the basic products the Met Service are providing. I was just wondering the slide about the observations where you showed the ship observations you receive or WMO community receives. How is that different? Where do the blue dots come from, and is there any possibility we could get those as well?
So the blue dots that I showed in that slide are the WMO reporting ships, so, you know, members of the voluntary observing system, or, sorry. The other overlaid dots are the reports that we receive from vessels under our service. That's around 6,000, 7,000 reports per day, and that's just because vessels report a noon report, and we ask them to report weather information, typically wind wave, and some other parameters if they're willing to include in that report. But we've figured out a way to assimilate that data into our system. It's a little bit more complicated than maybe you would expect for maybe a vessel that has actual observing systems on board. So there's a level of quality control that we have to do for it. But yeah, it's been a good thing actually to improve our forecasts and some of the information that we're working on.
Thank you, Germany. I'll flip to IMO.
Thank you, moderator. Just on this particular point, if I may, would you be able to elaborate a little bit more about this blue dots and red dots? Does this blue dots really means that those vessels, and the red one, how are you managing to get as much as this level? Unfortunately, cannot be displayed at the moment, but I have in front of me the red dot seemingly is more than the entire WMO vote schemes. Is it something that I misunderstood? Or if you could explain, thank you, sir.
So that's a snapshot just from like 1 day of reporting vessels. So a comparison of, you know, whether or not the reporting vessels were at sea or not. But I can speak to the red dots because those are the vessels that we receive reports from being under our service. So they're vessels that are required to report to us on a daily basis. And so that's where that information comes from. That number of vessels, about 6,000 or 7,000 vessels that we have under our service any given day. So that's where we're getting that information. Does that answer your question?
I'll go to Cameroon, and then we have a number of more questions, and we have the collaboration sessions shortly, so we'll hold the questions till then. John, I'll let you respond to that question, and then we will break.
Yeah, it's just a follow-up on the last two comments about the observations. You know, it's a wow moment. to see that many OBS collected outside of the VOS process. And I guess, given your last slide about data sharing, free and open data sharing with the new WMO policy, is how do we, and maybe you've already started, but how do we make that, bridge that gap to make sure all of the ocean services, national Met services, take advantage of that network of ships. You know, we heard from BIMCO earlier, we heard from Craig Setzer earlier that, you know, maybe within they can create policies to get these things shared. And they don't have to become part of the VOS program, but how do we bring the data, if it's collected by an aggregator, into the WMO GTS system so everybody can take advantage of it to contribute to safety at sea?
Yeah, it's actually something I was reflecting on yesterday during the discussion, because we do have this data that is available to us. And one of the points that is a challenging point that we would have to work through, which maybe BIMCO or some other entities could help with, is the fact that our customers expect that data to be confidential. So in terms of not having basically identifying information associated with that reporting, so we can use it on a kind of scrubbed identification way in this kind of red dot style, and integrate it into our forecast services, as well as using it for vessel benchmarking or other types of kind of aggregated types of. So the question would be, what do you need? What is enough, and can we work with our customers to share this data in some meaningful way? Again, I was reflecting on this yesterday because I was expecting this question. But I think also there's this aspect of, from that information, from vessel reports, there's also, you can derive from it performance information. And performance information is I think probably just based on my observations being in this business for several years, is that information is kept really close to the chest. That's kind of very special protected information. So, how can we maybe pull out that information in such a way that it can be provided from a data sharing standpoint, but without having kind of the implications of confidentiality that might be associated with it. So, that's somewhere where maybe like BIMCO could jump in to say, this is how we can do this, and this is a legal framework for that.
All right, thank you everyone. With that, I would like to thank the panel for the presentations. We have a number of questions leading into the afternoon session, which is wonderful. I don't have to ask for further questions. I think we'll have enough to go on. For the coffee break, we are pleased to have, let's see, hey, look at that. Weather News will be sponsoring our coffee break. Please connect and talk and think of some further questions, and we'll come back at 4 o'clock for 1 hour session. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And the coffee break will be on the 4th floor. Don't go down to 1st floor. It's 4th floor.
4th
Thank
floor.
you.
Rightio, I guess we start then. For those of you that might not have heard that. So thank you. Now we commence the panel discussion, so we have an hour or so for this. Left over from the previous session, I have about half a dozen questions already lined up, so the dance card might be just about full. But we'll see how we go. So if you're ready, UK, would you like to lead with your question? Nick? Let's strike the UK off. Lebo?
I think my comments were to Amy, right? Yes. Yeah, I found that the presentation kind of moved more faster between the slides and what she was saying. So I must apologize in advance if some of the things I'll ask you may have covered them. I did not seem to get the name of the model that you're using. And I also just want to check in terms of your domain, which areas does it cover? The Southern Hemisphere, for example. And so I noted the model that you're using, you're probably using the Wave Watch 3 as foreseen conditions as your boundary conditions, and GFS most probably for your atmospherics. And just to be sure, I think you said then the resolution, I'm not sure whether it's at your priority areas, it's at 2 kilometers. And then you also mentioned ensemble forecasts, but I could not get from which models you then have this ensemble forecast. And I think in your conclusion, you were mentioning, you mentioned that you would want to go into some partnerships with the Met Services. So just to get more detail, what type of partnerships do you foresee your institution and the Met Services going into? And while on that, also just to check if you are commercially driven, and if you are commercially driven and you go into partnerships with the Met Services, how do you then see the revenue share? So I just want to understand more details in terms of what will be your role if you go into partnership and what will be the role of the Met Services. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. As far as our global model is concerned, it is global in scope, so the domain is the whole globe. So we have ships everywhere, so we forecast everywhere. The atmospherics are based on the GFS, and the model is based on the Wave Watch 3 model. We obviously feed it in with some additional data that we have available to it. We also do in some places, like for example, the Mediterranean Sea, we have some nested grids that we can supplement the data there for higher resolution, and it's one place where we get a lot of complaints about the quality of our forecasts, so we've done that kind of development for that particular region, but it's embedded into the whole global forecast. For our global forecast. The resolution on that is 0.125 degrees.
Sorry, apologies. Through you, Chair, we can't hear properly.
Sorry?
I'm not sure if you can speak closer to the mic.
My apologies.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. So I also showed a regional model, a nested grid model that is based, WRF is the atmospherics and SWAN is the corresponding wave model. That is something that we can create on an ad hoc basis, so the domain can be defined based on the area that we're needing forecasts for. The resolution of that one is 1 kilometer. And then your third question. So in terms of, yes, so we are commercially driven. So we're a private weather company. And so there is that aspect of the services that we're providing. But we do have this commitment as a company to helping save lives. So that's a core value of our company. And so in terms of partnerships, I think the discussions that have been ongoing of, some of the things that were mentioned, that maybe this is something that the private sector can provide, I think that that's the discussion that we should have, is what can we do to help supplement some of the efforts that are being done by the National Weather Services, and what maybe specific information can we provide. And then, there's a value proposition associated with that. And so can we determine that, and what conversation needs to be had to achieve that? So I think that this is maybe a starting off point to understand what are the needs, and how can we work together, to meet both of them together.
Thank you, Amy. John?
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Derek and one for Amy, but so Amy doesn't feel like she's on the hot seat, I'll go to Derek first. So you talked about your domain in fishing and ranging from the North Sea to Norway and further, but you mentioned two specific cases and the access to the YR site and such. Do you ever, like when you actually get into the heat of your action and you're experiencing severe weather and it's not exactly as forecast, would you ever consider if there is a simple feedback mechanism, since you talk, in your particular case, you talk about broadband on ship and you can pull down from the YR site. It's similar if you're in UK waters with the UK Met. If there were mechanisms that you could have an easy message to say, I'm at lat long at this time experiencing this, would you be willing to contribute to that, or is that a way forward to help us connect the user to the actual event going on? So, as you've heard, observations are very challenging within the open ocean environment, and to be able to verify, we learn and we improve our forecasts and warnings from that.
Yep, I think for the Scottish fishing industry anyway, I think we're very open to having that discussions. It's probably one of the blessings of being in a room like this today, is that other people that's involved in this whole process gets to hear that there is a sector, it's alive and kicking. That forecast that we get is really important, and to put a face to a forecast is really powerful. So I can understand if I was working in an office and trying to disseminate what I was seeing and putting it out there, to actually know that there's people on the sea that's relying on that, I think that's really important. So, and I think I've probably lost too many friends and too many family members on fishing vessels and colleagues on fishing vessels over the years, and part of that can be due to weather. So I think it would be really stupid of us, the fishing industry, if someone reached out to us with an idea, a project, a plan, that at least we would discuss it to see if there was a way that we could help in it.
Thank you very much for that response. And Amy, this is a similar line, and it may actually build from the response you just provided. I'm thinking from the fact of warning services that National Met Services, those recognized as sort of the authoritative source, provide, whether you're in JMA waters or in their Met area, or traveling across the Pacific into the US Met area. When you provide the alerts that are available through those free and open mechanisms, and then you do your own work with your modeling and maybe find a different story, how do you handle those conflicts? And would you ever feed that back to the National Met Authority to help improve their products, which brings consistency, improved service, and potentially reduced incident response?
Yeah, so what we view are the services and the products that we're providing as is decision support. So what we're trying to do is give the user as much information as they need to make a decision. And so if there is conflicting information that we're aware of, it's our responsibility to try and explain the reasoning, or engage in conversation with the user to understand what their concerning point is, and how what we're providing maybe can help answer that question, or the differences between them and why that might be. So I think that it's important that we're not, we don't consider ourselves the authority. We consider ourselves trying to give that decision support information. And then as far as feeding back to National Weather Services, I think this is kind of similar to the question that I just got from the individual from South Africa, which is, how can we do that? Like, what would be the best way to have that conversation and that interaction? And maybe this is a starting off point to think about, how these interactions and collaborations can go forward.
Thank you, Amy. Hong Kong.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a question for Amy as well, and hopefully Marvin. And based on the graph you have shown us, I think there's like 6,000 observations per day, right? And I'm guessing that I can guess the number of your clients. So from that, I think some of your clients are making multiple observations per day. So for the last couple of days, we have been discussing that there's only 3% of the vessels globally that are reporting observations. So I would like to ask, do you provide any incentive for them to make more observations, or is that just a cultural thing?
Yeah, we don't incentivize. We ask them to provide that information, and I think it's also related in part to some of the realities of the business side of the shipping industry when we're talking about vessel performance and performance against a charter party and these types of things, that having that information available as the voice from the ship master compared to, for example, our data is one thing that can be used as far as those discussions are concerned. So we have pretty good compliance with that without having to do a whole lot of work to ask masters to do it. Now, that being said, we're not asking for a lot of information. We're not asking for a laundry list of, we're asking for basic inputs, but it is enough to help improve the data that we have available.
Thank you, Amy. Cameroon.
Okay, thank you, Amy, for the great presentation. My question is about, it's to you, Amy. Given the valuable role non-government service providers like Weather News play in enhancing maritime safety and operational efficiency by using all those forecast technologies and models, what key steps would you recommend for Cameroon, my country, to collaborate with similar private sector providers to improve weather forecasting and risk mitigation for its maritime operations, especially for local ports? And do your forecasts or products have free access on internet?
So some of our information is available for free, so you can actually Google us and find that. And then in terms of working with governments, actually my colleague at the back of the room, Titano-san, that is his role within Weather News, is organizing that type of interaction to understand how we can support governments with the unique position that we have and what issues they have. So I think that, if there's a discussion to be had, let's continue that discussion. And I think as a company, we're very interested in understanding like the whole scope of people that we can support. Our dream, you might have seen in the last slide, is to serve 8 billion people with weather support information. And so the way that we can do that is via having these discussions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Joe.
Thank you. This is going to be, I think, we'll see how I phrase this, but this is going to be directed to Derek and Amy, and I think you're going to answer it differently. So WMO has an ongoing theme about early warnings for everyone. And something I know my own organization and NOAA and the Weather Service is struggling with a bit is what is meant by that, but really what time frame for actionable information is, for instance, Derek, in your case, a 4-day forecast of a repeat of 1993, as an extreme. What time frame to know that information is of use to you in order to plan and make a decision? And I'm going to go ahead and ask to Amy. In your work, when making recommendations, what time frame in advance are you making recommendations ahead of an event in order to keep a vessel safe? And there may not be an answer for either one of you, but your turn.
Time frame's a critical thing for us, the fishing industry, and it changes depending on where we're at. If we're at home and we're sitting at home and we're looking at a 4-day forecast, then we won't probably budge until we see that there's a proper window. But the challenge for us in our sector is that when it comes to January, February, we are fishing a migrating stock. So we're fishing shoals of mackerel. And when the shoals of mackerel start to move into the southwest, mid-January, if you click on marine traffic, you'll see me in January, those shoals of mackerel will move 60 miles in a day. So sometimes that time frame or that weather window it doesn't need to be huge, but we will perhaps look for a weather window of 6 hours of decent weather. So we might make the decision to make the journey to the fishing grounds during bad weather to arrive. But in 6 hours, we can do the job in 6 hours if it's a decent weather window. But part of the challenge for us after that is the minute that the product comes on board the boat, the minute the first fish comes on board the boat, you've 24 hours to get out of there, to get to market, to produce high quality fish. So the weather window the weather forecast for distance can be critical, but sometimes you'll have to take the chance that the weatherman's got it wrong. So the window might be okay for fishing, and he may be she may be forecasted that it's going to be a period of time that would allow us to get back to port, and that changes. And when that changes, you've just got to react to whatever you're faced with at the time. So I think it depends on the year, it depends on the season. I think we're probably a little bit experienced now on what we see ourselves and what we look at ourselves when we look at forecasts. It's not all about fancy pictures and fancy models and colours changing across the screen. Sometimes it's back to basics and actually looking to see what's in the Atlantic and see what's going on and make an informed decision ourselves. But we really need to get as good a 4-day window as we can to achieve everything we need to do. But we appreciate that that can be difficult to do. Sorry if that's long.
That's great. Thank you.
From our side, we have a number of processes to identify vessels that need attention. So as I mentioned in my talk, we have voyage simulation technology, so we can see where the vessel is going to be in the future via the route that either we've recommended or the master has told us that they're going to sail. So we can see, along that voyage, along the dead reckoning positions for that voyage, what the weather conditions are going to be. So using that, we actually have some thresholds that we apply, the dash that I mentioned earlier, for each vessel. And if a vessel exceeds any of those thresholds, we have a queue that we go through on a daily basis, 4 times a day based on the models updating, to see if vessels will be in those conditions. The way that system works is we are alerted if vessels will be in those conditions within the next 5 days. And then we'll take a decision about, if it's 5 days out, are we going to do something right now? Maybe not. Maybe we'll wait till 3 days. And it really depends on the situation and how clear the actual situation is. And like how confident we are in the forecast. Sometimes you want to wait a day to figure out what you're going to do. But yeah, so we have these systems to kind of inform us what we should be paying attention to, and then we have a process and prioritization scheme. But typically it's in that 3 to 5 day range where we're picking things up and then taking decisions about how we're going to do something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And Derek, Canada.
Sorry, caught me off guard. Thank you. So just a quick question for Amy and then maybe a longer question for Derek. So the beautiful red dots that we've been talking about, we asked a question earlier, I think it was yesterday, was whether or not you had found, were able to quantify the value of those dots in your forecasting. And then for Derek, I know you don't want this question. You kind of hinted you didn't want it. John asked Amy the question, what happens when you see conflicts? So the question for you is what happens when you see conflicts in products and you're forced to make the decisions, and how do you make those decisions? Thank you.
So to answer your question, yes, we have, the data assimilation system that we developed, it was actually in conjunction with the University of Oklahoma Department of Computer Science to integrate that information into our model. That was in conjunction with also increasing our resolution. So those two things came together at the same time. But we do find, I don't have a number that I could tell you right now about the value of it, but we do find that it has improved our forecasts. So the combination of that additional observation information and the high resolution forecast has improved our accuracy.
Well, I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago, we departed Norway based on the weather forecast that was there in front of us. We knew that it was going to we left at lunchtime, and we knew it was going to get bad about tea time. But it was being forecasted at 40 knots. So we made the decision, right, we need to go. The language in the boat at midnight wasn't very nice, because at midnight it was blowing 55 when it was supposed to be blowing 25. And we had a very bad night. But if I picked 3 models to look at, they were all very much the same. No one really got that the depression was going to move like it did. And, well, it didn't move, that was the problem. It kind of just like stuck there instead of moving. You've just got to accept it's not an exact science. And I think we as fishermen accept that. And we had 6 tough hours, but we made it through. It was fine. But it's probably a real life example really recently. This isn't 1993, this was just 2 weeks ago, where what we thought would happen, it didn't happen the way it was supposed to happen.
So you said you've got 3 models that you look at. So what happens when those 3 don't align? And you've got one that says A, one that says B, and one that says C.
Part of that decision's on a commercial basis. Like I said, when you're fishing a migrating stock and the 3 models don't align, you hope for the best one, but you prepare for the worst one. And you accept that you could end up coming out smelling of roses because you get from A to B really well and really easy. But like 2 weeks ago, we got from A to B, but we had a rough night to get to B. But that's because we need to get there, because if that stock has moved another 20 miles into the southwest, we don't know what that shoals are going to do. So it's based a little bit on that. If it's going to be mental, if the modelling is talking about 80 mile an hour winds, and they're all talking about that sort of winds, but they're talking about different locations, then the decision's a lot easier to make. It's when the model is coming up with 40 knots, around about the 40 knots. When it gets above that for us, then it becomes a lot more challenging. So you've always got that grey area where you think, well, we could probably work when it's 30, 35 knots, but the minute it starts getting over 40 knots, then the whole dynamics of our job and what we are asking the crew to do really changes.
Thank you. John.
Thank you. This is for Nelly, and the question is regarding the decision that BMKG made to put this kind of level of effort into the National Ferry Services. So was there an incident or a disaster that inspired your weather service to start supporting your own National Ferry Service more closely? Or was this just a mutual agreement because it was government agencies saying we should benefit from each other and let's do this? So I'd appreciate knowing the answer to that question.
Yeah, thank you, John. Because right now, as we do experience it more where more extreme weather events happen, so we need to have like not just routine activities with our ferry operators, but we need to make sure that they get the information that they need. So we right now not just only based on our, actually we are under, technically we are under the Ministry of Transportation, but we do realize that in the field that we need to have more conversation with the ferry operators, because the changings of our weather patterns that they need to know. So we react and do action to have more and more conversation and collaboration with them, not just based on our routine activity, but we do realize that there is changing pattern on our climate, because we experience with more weather extreme right now.
Thank you, Nelly. Chile. Alejandro.
Yeah, for Nelly again, how often do you perform this training on the fishermen. And for Amy, I'm very interested on the sharing or collecting or access the shipping information. You have seen on the South Pacific, there's almost no reports. And about the UAV shipping, is this related to maritime automated surface ships, or is another program? Those new technology are in discussion under the IMO, and it's a very important issue for maritime safety, for in our area warnings, for material information, platforms. Also, there's a lot of things to do and to discuss about it. Can you tell me, both of you? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have conducted this kind of training since 2016, and ideally we conducted that for once for each province, because we have like more than 30 provinces in Indonesia. At least once that one time a year that we conducted that. But with different location in that region. But we do hope that I already mentioned that the leader of the fishermen there that can also spread the knowledge, so we don't have to reach all the village, but we can use the former trainer itself to spread the knowledge.
Okay, let me see if I can answer the questions that you gave. So regarding lack of data in the Southern Hemisphere, in particular the South Pacific, yeah, that's a big challenge for us. It's something that we have to cope with on a daily basis, and in particular, especially in the wintertime, but really any time of year, is that choice of going around Cape Horn versus Magellan Strait. And so having good resources as far as that's concerned is really important for people making those decisions, because those are expensive decisions. So I guess I don't have necessarily an answer for you, just to emphasize the fact that it's a challenging issue that, you know, hopefully we can collaborate on to do better. As far as the UAV discussion, so one of the things that Weather News has been engaged with, I have to remember the acronym. It's either DFFAS or DDFAS. But anyway, it's a program within Japan, with the government of Japan, in conjunction with the Osaka Expo 25, that is doing an experimental fully unmanned voyage as part of that event. And Weather News has been engaged with developing the voyage routing aspect of that. And so we've been looking at what are all the risks that you have to pay attention to in order to do that type of routing. And so some of the probabilistic work that we've been doing is related to that, was started with that work. And we have some other things like AI image processing to understand like what waves are, approaching the vessel and things like that. So it's purely experimental at this point, but it's, again, kind of trying to pull together all of the relevant information to systematically understand what all the risks are at one time, and then to understand, is that even possible? Like, can we actually succeed in that way? Because, as you mentioned, safety is critical in a situation where something is unmanned. So, I think we're a long way from that at this point, but it's been something that we've been at least looking into.
Thank you, both.
Thank you, Amy. US?
Thank you very much. A quick question for Captain and Amy. Probabilistic information, is there any time in the, kind of the forecast horizon you're looking at where instead of yes, no, probabilistic information would be helpful to you? And then is the data your data, or is it the ship owner's data or some variety depending on the contractual, arrangement that you have with a vessel? So start with those. Thank you.
I think wave height would be really good to get rather than wind. The North Sea is a funny place, and wave height in the North Sea, or the periods of the waves, can change dramatically. And I think that would be helpful for us, the fishing industry, is if something was being detected that was, for example, in the North Sea, if you get 2 days of southeast gales, the sea changes dramatically, absolutely. It's worse than North Atlantic. And I think if we were getting that information ad hoc, or we're getting information quickly, I think that would help us as a fishing industry in the UK greatly. But I'm sure there's other parts in the world that have experienced very similar things.
Yeah, so there's an expectation from our customers that the data that we collect on their behalf is confidential, so it's considered their data. However, we use it, and the way that we use it is in ways that are, as I said earlier, kind of scrubbed of identifying information. So we can use it in the context of building into the forecast information, or in the context of a vessel benchmark, where it's a group of vessels of a similar size and a similar engine type or something like that, and we can include that data into it. But in terms of an individual vessel information, that's considered the owner is the customer.
Thank you. China.
Thank you, moderator. My question is about human resources for Nelly and Amy. As we know, for many NMHS or med service providers, we don't have many people typically for marine services. So what will be, my question is, what is your human resources structure for your marine services department? Because from our team, I'm not representing the whole CMA, but at city level, we only have 10 people in our department. I'm a forecaster, but I also do user engagement. We even negotiate about our service price. And also I have to duty shift. And also we do some model data analysis and the product developing. It's a bit overwhelming. But yes, so like for such well-developed organization like BKMG and WNI, for Ideal Life, what will be your human resource structure? This is the question. And also another question for WMO. We just finished our auditing by IMO in China, and one auditor asked, do you give certification to your marine weather services people? And actually our answer is no. And so I'm thinking maybe, is it possible that WMO and IMO can have some guide to members to give certificate to forecasters or people who typically focusing on marine weather services. I think it could also leverage the emphasis of member to make put more people and money in this area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for BMKG, we have a center for marine meteorology, and under this center, we have 15 maritime station. And in addition to that, because we are very large area of water, so in addition to the 15 marine meteorological station, we have another station that help us, another BMG station that help us to give the marine information services based on the area of responsibility. So we divided to several areas of responsibility that have the PIC for the area to give the marine information to them. So the staff is like, for the big station is maybe around 20 to 30 staff. And if we can calculate with the maybe more than 200 maybe in total that serve on this marine meteorological service. Thank you.
So on our side, our sea planning division, our marine group, is the largest group within Weather News as a company. Altogether, we have around 300 employees in our specific group. Not all of them are doing voyage planning. They're doing development, they're doing service setup, they're doing performance analysis, many things in terms of the services that we're providing. But one of the things that we're actively working towards is how we can create systemizations and automations so that we can provide more services to more customers with the number of people that we have. And that means trying to figure out how to understand, what is routine and what's not routine, and focus human resources on the not routine situations, and seeing how we can create systems that can support the more routine issues. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nellie and Amy. I'll hand over to WMO regarding the competency question.
Yeah, thanks for the question, China. So, top level answer, do the WMO provide, basically competency standards for personnel providing services for marine services? The very clear answer is no, we don't, not at this time. The only sector that we provide technical regulatory standards for personnel competency, will not surprise any of you, is for aviation. The reason we do that is that the ICAO tell us that we have to do that, and that is therefore our responsibility is to provide top-level competency standards for personnel providing services for international air navigation. We also have an underpinning qualification requirement, which is something called the Basic Instruction Package in Meteorology. I'll be absolutely honest with everyone in the room, because of the changing nature of what we're asking the forecasters and the observers of tomorrow to do, we have softened the qualification requirements. It's now a case of using the Basic Instruction Package as a bit of a guide, and actually providing evidence that your personnel have been trained properly, both in terms of the underpinning qualification side of things, but we very much focus on competency. However, and this is a big however coming up, the UN Early Warnings for All initiative, it's a UN initiative, it's not the WMO's, we are a leading partner in it with the United States Disaster Risk Reduction Office. We have a team in Geneva as we speak at the moment developing international standards and regulatory framework for the delivery of early warning services, which will include a staff competency element to it. This is a really big deal, because this is for all services, public services provided by all service providers worldwide, public and private sector. It will be very top level, but is the reason why WMO will be holding an extraordinary session of the Services Commission in March of next year. Big deal for me, because I'll be running that show, and also an extraordinary session of Congress in October of next year to approve or not approve those very top level standards and regulatory frameworks. So China, that's what you need to keep your eyes on really for next year, because that will have quite significant consequences for all aspects of service provision moving forward. What we don't want to do, obviously, though, is to put in place standards and provisions that nobody can meet, which goes back to the point I keep making about basic service provision being the bar that we need to set, and we're not going to set something that basically rules out 192 service providers instantly because we've made the standards too hard. Very long answer, I'm very sorry about that, but this is a really big deal coming down the pipe over the next 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, and nice answer. Norway.
Thank you very much, Ramon. And I have a question to Derek. It is possible that asking this question, I might destroy the YR reputation, but anyway, I will try. Are you aware that all products you find on YR if we are talking about application for your mobile phone or desktop version, except of course warnings which we are providing, are fully automated products based on your GPS position, which is what is coming directly from the models without any human interaction.
Not sure if I want to know that, to be honest with you, Norway. I was kind of hoping there was a smart Norwegian sitting behind the desk making it up for us.
I'm not going to say anything, no. Much as I wanted to. Argentina.
Yes, I have a question to Amy and Derek. Could you both comment about the strategies or procedures you use to engage or win over port officers and sailors with your service? So what approach have proven most effective in gaining their trust and ensuring the adoption of your service? Briefly, what are your key strategies to win over port offices and sailors with your products?
Who would you like to answer that, Matthias? Anyone?
Anyone, yes.
Nelly? No? Amy?
Okay, I'll do my best. So, of course, we are a paid service, so we want people to want to pay for our service, and so it means that that engagement with our users is really important, that they can understand what services we're providing, but also that they can trust the services that we're providing. And so one important piece of that for us is this human-in-the-loop aspect of, we have a 24-hour hotline. If you have a question, you can call us, and somebody's going to answer the phone and be able to answer your question. And so it's things like that where we can create the communication, the sort of concept of community that I discussed in my presentation, is how can we build that trust, how can we build that relationship so that as we go forward, there is more engagement, there is more trust, and there's more interest in using it in the future.
Yeah, in our cases, we increase our engagement with our stakeholder because we know that they need the information, and we want them to applicate this information on their operational. So I think how we need to increase the engagement with the stakeholder is the key for us to have a more effective and efficient service to our stakeholder.
Thank you, Nelly and Amy. Germany.
Yes, thank you for the presentations. I have a question to Amy. Once again, Amy, sorry. Very interesting presentation, just underlined my points I made throughout the conference, that we need to collaborate with private industry, and very impressive slides you showed. I have two questions to you. One is, how do you determine which groups to provide services for? And the follow-up to that is, how do you decide what to invest, how to invest? Is it purely profit-driven, or is it strategic-driven as well? And the second one is with your sharing of data and the observational data you showed. Obviously, we are very interested to share the data with you. You said earlier your customers and clients won't share the data because they don't want to share the positions. So my question is, what kind of vessels do you serve? Because if they have certain requirements, if they are IMO vessels, they need to share the position anyways, and the information through marine traffic. So that's a question I would like, and I hope that we can find a way to share the data. We have similar problems with the offshore wind park industry in Germany. We would love to have their data. They won't share it with us because it's commercially sensitive. But maybe we can find a way, maybe we have to think about a new framework where we share the data in a way that it's only used for the National Weather Service to improve services rather than in a public domain. But that's something for the future. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so to answer your first question, our goal is to serve as many people, users as possible. So it is ambitious, but the dream of our founder was to provide services to everyone on the globe, be able to do that. And so, it's a step-by-step process. Obviously, we started in the marine side of things, but we've grown into other markets as necessary. The most recent market that we've grown into has been on the climate side, so the sustainability and adaptation and mitigation issues. So as these needs emerge, these are how we're identifying what we want to look into and what we want to invest in and what we see a future and a value proposition in. But our goal is to save people's lives, when my colleague just during the coffee break said every day people are dying because of the weather. So we have to do something. And so it's a step-by-step process of identifying, where is there a market and how can we use, maybe profits from one market to invest in another market. So for example, maybe our seaplaning division is profitable and we can use that to move into other areas that allow us to then create those services, and then maybe those become profitable and we can go on from there. But it really is like, what's the emerging issue right now? Right now, climate is really important. It's a really important issue that we have to start to address, so we're putting our resources there. But as things change, we'll also change that kind of focus. As far as data sharing is concerned, actually the issue is not position, it's identifying information. So the name of the vessel, for example, not the vision itself. So the vessels that we service are all commercial vessels, so if you can think of a shipping company, we probably have provided service to those vessels under that service. And so I think the question is, what is their concern, right? I can imagine, I can see the value in sharing this data. We all, in this group can understand the value of that. And so, how can we make that case to our users to say, we understand that this might be commercially sensitive in some way, but is there some way we can use this that is meaningful and useful for a greater good, this altruistic type of thing? And so, this message of forecast uncertainty is something that we started, like in the last couple of years, that's something that we as a company have started saying, like, hey, FYI, this is a thing. And I think that maybe that's one of the things that needs to happen is understanding what's the problem. Because if our users think that, oh, the forecast is the truth, there's no issue there, the higher the resolution, the better the accuracy, blah, blah. And if they don't understand that, then they won't understand this context. So maybe there's some communication that can happen that we can understand kind of what is their issue, and can we also make our case to clarify?
Just a quick comment as well. It's not pure altruistic, actually. If we share the data, we can improve our forecast, which then in turn profits your customers, and they profit from it. So I think it's a mutual beneficial thing if we start sharing that data.
Totally agree, and I think that, how can we communicate that in a way that's effective? Yeah.
Thank you, Germany. The UK?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick response to Michael, actually, about data from things like wind farms. We have had some discussions with the regulatory authority about the possibility of them putting conditions into the consent that the operator will make available the wind data, which is the first bit of data they go for. First thing they do is put in an anemometer mast on site, that they would make that data available to the National Met Service. I have to say it hasn't happened yet. Maybe an aspiration more than anything else. On a couple of other points, largely from things Ian raised, although I would say that oh my goodness, I wish I had the number of people available to me that WN and I think it was Indonesia have available to them for marine services. I'd be a happy bunny. But to go to some of the things Ian said, I think the comment he made about, again, the relationship with aviation and competencies and things like that is very valid. And for some years, I think there's, again, been something of an aspiration that we would work with IMO to come up with the same sort of principle as ICAO, in that if you want to be a forecaster for marine safety services, then you had to reach a certain competency standard, which IMO would push rather than WMO, if you like. There was also another little point which comes out of that, I think, into how this, why some of this is working and some of it isn't, and it's the dreaded phrase cost recovery, in that I think a lot of national Met services have issues, and the business with EGC and increasing numbers of satellites has shown that one of the things we need to nail and not keep pushing into the long grass, as we would say in the UK, is the issue of how we can get more funding coming into the marine sector to go into all sorts of areas of the services we provide and how we provide them. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Nick. Nicely, we have reached the end of the question session without any further questions, so well timed. I will ask the panel now for one last comment from each one of you, and I will start with Joris, because he was not expecting it.
Indeed. No comments. I will wrap up in a bit as co-chair with Ali. Thank you very much.
I was going to ask you as Anita for one final comment, and then I will thank these guys, and then you can wrap up as chair.
Yeah, thank you. That's understood, but I think I clearly emphasized that I was only quoting Anita, so I've tried to share that with the group. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joris. Amy?
Yeah, thank you. I think this has been a really, really interesting discussion, and I think you know, just the discussions in the last day and the questions that we've had and discussed so far today, I just think that there's so much we can do to collaborate together, and maybe this is a first step towards that, but you know, I think going forward, I hope that we can continue to have conversations like this, because there's a lot that we can do together, I think.
Thank you. Nelly?
Yeah, as our experience that we heavily rely on ferries for our transportation to connect our different regions. So especially for many remote or less accessible areas, ferries are often the primary mode transportation to support our economies, trade and mobility. So disruption to ferry operators, especially from weather, extreme weather, can have significant social and economic disruption to our country. So I think this our discussion here also give us a very meaningful insight for us how we can also deal with our stakeholder, especially for ferry operators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nelly.
Just want to say thank you for the opportunity on behalf of the fishing industry to come today and to get the chance to share a bit of a presentation. We don't take the opportunity lightly, and we really appreciate it. I think as a fishing industry, we appreciate all that goes on in meteorology and what you try to do to provide a forecast for us. You have a great responsibility on your shoulders. I haven't got any qualms about using technology, not at all. It's a human being that probably have to tell the technology what it's got to do anyway, so that's fine. So I haven't got a problem with that. I think just something to maybe plant with you is that you don't have to be in the middle of the Atlantic to experience bad weather. You can experience it 1 mile from shore, and the sea is very, very powerful. And I think we've got to treat every sea area with the same respect. It troubles me as a maritime, as a seafarer, that aviation always seems to get a better deal. And I can maybe understand that, because you've got something up in the sky that wasn't supposed to be there, and if it falls out of the sky, you've got a problem. But in the UK, we've lost 5 fishermen this year. Not one fisherman's death has made the news. Around the world, there's estimations of how many fishermen die every day. And the percentage of those fishermen that die, a lot of it is due to extreme weather that was either wasn't forecasted, or the fishermen didn't take heed to what that forecast said. So I think we need to find ways to better collaborate and understand, as a commercial business, it can be difficult to share things with other organisations, and I get that. And as someone that has to pay for weather services on occasions, then it's just what we've got to do. But just thank you again for the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. And a big thank you from me to the panel here. I think I was lucky in that I have probably the best panel this week. So thank you to Derek Cardno, Dr. Nelly Florida-Riama and Amy Buell for sharing the floor with me. Thank you for Joris Bowers for ably filling in for Anita in the absence of her. So one final round of applause for my panel, please. Now, I will now hand over to the chairs to wrap up.
Thank you all for your insightful questions and active participation today, and to all of our speakers, moderators, and panelists for leading us through some complex but extremely important discussions. At the end of day 3, and looking back at everything we've talked about so far, things are starting to crystallize, and some common themes are starting to emerge. While yesterday was all about data, today was all about how to improve services, forecasts, and warnings to meet the needs of today's mariners and the marine sector of the future. I have the honor of summarizing this morning's sessions, while my distinguished co-chair will summarize this afternoon. I think I speak for both of us, though, when I say how hard it was to try to summarize all of the incredible ideas, revelations, and experiences in just a few minutes, but we will do our best to capture the key takeaways. While the discussion at this symposium 5 years ago helped us start to realize the conflicting pressures of seafarers, forecasters, insurers, route planners, fishermen, shipping companies, and others, this year's symposium has taken that to the next step by recognizing that extreme weather impacts are fundamentally a threat to safety, to operations, to commerce, and that there is a collective interest in avoiding those impacts. But what that looks like, decision-making processes, margins of error, and communications do vary greatly. The impacts of weather are only increasing, and as such, becoming a more significant factor in decision-making. We heard from Philip this morning that future trading patterns will be shaped by natural conditions, and that weather-facilitated trade is the way of the future. The safety of seafarers, ships, and cargo are all important, which we've heard several times this week. At the same time, Captain Menon pointedly reminded us that not everyone on shore making decisions truly understands the impacts of weather on mariners. We would like to see a future where the ship operators have full support from their companies to be able to make the final decisions on safety, even when those decisions are in conflict with optimal ship routes, and that those operators must all possess adequate training to be able to make those decisions. Daniel reminded us that it's human nature for people to only start caring about the weather when it starts to impact them. Impact-based forecasting is becoming increasingly necessary, and we're in the early days of truly understanding what that means, as evidenced by the discussion about the widely varying needs of various vessels and operators. But I heard 3 clear messages. 1, impact-based forecasts will improve relationships between forecasting services, emergency response, and marine users, and are the best opportunity we have to improve and refine decision-making. 2, impact-based forecasts are not a silver bullet. there is a definite role for them, and we need to do use cases to better understand and clarify that, but it's not going to be a wholesale replacement for existing services. We need to continue to let the user needs drive our service enhancements. And 3, partnerships across public and private sectors will be necessary, and the nature of these partnerships are too expansive for me to cover here in 30 minutes. I was very happy to hear Craig say this morning that authoritative sources for weather information are necessary and still a primary source for operators such as the cruise industry. But at the same time, we know and we heard that there are improvements to be made about access to this information and especially streamlining delivery. The complexity of decision-making is increasing and the stakes have never been higher. NMHSs must be listening to what those needs are, including the timelines for decision-making. I was struck by the question asked to Craig about what would have happened if his role didn't exist. And in one way, I was happy to hear that weather's so fundamental to what we're doing that it likely still would have been looked at. But he said something very important, which is that decision-making would have been more conservative. And that brings us back to the idea that there is a business case to be made here, not only in risk avoidance, which is where we typically go when we have these conversations, but also in being able to make decisions with much narrower margins. IMO and WMO need to work together to continue to unify regulatory frameworks to best support mariners in light of all of what we've discussed. The lines are blurred between SOLAS and non-SOLAS, between ship routing and weather routing. The needs may vary, but we have to be able to define what baseline freely and publicly available marine weather services should be in an early warning for all framework, and what capacity development needs are associated with that. I hope we can discuss how we might achieve that as we move into tomorrow's wrap-up. And then I also want to thank those who participated in the Polar Side event, both as the speakers and audience participants. Ian set the stage by reminding us that the Arctic is warming at a higher rate than the rest of the globe, amplifying the impacts of climate change. Safe navigation in dynamic and rapidly changing polar environments is a challenge. While we are seeing less ice overall, icebergs remain a threat to vessels navigating in the polar region and will increase with more operators in the region. Ice is changing in composition, location, and movement, and we are seeing more vessels in new places. Additionally, forecast scale has not caught up to the new locations, uses, and circumstances we are seeing. So we know that there are missed extreme weather events in the forecasts and the warnings, although observations to validate this are still sparse. And yet, the margin for error here is much narrower than anywhere else on the globe. As Carolyn said, mistakes are not allowed. Joe pointed out that while we are combining disciplines in new ways to try to meet the needs of new communities, and we heard from service providers that the bounds of their services are being pushed daily with longer seasons and new decision thresholds. In the polar regions, expect the unexpected and accept that you're not fully in control. Cooperation and integration will be key here, though that is sometimes easier said than done. For so many reasons, marine services in polar areas may not ever be fully equitable to those in the rest of the world, but it is clear that we need to be able to rapidly advance them. Lives do depend on it.
Well, and then the afternoon came. With the second part of session 6, moderated by Ramon, and I think his message that forecasters and med services should remain focusing on serving the mariner by providing any product needed to enhance and secure the safety of navigation, totally and clearly reflected our afternoon's debate. And again, we've heard it several times over the week, cooperation and involvement of all stakeholders seems to be key here. I was placed in a position to reflect a quote of Anita, who fell ill, where the Polar Code was, or one of the messages was that the Polar Code was adopted, and despite there's undoubtedly room for improvement, the focus now should be on the implementation
through the associated services, keeping the strict timeline in our minds, and again, remind ourselves that the initiative is not with others, organizations, but we have to look in the mirror as member states and act upon. I think the contribution by Derek reflected the week perfectly. Fishing is harvesting the sea for a living, but safety of life always remains his first priority. And the impact and importance of weather information and forecasting was shown to be crucial in decision-making in view to remain safe for both ship and crew. Not only with innovative real-time updates provided through the internet, but also by understanding old-school synoptic charts as well. And again, stating, and I think that came across the panel discussion once more, one source is no source, and even three sources can prove wrong information. But yeah, there's less likeliness that the information is wrong. So use multiple sources. And despite the data available and the expertise from forecasters, experiences from the mariner, including the basic needs for decision making, should be understood within the entire chain. Nelly clearly stated that climate change affects the maritime transport, and I think that message was repeated throughout several talks this week as well. The increasing levels of severe weather in particular affect ferry operations. On international voyages, and that was reflected this morning, but even more on domestic voyages, since this often is the primary source of traveling for many countries in regions of multiple small archipels. Collaboration with any stakeholder in the chain is important to have the same level of weather information to secure safety of navigation, well-being of the passengers, but also the safety of life at sea. Be open to lessons learned by other maritime experts with another profession. Keep things simple and keep everyone on board again, being aware that a worldwide level playing field certainly doesn't account for understanding and financial capabilities. Amy took us through a talk where forecasting through innovation and commercial applications to enhance voyage planning and risk management, both at sea and near shore, around and in port. Both risk modeling and weather forecasting share one thing: uncertainty. The continuous challenge is to minimize the pool of errors and act quickly upon unexpected occasions to facilitate decision-making, both from an economic as well as safety perspective. The level of detail and update rate of the data, therefore, is considered to be crucial. And again, understand and accept that you will never be able to be ahead of the situation, since both weather and innovation are continuously transforming and developing. Cooperation or blending, that's just a remark. Then we move to the panel discussion, where it was highlighted that the contribution to observations from seafarers or commercial companies comes down to look into options for a harmonized, yet as simple as possible format for data exchange. And in my own words, I could advise or suggest to apply the 80-20 rule, so to keep it very basic on service provision and data, which likely is to cover the majority of the needs. Pushing for detailed data possibly doesn't make the most difference in added value and may risk people or seafarers to withdraw their participation from sharing observations. And basically, then we're back to square one. Understanding of the region specifics, as mentioned by Nelly, is crucial as well. And then we had a slight statement by Derek that the North Sea is a funny place. I understand it, having navigated myself, but I'm sure that many mariners explain this differently given the specific shortwave characteristics, the impact of wind and currents, and making that area also known as for its typical slushy waters. And regarding the aviation or maritime comparison, I fully recognize the feeling, emotions, and even the media attention, especially to our lost colleagues and loved ones. Nevertheless, as a former Navy officer, I was taught to focus on the things you're able to affect. Look to yourselves and not to others. Let's focus on that through cooperation and bring things forward together. Thank you, Ramon, panel, and all of you for the lively debate today. And I hope to see you tomorrow again at 9:30 in this room for our final session. Enjoy evenings. Thank you very much.
Ring the bell.
Ring the bell.
Okay.
That's a big thing, is it? It's a big thing, is it?
Ring the bell.
I can't close the session otherwise.